evening.
So how much is bail? No, no. So oh wow, billions. Ooh, yeah. You're going to be in prison for a long time. Yeah, yeah. Hey, good luck with that. Um, all the best to you, and thanks for destroying the company all by yourself. Thank you very much. All right. We'll be talking to you. All right. Bye bye. Oh, I'm sorry. I just had a phone call with the boss.
Hmm. So basically, your plan to frame him for something he's obviously innocent for has worked, and now you are, goodbye to the old boss, hello to the new boss, is what you're saying.
Well, someone's got to take the reins and bring this company forward into the 21st century, and I assume it's me.
Hmm. Interesting. That is a plan. I see. That is a plan. So I'm going through the comments tonight. Everybody, hello, good evening. It is the live stream. The live stream, the longest running episodic, whatever the hell this is. I still don't know. None of us know. We're trying to figure it out, but as we continue forward into the end of 2024 into 2025, we still got nothing. Not a damn thing. Can't figure
No.
it out. No idea. No. Let's see here. So Bob Jackson says, clamshell boxing was asked about a few weeks ago. I saw one in the YouTube video, and they're called championship collection boxes. There's some on eBay. Interesting. Interesting. Josh is making a valid point here. As far as the like button is concerned, I heard he played triple last night because he wasn't on screen. That is true. Eric gets charged extra when he's not on screen.
Yeah, how did things go last night? Everything obviously worked out pretty well. Every time I looked up from my meal and double checked, you guys were on. You guys were on for like an hour and a half plus.
Yeah, just about an hour 40, give or take, and we basically were able to put it through its paces. It worked out pretty good. So far, we got it, and not only that, if we want extra fanciness, the background image was AI generated. I put in a prompt to give me kind of a card room, so I've got a baseball memorabilia and card room, and it's all AI generated from our AI overlords.
That is some fancy stuff.
Hey, listen, we're trying to up the production values out here. We're doing what we can. I don't even know. Here you go. Bob Jackson says, and before I promise as usual, go wrench. Facts. Man's all over it. He's got it.
I respect your comments.
Dufek says, typical Massachusetts man. Spending his Friday night talking to someone in prison. Fair?
Yeah, it's a common occurrence here.
Mm-hmm. Eric is totally in charge of the BCCCCCCCG.
Yeah, that's the part of the company they want me to run.
I can't think of anyone more qualified.
Yeah, I'm very excited about it.
Torso Man on the right side is my favorite AI card that I can see. Exactly. Well, that's the thing. You can tell, the AI goes and takes some liberties with some of the stuff. For me, I was just amused that it managed to get. The prompt was literally baseball memorabilia room with baseball cards. That was it. I just said it, and then I hit the button, and that's what it spat out. And I was like, you know what? I like it. It works. It works. I like it.
Oh my god. I just like to repeat again. I have too much stuff. Something has to change.
Oh, many things have to change, including the like button. Obviously, I have got to raise the rates. Eric needs to focus his energies now that he's the big Beckett, big wig over there.
I have too much stuff. It's killing me.
Mm-hmm. I see how it goes. I don't know what to tell you. Bob Jackson's made a valid point here. It's amazing how well it blends in with Eric's room. I know. It's like the AI knows.
Yeah.
Surprisingly well, I gotta say.
That's just some of the stuff. I just have too much stuff. And I still have my desk is still still packed from Canada. I mean, this thing's just piled up here because I haven't had a chance to put them away yet. And where the hell am I going to put them? I have no idea.
Carlos had a question.
Yes.
I wonder if you would have said, for your avatar in the background there, if you would have said trinkets in the, that would have been kind of neat.
I can give it a shot for next time. I've still got more prompts, so I can give it a try and see what it spits out.
Memorabilia trinkets and oddball.
Yeah, Yeah,
Knickknacks,
exactly. I think
knickknacks, trinkets.
the more detailed you are, I think the more you can get out of it. For me, it was just like I just wanted something in the background. I go, let's give it a try. Let's see how it goes. And I think for a quick prompt of one sentence, I think it extrapolated very interestingly. I was like, you know what? For such a short prompt, not bad. I'll give it to you. It's a
It was a nice
decent
kind of
attempt.
oval room too, which is nice.
I just like that they got some nice wood shelving there, a little bit of it going on. I like it. I like it.
Mhm.
This Dufex is the hobby room of the Terminator. This is the AI. This is the Skynet. They came up with it. I typed in
Yep.
one sentence, and this is what it came up with.
Amazing.
Yep.
Baseball predominantly looks like, huh?
Good evening, Jeff. See here, Bob Jackson says, how's your desk so packed with every Friday you're playing with your cards? I know. Eric is little. Now, here's the thing. I actually have a theory about this. I think Eric is borrowing a page from Carlos Sr. And the thing Carlos Sr. does, he's been doing this for, my entire lifetime. He'll tell me about how he's cleaning out the garage. The problem is he's been cleaning out the garage since 1992. 1992, we moved into the place and the garage was empty. But he started cleaning out the garage in 1992. And now in the year of our Lord 2024, he is still cleaning out the garage. And somehow there is more stuff in the garage now than there has been at any other time. And every time, presumably, something happens. So in reality, what's happening is a pile is moving from one place to another, then back to the original place, then back there. And in reality, nothing ever leaves. It's like the Hotel California. Nothing ever leaves. Ever.
So it's like it's having babies in there or something.
And then I move a pile, and I'm like, I didn't even know I had. I didn't know I had this. I just found this.
Woohoo!
I'm sure the guy you stole it from is pleased that you finally found it.
Yeah.
I'm sure.
It's kind of awkward, you know?
Yeah.
When you said I didn't have it, I don't got that. And then boom. Life.
It happens. It happens, yeah. So that's what I think. It's an ongoing process. A couple of good comments here, though. I want to catch up a little bit here. Robert says, possible topic, a new find of a box of some sealed T206 Piedmont cigarette packs. There you go. It's good to know.
Yippee skippy.
Yeah, good evening, Ham. So Bob Jackson here. Which AI thing did you use for it? So this actually comes with this EV Mux platform. So when I went into the background thing, I didn't want to just go with that generic. It was literally just a black background last time. So yesterday we were trying it. So I said, all right, I got to put something back here. I could have just found an image, but let's try it. I saw that it had the option for AI prompts. So I just typed in one sentence and said, let's see what it generates. Show me what you got. I actually tried two different ones. First, I tried sports memorabilia room, and it did do it, but it gave me like a bunch of soccer jerseys and soccer trophies and stuff. I'm like, let's go with baseball. Let's go with baseball. It's a little more my style.
Ah, gotcha.
Yeah. So I was a little more, if you're a little more specific, it'll be more specific. But I think if you really get specific, you can actually write like a whole paragraph. If you give it a lot of information, then I think you could even come up with some really fancy. This is me like 5 seconds of playing around with it.
We can do Bobby Orr collectible room or something next time.
And all it's going to be is Chicago Blackhawks. It's going to be crazy.
Yep.
Dan's Vintage Baseball PC. Nice background. Maybe I should dump StreamYard too. Well, pretty much had to, Dan, because they were doubling the price on me. So I was like, I am not paying that. I will not be paying that. You haven't given me enough new features to make it worthy of me paying that much extra. A little bit extra, I probably would have lived with it. But the amount that they were asking for was a bridge too far. Psych Bob says, your dad is like my dad. He's been cleaning the garage for over 30 years and moves from one side to the other in perpetuity. Yes, yes. We have been going since 1992. 1992 going strong. The garage continues it never moves. Ever, ever again.
Cleaning the garage is sort of like them saying, I don't want to be around your mom all day.
Well, so here's the thing. Yes, that's exactly why he does it. But the truth is, there is part of him that actually wants to find some things in the garage. So it actually would behoove him to organize something in the garage. So while he's avoiding my mom, he can actually find the thing he actually wants.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm confident
But if
he's
he
got
ever
multiple.
finds it, it's over.
No, he's got so much stuff in that garage, Bobby. At this point, he can
There's
still
always
find
more to
Jimmy
find.
Hoffa's body could still be there. There's still a chance.
There's always
But
more
now
to find in the garage.
But now he could find one set of his wrenches instead of having to buy another set of his wrenches to replace the set of his wrenches he actually thought he lost. It was on the other side of the room.
So he has actually 6 set of wrenches.
Oh, but he has an entire mechanics workshop that threw up inside that garage many years ago.
Gotcha.
Now he knows what all the tools do, so that's good. But the reality is he's not going to use any of them. Not at this point, especially. Bob says, I bet your dad has a bunch of garbage too because he might need it if something breaks. So yes, but I gotta be honest, the hoarder is actually more my mom. She will actually never throw. We basically had for many years trying to get her to throw out the books, and she'll keep books. And one of my personal favorite, the running joke. There is one specific book that I've always keyed in on. It's my. If any of you guys know anything about computers, she has a textbook, this thick tome on COBOL. COBOL is basically like early, like it's almost machine language. Like
It's the
it's for
base of
yeah,
computers.
yeah, there is like still a world in which there are people that specialize in that, but they're literally for like background database people. They're basically running mainframes. It's not like a common thing that people are going to be using. And most people do not need a textbook on COBOL. She does not work with COBOL. She has not dealt with anything related to COBOL in many, many moons, but she keeps the textbook. Maybe one day it'll become useful. I'm like, no, it will not.
Well, cobalt was used, if we want to go to the year 2000, when they thought we were going to have problems with the computers and everything. Those guys were going back into the cobalt trying to change
Yeah,
that
yeah.
issue, and
It,
it paid
it's the mainframe. It's the mainframe.
millions
It's the big
and
ones. Yeah,
millions of dollars on it, and
yeah.
didn't do
So
anything.
the thing is, it's not that it's not useful, it's that it's a very specialized use. It's if you're doing something very specific, then yeah, absolutely. But she doesn't do that. I don't do that. Nobody in our house does that.
It's the
That
building
textbook is not
blocks
being
of
used by anybody.
true. It's the building blocks of code, and so now things have changed dramatically, like 10 times
Yeah,
over. So
yeah. There's still
cobalt is
mainframes that still run off COBOL, so it's still
hey,
there. So
may-
there,
maybe that
it's part of the deal.
maybe that book is collectible now. Might be worth a lot of money on eBay.
Maybe, maybe.
And who's the
Uh,
fool now, right?
well, she has never gotten rid of it, so we still have it. We still have it. So maybe that's my inheritance, Bobby. I'm gonna get the COBOL
There you
book,
go.
and I'm gonna be rich. I'm gonna be
Yes.
rich. Dufek says, type in cheese stringomod to see what happens. Now you're thinking. I
That,
like where your head's at. I like where
yep,
your head's at.
it might just come
Mark
up.
says, try mayo. Man, they like the AI prompts.
Oh, wouldn't that be fun?
That could
You
get
know
wacky,
something?
man.
I don't want to hear from someone who didn't go to the
Where?
expo this year. So Mark can eat a bag of it. All right.
Wow. Ham says, can we randomly post comments and put it to the AI generator to see what we get? You know what? On a different night, I'll give it a
We'll have
shot.
some fun. Yeah.
We can have some fun with it. I actually do have a couple of things that we can chat on for a little bit, but if there's something specific you guys want to chat on, we certainly can. But I've got a few things. Last night we were trying it out just to see. Platform seems to be working okay. Seems reasonably stable. Bobby was able to access it with his phone, so that's good.
Yeah.
And it seemed pretty straightforward. By the way, I basically set up one studio, and I can kind of set up the links all from here. So that part of it seems to be working pretty good. I'm actually pretty happy with that. So one thing at a
Mhm.
time. We're getting there. Here you go, Josh has 6 sets of wrenches and no 10 millimeter guaranteed. You know what? They're complete sets, Josh. I guarantee you, if it was in the set originally, he still got it. Here's the
Well,
thing: Carlos Senior may be hoarding, but I assure you, he keeps. I will tell you, just from having to go to the garage and move stuff for him now, he kept his tools immaculate. He used them, but he actually kept it. He very much took care of his tools. They're all someday my inheritance from him will be sets of tools that will probably make me millions from mechanics who will need them.
I think you got to give him a little grace because there's really three basic sets of tools because you have the imperial measurements, then you have the metric measurements, and then you have the cobalt.
Oh, the good old COBOL.
That's why you're my
Good
messy
old
boat.
COBOL. Obviously,
Hmm.
it all comes together, Bobby. You're tying the room together. I see what you're doing. Dan here says my mother was a hoarder too. Do all sports car collectors come from the hoarder parents? I think there has to be a collector slash hoarder gene. There has to be at least somewhere in that family tree. More than likely, you inherited it from somebody. Go ahead, Eric.
My dad, huge hoarder. Absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
When we had to, sell my house and their house to move into this house, um, just, oh my good Lord. Just, it was 40 something years of hoarding throughout the backyard, the cellar. I mean, it was crazy. It drove my mother nuts for forever.
Mm-hmm.
He
Right.
never saw something he didn't like, grabbed it, brought it home.
Explains a lot. It really does.
That's how we got Eric.
Well, that's why, I got piles of stuff on my desk and I can't see my desk.
Well, the reality though, I think you took it a step further. For being completely fair, I actually think you went a step beyond your father's legacy because you actually made up a hockey player that isn't real. Because we all know Reggie Lemon isn't a real person. They never actually existed. Reggie was actually AI generated before AI was even invented. That's how deep this goes. Look
That's
at
not
that.
true.
Fake. The fakest thing that's ever happened.
Not true.
He literally made up a hockey player to collect. Bobby, the amount of hockey players in the history of the hobby were not sufficient. They did not satisfy Eric's insatiable lust for hoarding. He's like, I must generate my own.
It does happen.
That's a sickness.
Yes,
not true.
children with
Not
wonderful
true. Reggie's
minds.
real. His birthday was Tuesday. He turned 70.
Eric is a sick man.
Tuesday was his birthday. It was a big day.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yep. It's crazy. Crazy. Michael Ham says, I'm a hoarder or I just don't have enough space. It's all a matter of philosophy. Here's Ben World Peace, new commenter. I like this. Never saw something you didn't like. Classic. Fair.
He saw it. He grabbed it. Brought it home. That was it.
There's no saw. Sore.
Ham says seriously, if you could make up a player, what would you name him?
Reggie,
Eric, this is your moment. This is your moment. You finally get to pretend that Bobby Orr played for the Boston Bruins. He would name the man Bobby Orr and he would play for the Boston Bruins. Amazing.
I would go Regin.
I'm not playing your games. I'm not playing Ham's games, and I'm not playing Bobby's game, and I'm sure the hell not playing your game. So all three of you, go pound sand.
Wow. Wow. You're clearly not a man of peace.
No.
Clearly.
Obviously not. It's clearly not.
I believe it.
Robert says, Reggie Lemonin is the Milli Vanilli hockey. I think it's a valid comp.
Which one? Neither one of them sang it. There you go.
Yeah,
They're both
pretty
visible.
much.
Huh?
Yeah.
Hmm.
I wonder if Reggie was the original janitor that Eric harassed. Like before Peter Forsberg janitor guy, wonder if Reggie was like the OG janitor.
Not a
guy.
janitor. That was Peter Forsberg.
That is deep, Carlos. Wow.
I'm just saying it goes back a long ways. This isn't a new thing with him.
Who did I have?
Didn't just start this.
And
It's
who did
like
I
the
have?
Sixth Sense or something.
And who did I have dinner with on Tuesday night?
The Bush? You were hanging around outside in the back. We saw it. We know what happened.
You weren't hanging out with Reginald.
No, you weren't.
No, I had dinner with Hockey Hall of Famer Brad Park on Tuesday.
Also the person of the first NBA three-pointer. Few people know. Now you know.
And he sent Bobby a personalized video.
I didn't hear him say my name.
Ah, sounds like AI generation again.
Say my name. Say my name.
Mm-hmm. If he doesn't
But
acknowledge
yes,
the Burrell, we
it's
can't even talk about it.
I knew the information. I actually did it just for you. Here.
There you go. Reggie pretended to be a goalie. I'm learning so much. I know. It's wild.
What is a goalie? Really?
It's philosophical. It's a state of mind. I think so. Ben here says, what do you think about the true rookie card debate? I defer to Victor. Does it matter? Not to me, but it does to Victor. And in fairness, we are acknowledged in his book. So we'll defer to Victor, especially defer to pages 92 to 94.
It's actually
rookie
the
cards.
premise of the hobby is really the rookie card. It's based on it, the rookie card in modern collecting. Back in the day, there was the rookie cards we didn't care about because they were the new players and they didn't mean shit to anybody. That was the truth. Only until the hobby started to flourish in the late 80s and early 90s. And then rookie cards, and you have to understand, even in those times, like even rookie cards weren't even overly priced. Like if it was 4 cents for a common, it would be 5 or 6 cents for a star. Now the difference is 500 times difference. So only through the times of I would say the 90s, early 90s were when the rookie card really took hold and became to be a marketable thing beyond the regular set. And people just wanted
in baseball, the 80s were very good. Yeah, in baseball, the 80s were good for that. Griffey by 89, there was a big push there. In hockey, that 90-91 rookie class was monstrous. So many good players that actually most of them turned out to be stars or Hall of Famers. So there were so many good ones that actually was a very strong rookie class that held because they were basically the dominant players for the next decade and a half, basically.
True enough, yeah.
So I think that helped a lot. If you actually got good
so
players.
many cards were made of them because they're just not worth anything for the most part. sadly.
Yeah, I think so. I think so.
But if they were 10 years prior, there'd be a market for them. It's just timing.
So Dufex here. So actually, let me read Paul's comment first because I like this one. I was showing a couple, but I particularly enjoyed this one. Eric goes to McDonald's and pretend Ronald is Bobby Orr. The red uniform brings back cherished memories. Facts.
Yep.
Facts.
I don't go to McDonald's. I don't like McDonald's. I don't ever go to a McDonald's ever.
Eric
Why not?
doesn't McDonald's.
You can hang out. You can hang out with Bobby Orr.
Mm-hmm.
You talk about having dinners with all these hockey players. Well, you could go have dinner with Bobby Orr at McDonald's.
And clown around a little.
Yeah, jerk. Dufex here says that's why we go first types of cards. Clear which is which. First refractor, first die cut, first auto insert, first chrome. Yeah. And at least that's something you can define very clearly. You don't have to worry about being like, well, is it though? Is it? If it's the first set and first ones that did it, well, there you go. At least you know that's got that distinction. A little more clear cut.
Well, realistically, those would be rookie year cards, and that's fine to call them that too, because there's just too many. You can't have
and it would be valid.
2,600. Can't have 2,600 rookie cards. You get one in the base set, and all the rest are your rookie year. And I'll say it does it really matter? Rookie year, rookie card, same difference at this point. At that point, the newer point going forward. So yeah, call it rookie year, and you're good.
There you go. More wood grain. We're going to talk about wood grain here in a second. The Don Mattingly effect is what I believe rookie card took hold of the hobby. I like David G's comment here, though. Good evening to you. Can we reduce the amount of wood trim on the screen tonight? So I'm sensing a severe dislike for 87 Topps baseball. How dare you? And Eric's card has wood grain borders. What the hell, man?
Yeah.
This wood grain background is kind of, again, it was AI generated, so it's kind of old school, you know. I think you guys can live with it for a night.
Hey, you gonna crack that out of that holder, Eric, and try to resend it in for a?
Just make sure if you crack it, do it like straight down the middle, just to be on the safe side.
Yeah, I heard that's the way to do it. No, I'm not going to touch this under any circumstances.
I think you should. I think you should put it in double protection. I think you should get a slab strong and then a slab strong for your slab strong.
I should. Tim
double
wants
slab
to
strong
put it in one. Yeah, I said send me one. I'll put it in there.
He already sent you one right at the beginning. Remember, we had dinner and he gave one to everybody. Where's yours?
They're on cards. I don't know. They're all around. I got lots of them.
Well, then I think you need to swap out one of the peasant cards and put on, the minor league rookie.
Yeah,
I think there's a swap-a-roo that needs to happen over there.
A swap-a-roo?
Yeah, that's right.
Would you use a red bordered one?
No, that's on the Gretzky. I only have one of those.
Because otherwise, that'd be perfect for the Chicago Blackhawks colors.
Stop
True.
it. It's on the Gretzky.
Put it on it. Try it. Let's just see.
Nope.
It. Come on, Eric.
No.
Do it for us.
No.
Dufek says, I hope the wood trim is... Do it for your country. Dufek says, hope the wood trim is maple, otherwise you'll have your Canadian citizenship revoked. There you go.
Oh. Yeah.
That's not much of a threat. They can. They'll ask me to revoke, and I'll politely decline.
Yeah, it's okay.
So we resolve these issues. Works out. So first of all, how has everybody's week gone? My week has actually been pretty quick. I got to be honest. I don't know if any of you. I know a couple of you in the chat did pop in yesterday when I did the test run of the live. I'm still working out the kinks here, but for the most part, stuff's working. I'm pretty happy with it. So, but we're just figuring it out as we go along. Just switching up the platform. A lot of it works similar, but there's a lot of things that obviously are in different places. So I'm getting acclimated to it. It's just going to take me a little time, but we're getting there. We're slowly working on it. But I'll say this: I like the fact that it's been forever for everybody, the guests and people that I'm inviting. It's easy. I just give them the link, and then they're good to go, and that part of it's working properly. So I'm good with that, and we'll be able to use it. We'll have some fun with it going forward. I'll keep doing the screen shares, and we'll showcase some stuff. But the most part's been kind of interesting. I've actually been for me. I spent a little bit of this week actually going back through the archive because I got to start preparing for the year end. I got to do all those year-end videos. So instead of waiting till the last possible minute, I should probably start on that now. There's a lot of stuff to get through. So I'm like, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Let me go make sure I'm not waiting until the last minute again, like last time. Because that was a pain in the ass. Yeah. Well, I will say, Bobby, in fact, I have started. I did start this time. So at least I'm ahead of the game already compared to last year. So, okay. And it's not so bad. I actually have less videos on the channel this year. But I actually think I have more videos overall because I also have to count the other channel that I've started doing videos for, and then the AMG separate from that.
Yeah.
So I'm actually pushing closer to basically, let's see, what did I work it out to? I am at right now. I've got 229 videos this year total. So actually, between the 3 channels, 229. I was like, that's a lot, actually. That's actually pretty good. That might be the most prolific year ever.
Maybe.
This explains it here. David G says, I have a recurring nightmares of drowning in 87 Topps cards. Fair.
Oh.
Yeah.
Fair. I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying. Popped up in my feed and I clicked. Interesting so far. Well, by all means, you're welcome to hang out. And by the way, it's a hangout. We'll talk about cards. We'll talk about a bunch of other stuff, but it's only as good as the participation. The people gotta put comments in there. I've got some stuff we can talk about, but if you guys have some stuff you want to talk about, I'll give you guys priority if there isn't something,
Ben,
pressing.
I strongly encourage you go find something else to do and not waste your time watching this nonsense.
I strongly encourage you ignore everything Eric says and hit the like button so that he pays.
No.
Josh here
Don't
says,
say I didn't warn you or tried to help.
you are not a helpful person and not a man of peace. Josh here says, do you still have access to the Hindenburg clip? Or is that gone now with switching service? So I do not have access to it currently. I can recreate it, but I'll be honest, it loses a little bit of its luster because now it's a new season. So now I got to start again. So it's like, no, I'm
And
sure
they suck.
the Boston Bruins will do something just as disastrous and give me another
They
chance.
suck. No, they just suck.
Eric, they've always sucked. You keep acting like this is new. The Bruins have
not
literally been
always
trashed
suck.
since the beginning of time.
No, wrong.
Wrong.
Okay, name a time they did not suck.
2011.
That did not happen.
It did
We've
not.
already discussed this. There is no 2011. That's not even a year that exists.
Damn it.
You fool. Get out of here.
I could have
Moving on.
sworn.
Moving on. 2011, only one thing happened in that entire year. The Vancouver riots of 11. That actually happened from January 1st until
That's
December
right.
31st. They rioted for years straight. It was legendary. Media covered it. It was wonderful. We all enjoyed it. Had a good time. Did some s'mores in solidarity. Everyone had. That was the last time the world was at peace.
That did make me happy. I did like the Vancouver riots. That was good.
Everyone was happy. Everyone was happy.
Western Canada, yeah. That happened.
Pretty much. That's
I
pretty
did
much how it
speak
works.
to an old timer. It was a really interesting conversation. He was around back in the 80s. He did a lot of stuff. He bought a lot of the Gretzky bars. He bought them out of the wholesale. There were some great stories that he left me with. The one interesting one, and this is going to surprise a lot of you, is he says, yeah, he goes, well, Lawson and Jones, which was the printer for O-Pee-Chee, he said, well, they ended up cutting the cards with wires. And I went, really? And, and I'm sitting there questioning myself for a half a second there. And I'm going, okay, that's fine. So he goes, yeah, they've always used Lawson and Jones because they never had any room in O-Pee-Chee. And I'm going, I have pictures of 70 with the slitter and people in the 80s with people in the slitters. And I'm going, do you see how things get when, and this guy was like great with all his information. And then he got to that part and it was just like, whoa, put the brakes on, let's go. So I said, I have pictures. It's all from the O-Pee-Chee factory. They're workers. You can see. And one was a friend of mine. It's just like, and this is how things get. And this guy he's still a great old timer. Still does a lot of stuff. Kind of surprising. But he's been going on since the 80s. And I did find some, like I said, good little key pieces of information. But you do have to watch how you get the information from people. It's not always as they think it is. So he tells 10 people and they tell 10 people, and then before you know it, it's a fact. So
Where did this myth come from? Just because the cards were cut so bad, it had to have been something different.
Yeah,
So
I think so. It was mentioned in one of Beckett's magazines at one time that they were cut with wires. So, and that's what he said. He said Lawson Jones, they started cutting with wires. The cuts were so bad, and then they changed to the slitter afterwards. And I said, yeah, I don't think so.
Baba, you just talked about something though when I did the discussion with BG with Brian Gray, when I was talking with him and he was doing the thing with Mastro, before and after we were kind of talking about it, and I just said whenever any of those things are happening, it doesn't matter if the person was there. I gave you guys the example. I just said think of like a big thing in your life that happened in your teens or your early 20s,
Sure.
if you're old enough, and you might be able to get most of the details right, but if enough time has passed, a couple of things may be a little bit off. You might be a day off, or you might be, you thought you wore a red shirt, but you actually wore a blue shirt. But it not completely material to the story. It's not completely changing the story.
No.
But the fact that you can get little things wrong and add more time, more little details start to blur together. Maybe you combine a couple of things that didn't happen at the same time but happen on different days, and the
Embellishments,
story gets a little
you know,
the story gets a little bit murky. Even if you're doing your best to be 100% truthful, you might still get it wrong because memory plays tricks on us with
it
enough time
does.
gone by.
It does.
And it's not even somebody being malicious. It's just, well, guess what? Enough time. Most of our memories are not photographic. We cannot remember it that 100%. And then they repeat the lie enough times, it becomes the truth, even to
Yes.
them.
Yes.
They'd pass every lie detector test in the world. They're convinced that's exactly how it went down. It's like, actually, that isn't what happened, man.
But
It's
a
not.
lot of people will even give it into the lie. You know, they'll
Yeah, sure.
embellish the story a little bit, and then if they've embellished it enough times, it actually does become the truth. And
Yeah,
in their
exactly.
mind, it actually keeps on, and then they eliminate that it wasn't that after 10 years or something. It's sort of like, yeah, wow. You know, the one thing I have is great recall, but very specific times and things. But the details are, you know, I don't know what car it was I was sitting in when my dad threw the two ESO booklets back. I knew me and my brother were there. I remember him throwing them. I remember what day it was, but I don't know the day of the week. I don't know what I was wearing. I don't know the color of the car. I don't know the interior.
Yeah.
It's just, you know, we remember those clips. But when people get really detailed and they start remembering stuff, and he says, "Oh yeah, they did that," and I said, "No, they didn't. I know they didn't do it for a fact." And it was hard to tell him because he was so adamant, and he actually dropped some amazing stuff. Like, talk about the guy's got like information galore, and I really had to, you know, because I was going to let it go, and I said, "No, I can't let it go. I have to, you know, tell him." I say, "Well, you know, I have pictures of all the different times that the Opeachy had it, and I've talked to all these Opeachy employees, and they said it was down in the basement. That's where all the cards were cut." He goes, "Well,
Yeah.
they never had any room there." And I said, "Yeah, they did. Obviously. Here's a picture.
Mhm.
Bing, bang."
Yep.
Like,
So,
well, you know,
Yannick, if you're good, give me a thumbs
maybe
up.
they cut some there. It's like, okay, you know,
Yeah, but that's
everybody
what I'm
wants.
getting at. You
Yeah,
know, once you've convinced yourself, that's a different game. Let me read a couple of comments here and I'll get caught up.
sure.
So Robert here says, Eric hunting for the Or rookie, namely the 76, 77. He's still chasing it, man. Still chasing it. I like Yannick's background. I approve. Josh here says, Nathan Horton won the cup in 2011, but I can't remember the team he played for. No one can.
Nathan, who? Tim
Maybe they
Hortons.
did. Maybe they did an NHL stock. Maybe they did an NHL simulation on PlayStation. Maybe that's how the cup was awarded in 2011. I forget.
Thought of that. Yeah.
It was a legendary year. It was crazy. Jeff here says Bruins won't suck tomorrow since they're playing the Wings. Confidence. I appreciate the confidence.
Yeah, this still suck.
Mm-hmm.
So Ben here was just saying, not sports card related, but have you seen the crypto market lately? I have. I actually still have a little bit. What's funny is I don't pay attention to it. I know it went up. I know it's gone up a lot, but I've got a little bit, and I've gone into like I have the Ledger application, and I've got a little bit of Bitcoin and a little bit of Ethereum in it. And
Ooh.
they've gone up actually quite a bit. And I was sitting there like, oh, actually. And that's just literally some stuff that I just had to decide that I haven't even given a second thought to. And I was like, oh, there's a couple of grand there. That's pretty good. Not bad.
Nice.
Okay. That's cool.
No,
I'm not
it's
going to
good.
worry about it. I can access it if I need to, but it's like, nah, it's okay. A couple of grand one way or the other is not going to change my life right now. We're good. But it's good to know. It's nice. It's nice to know there's something there.
Mm-hmm.
Good evening,
So
Dom.
you have a Shitosi?
No, the I also have a little bit of Ethereum because Ethereum wasn't expensive for a while there. It was,
Yes, it was
and
never
it's gone
a
up
good
as
deal.
well. So it's one of those things where, like, with the lower priced thing, I stuck to kind of the two basics: Bitcoin, because you can only get so much though because it's very expensive, and
Yep.
Ethereum, which is less expensive. And Ethereum wasn't too bad, so you could actually get a couple of units of Ethereum, and as Bitcoin went up, Ethereum also went up in a similar trajectory. So both of them kind of rising tides lifted all boats.
Yeah, it's a really interesting thing that it's all based on nothing.
Yeah.
Truly.
So it's one of those things. Like I was like, okay, for me, it's more like, okay, that's cool. I just look at it and go, oh, that's neat, and I'll look at it again later down the road.
This is weird, man. I'm trying to get used to the new setup.
Oh yeah, you're in a new setup now with your okay. Eric's in your background. He's in your back. What's going on? Holy shit!
Yeah, I knew I shouldn't have posed for that for you. He's sitting there with his camera going, go like this, go like this. And I'm like, I really don't want to.
Wait. Hold on. So Eric,
What?
so Yannick literally says pose like this, and you don't immediately
And you
realize
did
that
it?
nothing but horror can come from that. Like this
I
doesn't
was
occur to
busy.
you.
Yeah.
I was working. I was focused on something else.
Working.
And he's over
Where
there waving me down. go like this with his camera, go like this, and then he's like, no, again, go like this.
Hey,
Sucker.
did you get a good shot or no? There you go.
To get a good shot. Good Lord. Unbelievable. See, this is
At
what
least
happens,
you
man.
got a proof now that you try to work to put some fucking work time once in a while.
I
I
still
don't
say
like
alleged. Yannick,
I
that's
work,
looking a little AI-ish. I'm not completely sure I buy it. It looks a
I
little
work all
AI-ish.
day Saturday and all day Sunday. I was only on the show floor Thursday and Friday, and that's it.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
that was the
Interesting.
janitor. We told you.
Yeah, exactly. It's just
He
sad,
signed,
you
he
know?
signed a lot of my stuff.
Yeah. He's like, leave my broom alone, bro.
Oh, he's like, who's this little special man belongs to?
He won't leave me alone. Fine, I'll sign whatever. So Paul here saying, we expected the big boy markets tab next week. Listen, my investment strategy has been very. Here's the thing, I don't spend a lot of time. What's funny is I don't spend a lot of time worrying about that stuff because it doesn't really matter to me. But I was somebody was asking me the other day at work actually, and I was just saying it's like yeah, during the during the initial run of the pandemic, a lot of stocks, especially a lot of the bank stocks, went down at that time. And I knew that it was like, well, actually, there's no justifiable reason for it to have gone down. And obviously, they've done different ups along the way. But a lot of the bank shares I had have more than doubled in price the last several years, in addition to me getting dividends every quarter. And it's like, I didn't do anything special other than, well, the price on this doesn't make any sense. It's not justifiable. I bought some shares. I honestly should have bought more, to be honest, at the time. But even still, like I go look at it and it's like, you're up 186%. I'm like, okay, I didn't do anything special. It was just like, okay, great, leave it in there. And every quarter it gets its dividend. I get a dividend payment in there, and it reinvests into it. Like, yep, you just keep doing your thing, man. Keep doing your thing. Josh here says, did Eric meet the Baywatch girls at Expo? By meet, you mean security dragged him away?
Oh, I never did get to see them. Damn it. I seen a bunch of wheelchairs going by, but I didn't know if it was them.
They were backstage. I saw them backstage, and
And
they're all lined. They were all sitting down at this long table, and each one of them had a mirror in front of them, and they were all putting their makeup on and all that stuff, like all lined up, doing their
No,
makeup.
you're describing what was going on with the hockey players you were hanging out with. What about the Baywatch girls, though?
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah. No, they came in came in
You know
beautiful
what?
and good to go.
You know what? They can't run no more.
No. Now they run like they did in the show in slow motion, but
Yeah,
it's real motion.
yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
actually, some of them are wheeling there. Like,
Uh, listen, still all beautiful women, but it's been 30 years. None of us look the same as we did 30 years ago. So neither do they.
oh, speak for yourself.
I was about to say, yeah. How dare you, sir? How dare you? Dom here says, Eric cracked every single all of them.
Oh,
Even ones like miles away. He wasn't even facing them, and they're like gone. It was wild. Eric's whining and complaining, Bobby, about, well, I got to clean up my card room, and I got to find a place to put all these cars and all this junk.
I gotta
We've got an entire country of people right now. We've got an entire country of Peter Forsbergs sweeping floors around the nation, trying to get all the shards of glass and the broken mirrors that Eric caused.
yeah. 7 years of bad luck per.
Yeah, well, what worse can happen to me? I'm on this stupid show.
Yeah,
I
you
worked
got
in the
nothing
glass
better to
business.
do on Friday nights. Fuck.
I worked in the glass business for a few years. Don't worry. I have no luck left.
It's pretty much just gone. It's all over. It happens, man. It happens. But look on the upside, Eric. At least, there may be some people that may take pity on you. At AMG Collectibles, in the AMG YouTube channel.
And
Yes, I do still have a scrolling ticker. It's a different scrolling ticker, but I still got a scrolling ticker. And the information is still in the description. We got to show love to our friends at AMG because I do the podcast and now a live stream. And that's the reason why I mentioned earlier, I think I've actually surpassed the number of videos that I've done in the past couple of years because there's stuff here. This channel, there's been less. The live stream's gone on every week. Podcast episodes have been dropping, but less regular videos. The mail days have also slowed down, to be honest. Part of that is that I'm blaming Canada Post right now because I have one card that's sitting in the mail now since last week that should have been delivered last Friday, and it would have been delivered last Friday if those
Yeah.
idiots had waited until Monday to start the strike. I would have gotten my damn card by now.
Yeah, who
You're-
starts a strike on a Friday? Come on.
It was lame. I was like,
I won an auction on RMY, which is their Type 1 photographies or postcards. So anyway, long story short, there was a $2 difference between sending it to. I got a guy in Massachusetts that has kind of like a mailbox for me. I pretend I'm his friend.
it's
so
a
I can-
repository. Yeah. It's very sad. He's a very sad individual. I know who you're talking about. Yeah.
Anyway,
gonna-
long story short, there was a $2 difference between there or international. So of course I picked the international. I said for $2 anyway, and now it's in the Canada Post system, so I'm screwed.
Crazy. It's craziness.
I'll get
Yeah.
to Boston before that.
I will say this is so the initial strike obviously is annoying, but like at the end of the day, not the end of the world for me. For some small businesses, it's a problem. So for in relative terms, for me, it's a minor inconvenience. But where I think it's going to start impacting a little bit more is that I actually had one of the eBay sellers based out of Canada. He sent me a message. He's trying to get out ahead of it. Credit to
Yeah.
him, actually. I give him credit because
He
he's
had a
saying,
lot
"Hey,
of
look,
those.
yeah." He's like, "Hey, look, sorry, man. I sent it out, but he's like, you know what's going on? And, like, it's out. Like, I sent it." And I was like, "Listen, I believe you. It's fine. Don't even worry. It wasn't a big card. It was like, it's fine. I believe you."
But you would try to work around it personally, like like let's say if you do like $5 cards or less, you're not gonna start FedExing your stuff.
That's what I mean. Like the card, I think was like a $20 or $30 card. Like I'm not gonna freak out about that. Like a $20 or $30 card, I'm not gonna lose my mind over.
Or would you
The other
even
one is a little.
sand it, or take the chance to sand it and lose your stuff in the system?
Well, right now you don't have a choice anymore. Anyway, the
No.
post office are closed, so like you can't do anything. So right now, where it becomes more of a problem is if you're a seller and you're actually offering to if anybody buys anything, it's like, well, you've got two options. You either wait a little bit, or which is a
Pure later.
problem, or you send it by courier of some kind, Pure Later or one of the other options, which is
Pure
going to
Later's
cost
pretty
more.
good with parcels. It's not that much difference.
Yeah, they are, but it's just a matter of like, is the item worth that cost? Like whatever it
only
is,
Well,
is the
that's
item.
the- yeah,
That's
of course.
That's the big thing. Like if it's a bigger item, then whatever. Look, if I sell a $1,000 item, then I don't care. Sure, I'll send it by courier anyway. That's not a big deal.
Yep.
But if it's like a $20 item, that doesn't make any sense for anybody involved. It's not going to work, man.
Not
So
gonna
that's a different thing.
Sure.
Ben has a question. Have you heard the buzz about GameStop getting the card hobby game? What do you think?
Yep.
So I have heard about it. Nat Turner has actually been added to the board, so that's kind of a big thing for them. For them, so I don't think too much about it in the sense like it doesn't bother me. I think it's fine that they're trying it. It's weird. GameStop is getting into a lot of weird categories. I do think though that it does make it accessible for PSA to get a lot more cards. So for them, it's definitely an easier because one of the big hangups with folks grading is that even though it's really just filling out a form and doing a couple of people don't read. People like need things done for it. So basically anything you can do to take steps out of the process and be like, all right, look, we'll take the card, we'll fill in the stuff for you. It'll be $25 or whatever it is. I don't remember what the number is, whatever the price is, $25. This is the expected turnaround time. And this is what you can expect. And if you make that easy for them and they do if you can get the cards back to them at a reasonable, within the time frame offered for the price they've offered, they're probably going to be happy. They're going to be fine. So because for them, they're not grading a ton of cards. A regular person is not a card collector, like a big card collector, is not going to use that service. But a person who's got a couple of, their kid has a couple of Pokemon cards and they want to get them graded, and they're like, all right, $25 a pop. Sure, I'll get 2 of them graded. Here you go. Take that.
I
GameStop
can't
has-
remember why I saw the number, but I think it was their first full month of operation not too long ago, as in like receiving, taking slabs, and it was almost $2 million extra
Yeah.
revenue.
Yeah.
1 month.
They have halted PSA submissions at this point going forward. There is someone dropped off a $375,000 that order that is missing with GameStop right now. That's big.
That's in someone's.
Well, you should tell Eric to calm a little bit down, slow his roll a little bit. He got a little
Yeah.
aggressive there. It seems like a lot. Yeah, that's a
So
problem.
that's going on currently right now. Just happened a day or two ago. So
Yeah, that could happen. That's the problem with GameStop
It
stuff.
can't
I would
happen.
never have made it. I would never have made it. I would never have sent high end stuff with them. It would be like $20 cards or whatever, stuff like that. If it's like PC cards or a couple of your Pokemon cards, $20, sure. You know,
Well, if
whatever.
they're
Not a big deal.
conveniently located, why not? Why
Yeah,
not
that's what I
send
mean.
a
But
couple?
like low risk stuff that you're not super worried about, like, you know, take your time or what. If it's something like that, that makes sense.
And
And
not
there
three
was a
hundred
lot of
seventy-five
revenue they made in a
thousand
very short
dollars
period.
worth.
Yeah,
And
it's
the one thing is, there's a maximum value that actually PSA has on things now, which actually sort of affects that kind of price. So
yeah,
you can't really cover it all,
yeah.
unfortunately, because there's a max value. So there's an out for PSA on that regard. And then
Well,
I
I
don't know.
believe I could be mistaken. I'm pretty sure that for the GameStop submissions, they don't offer all the levels. So you were capped at a certain level anyway. You shouldn't be sending anything to them beyond those levels that they had available. I don't remember what the number is, but that's basically what it was. Are you
Yeah.
having a moment there, Yannick? You all right? Your background is kind of messing with your thing. You're already green screening.
Yeah, I
It's
just
not gonna
want
work.
to show Eric again even more.
Yannick, that's the green screening won't let you see too.
It's a green screen.
Yeah. So Rick here is saying
it doesn't work. It's okay. I had to do this to someone, so there you go. It's
Oh,
done.
okay, there you go. All right, good
Perfect.
evening, Rick. Eric, the Sharks are retiring number 19 Jumbo Joe's number girl. Are you going? Yes. Yes, he is.
Mhm.
No, I am not.
Please.
Listen, Joe Thornton is literally the greatest living Boston Bruin, living dead otherwise.
Jumbo
The
Joe.
greatest ever. Bar none. The others are all peasants in his
Respect the beard.
presence.
Respect
Peasants.
the beard.
So glad we got rid of him.
You mean you're so sad?
So
No.
kind of in the follow up here, wouldn't that bring value to the hobby? So the hobby, no. Collectors, yes. The hobby is not affected one way or the other. Making it easier to submit more cards for grading doesn't change the hobby. But what it does is it allows collectors to have another revenue stream. They like that. As Bobby was mentioning, you know, if somebody does something stupid, like say hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of submissions, that can create a major problem because GameStop is you're not exactly hiring the best and brightest.
Minimum wage.
Yeah, so that's what I'm getting at. What I'm saying is like you're entrusting the folks that like basically if they could get a job doing something else, they probably would right now,
Yes.
but they're at GameStop.
That's
So maybe don't give them anything of actual value. Just
Sure,
general
dude.
life advice. General
Like
life advice.
Was that
Send all your
$375
Boston
bucks? Go ahead.
Yeah. So Dom here says GameStop is always a year late to the game. Yes. I think that the most things they do, it'll be underwhelming. Eventually have some big controversial cases. Yeah. Well, that's kind of what Bobby's alluding to. Look, they basically exist now because of the meme. The meme bought them some time. It gave them that big run up there and the whole thing. Yeah. So that allowed them to have a little bit more time. The fact they've got all those locations, so this is almost like the Beckett thing all over again, except in a different context. They've got all these retail locations. If you could figure out something that's actually profitable in those retail locations, it could work. Like there's things you could do with the space, just having the retail space in all those spots. That's the reason why it was appealing to PSA. They're like, even if we only take in a couple of cards per store, the physical amount of stores add up for us because in the end we're still processing the cards like normal and we're just sending it to one central location. You guys deal with it.
It's
It'd be
the whole
ideal to
video
turn them
game
into
exchange
LCSs.
all over.
If the LCS, yeah, if they had enough, there are LCSs that already kind of do that on their own. There's
Yeah, I understand.
there's
But
not
they're
much
already
for
there.
PSA.
They're there. So,
Exactly. So
great option.
for collectors, they're just looking at it like you take advantage of all those locations and just be like, we'll offer this very specific thing for you guys. Here's how you can pitch it to people. Here's the price point.
Yeah.
But it's across the board. We're not changing it for different stores. And LCS maybe would negotiate different rates depending on for bulk submission.
Sure enough.
With GameStop, you're getting one across the board. This is the flat rate. Here you
Yeah,
go.
for sure.
What's
a little bit
their,
simpler.
so like we're at the video game exchange thing again, like basically, but the slab version now. So like how much they're buying it for to flip it back, or basically
Pennies.
Yeah.
The cards that were taking in, like they weren't offering much.
all of these are feeding the Vegas machine. Is that what's going on?
Maybe.
Wow, the Vegas machine's owned by a third party, allegedly Eric, probably.
Okay.
Yeah.
I know what he's doing in the background there. I know what he's doing over there.
You
I
got
see what's
it.
happening.
Pop me again. Damn.
Listen, every time there's shadiness in the hobby, I just assume it's you, Eric.
I'm behind most of it, but not all of it.
Ah. So basically, I don't know if you guys remember the Chris Rock song, No Sex in the Champagne Room. And one of the lines is, the ODB could not possibly have committed all those
You
crimes.
mean the Diddy
Coolio
room?
did some of that shit.
The Diddy room. Yes.
The Diddy room.
We're not updating the lyrics, man. We're sticking to the OG. Stick to the OG.
That's what it meant, basically, the whole time. There's no party like a Diddy party, right?
So Wes here says, if Eric came up with the PSA machine, I would take back most of what I've said about him.
Oh, yes, I would.
It would increase it. It would increase his esteem for you, Eric.
Glory.
That's a pretty solid shady dealing. Look, Eric, I got to be honest. I'm kind of with Wes on this. I would actually respect you more if you committed that kind of fraud.
I'd love it.
I would respect you more as as a fellow shady person. I do worship at the patron saint of shadiness. I'm a big fan. And then honestly, I would respect you more as a man.
Talking about the PSA machines that were in the casinos.
In Vegas, yes, in Vegas.
Yeah,
Vegas, yes.
How long you gotta sit in the machine with like the shift that basically like you're just like exchanging slaps?
I can imagine. Look, if Eric is having this much trouble moving cards out of his damn room, could you imagine if he ran one of those? It would be like 6 months just to get like
I would
one shelf filled.
Love it, man. Can you imagine? Like it's the exclusive Reggie Aluminum machine. Like it's just like every time.
Like,
So you got the $100 machine. People are like, no, that's too much. And then you got the $50 machine, and then I need cheaper. And at the end, you got the dollar machine. That's where all the
That's what the love.
Well, with the look, but you got to remember inflation, man. Like right now with Eric, it would be $1.50.
$1.50.
$1.50.
There you go. No,
$1.50.
actually, like it's a loony machine with the
it only accepts Canadian loonies. Like Eric is like, I need these when I go back to Toronto. It's like this is the only way. I've got to get the loonies this way.
big roll of loonies.
Amazing. That'd be incredible.
I'm gonna bring you one roll next week, Eric.
Yep.
You mean you're gonna hit him with a roll? It's like the roll can go right here, and that takes care of that.
Thanks.
Yep.
Thanks. That's what I need. Thank you.
Yeah.
No
Oh,
problem.
by the way, Bobby, Josh mentioned to me, I'll double check, but he was saying to me that the Hamilton show might have a December 1st show.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So apparently
that's
they're
not a
doing two.
holiday, is it?
Yeah, but that's what I'm getting at. I think because of the weirdness. Now, apparently I'll double check to verify, but he said
Yeah.
December 1st and also Boxing Day. So it would end up being a midweek,
Interesting.
which would be, but I guess it makes sense because it is a holiday. You do have the days, people have the days off for the most part.
Well, traditionally, see, they have shows there anyways all the time.
Yeah, that's what I'm getting at.
On a monthly basis, but it's the holiday show that is actually the really packed show. Nobody drives to the monthly show for the most part, but it's worth driving if they do the holiday Monday show. So if it is a holiday, they might offset it. That'd be good.
Yeah, because December the 1st would be a Sunday, which would at least kind of make sense. So I'll double check. I'll verify, but that's what he passed along my way. So I'll take a look.
It'd be
I'll
a
see if that's
Sunday.
true.
Yeah.
I had like they were giving flyers and stuff at the expo, so I was
Yep.
doing the cleaning there. What's this one?
So it's a Scarborough show. Hold on, I'll zoom in so it's easier to see.
That is Scarborough. What does it say below it? I can't read that stuff from here.
Like December
So
21st.
305 Moorish Road. 305 Moorish Road in Scarborough.
Oh, okay. That is a
At the
small
Legion.
show. That's a small show that's in a Legion.
That's the Legion.
Yeah, it's a very, very small show. It's very difficult to find and get to for most people. It's I don't want to bitch. I'm going to bitch them out.
Sure.
It's just in the lower part of Scarborough. There's really nothing there. Like the 401 is the main part of Scarborough, which is sort of on the north end, and anything off of there would be fine. But it's not only is it further east, which would bring nobody from the west and very few from the north. You'll get a few extra from the east, and anybody who lives in Scarborough or Toronto maybe go. Carlos would be out for you. You wouldn't even
Oh
find.
God, no. Yeah.
I don't even think there's a bus that goes there. Anyways,
Yeah.
it's just hidden in a little small area, and it's very. It actually has a great because it's a Legion. They have a kitchen there, and they make burgers and fries and poutine and
Drinks.
and cheap, like dirt cheap, and it's like great, but there's nobody there at the shows. You can make room for 15, 20 tables, 25 tables maybe.
So you see, this is where I think they screwed up because even though they've outgrown, the CSC did one there. They've outgrown the CSC because now the CSC has gotten bigger with the
Yes, of
Pokemon
course.
and with the extra stuff they've added.
Sure.
But the obvious place to me, and Eric will appreciate this, I have a
Oh,
warm
what?
place in my heart for the German Haas.
Oh,
It's all about the German Haas. You got to have the German. That was a fun one. I was like, oh, actually, I appreciate that they set up a little show here. It wasn't too bad, honestly. I liked it for what it was, and it was kind of a fun little show. Still a small show, but they had a little space there that they could set up, and they did have also like a little eating area, and it was across the street. You had a bunch of options too. So it's like, all right, this is an accessible spot, a nice little size room there too. You could fit some dealers, and then yeah, you got some eating options. So I went there, made the rounds, chatted with some folks, and then at lunchtime I went to go get some lunch. I was like, this is a good deal. Solid.
Well, I got a coffee and a muffin there. So one of those large muffins, the one Costco kind of ones. So I
Okay,
said,
sure.
okay. I said, how much are the muffins? She goes, $1. I went, all right, give me one of
I
those
accept those
muffins.
terms. I
It's like
accept those terms.
$1, really? I had to ask her twice.
Yeah.
Like $1. When
Look, at this point, it's
me.
novel when anything's not like ridiculously expensive. You're like, we'll take it. Thank you.
Yeah, you're shocked.
Yeah.
You're
Oh,
expecting, you're what?
burger
Okay.
and fries was $4.50. Like, honestly,
It's not bad.
Cajun
Yeah.
prices.
I guess
It was-
so. Yeah.
it was good too. Like, honestly.
Now, let's touch on a couple of things I want to make sure. And again, we'll check. So I know Ben had this in there. I like this Freudian slip. I'm letting it go. But I enjoyed that. It's like, as far as Diddy cards is, ask Eric. Eric is like the purveyor. I think he's the big super collector for Diddy cards. He wouldn't stop talking about it. Like, honestly, we don't want to discuss it. And frankly, I'm ready to cancel Eric if he wants to talk about it any further. But I guarantee you there are definitely, because I know for a fact there are a lot of musician cards. I guarantee you one of those sets Diddy's in them.
Oh, yes.
100%. I couldn't tell you which one, but I guarantee you he's in one of those sets. Probably multiple of them. And Eric
Gun-
probably has 100 copies.
Oh, yes.
Gun to my head, I couldn't come up with one song that guy had anything to do with.
Oh, come
Well,
on.
he basically wrote the entire Kiss catalog, so you should know all the songs.
All right, you're getting a slap next time I see you.
Yeah.
I find myself unconcerned. I am unworried.
Carlos,
You're getting a kick to the hip while you're trying your slap.
Carlos, do you want me to slap him next week?
Yeah, kick him in the hip too.
Please.
Kick him in the hip. Hey, Yannick, you ever seen like in The Simpsons? Pretend he's Hans Mole Man and give him a swift kick in the nuts and he can go down like he got hit by the football.
Hell yeah.
I've taken care of you, Eric. You're going to be resolved.
The lace
JW
is
says. Yeah, JW, good evening. I read Blowout is suing Platinum Breaks for nearly $1 million of unpaid bills. That's quite a line of credit. So, yes, thank you for bringing that up. That's actually a good... I didn't have it in my list of topics, but yes, I actually saw a video about that earlier today. So let me read one comment here, Bobby, and then we'll do a quick plug. And I actually want to talk about that because I think that's worthwhile conversation. I think there's a good chat there.
Phil is
So the
live
comment-
right now.
Yeah, the comment was actually from last week, just from Brad Birchfield here. Said the old stuff has stood the test of time. There's just not as much of it out there. Bobby, do a vintage card collectors podcast. So we were joking about that whole thing where a niche thing could work. So there you go. At least somebody wants you to do a vintage hockey collectors podcast. So you got one. You got one vote.
It's in the works.
Sure. Good. Well, at least you got somebody who would
I'm
support
gonna
it.
have it
So
on
thank you.
Friday
Ben.
nights at 8:00.
There you go.
No,
That's when I would do it.
I find myself unconcerned. I'm not too worried about it.
no, I'm going against Phil. It's okay.
No, well, Phil's at 9, so he hasn't started. He's just getting going.
Yep.
So at least you got one supporter there for sure. So I wanted to kind of mention that just so we have it in there. So if you want, you can. Now would be a good time to plug your appearance if you want.
Oh. Well, yeah, I will be on the Gong Show.
Fine.
Huh?
Fine.
Thursday.
Yeah, a long
yes,
national nightmare is over.
It
No
is.
Yes.
And I will be reviewing the O-Pee-Chee history of hockey cards and a little bit of their back history too. Just to
I might watch more than 5 minutes for once. There you go.
you might.
Watch
Yeah.
any of it because I haven't even watched 5 minutes. So
Well, if you do
Yeah,
that 2
that's
times
as
speed, you'll
far
be
as I
okay.
could go without stabbing myself in the eyeball. So there you go.
Yeah.
When is-
Anyways, I figured I might as well go grace their show, and I'll put a little plug in there for Needham. On top of that, we've had quite a few members join since the show, so very happy about that. Still a few more people to go, and we'll get them eventually. But it's been going well, and yeah, the Gong Show it probably fills the gap for what we lack in other hockey podcasts. So if you're going to watch something, it's, and you just jump to the stuff that you enjoy. And, that's all I basically do myself. There's certain things I don't want to know about new cards, but it's nice when they focus on the vintage cards or they talk about a current event that's happening. That's fine. There's not much out there in the space anymore other than other podcasts that are just kind of being on for the sake of being on. You know, we have purpose here, but I'm just saying,
We
you know,
do.
like Phil, I don't know what he's going to
Yeah,
do. He just
picking
likes
on.
to talk to hear himself, so I don't know what's going to happen there.
Look, I believe Bobby. You should come in. I come at it with all the fire. I think you should just go straight for him. Just bull rush him.
Yeah,
Wow,
Defect
that's
says
all the
football in the groin,
fancy-
football in the groin. That's right. You got it.
he's from
I think I
Ottawa.
like this better than StreamYard, Carlo. Like, look all the fancy.
It's got the
transitions.
extra animation. Yeah.
Yes.
You know, and StreamYard wanted to charge me more for less. How dare
No.
you?
No,
The audacity.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
We like more for more.
we don't have that kind of chocolate stick money. We don't.
It
No.
is true.
You're not
Someone-
getting any. You're not getting any next week. Just keep that in mind. None.
I know where the Dunkin' is. Fuck.
Well, at least listen. At the very least, you can at least help Yannick with his checklist for Diddy cards. You are an expert.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I told them no chocolate sticks for him next week.
Dang.
For Diddy?
Well, Eric started off the show talking to a felon, so it's like he should speak to his people.
I guess.
Diddy White Sparkle SSP. I see what you did there, Brendan. I see what you did there.
I like
We're gonna
it.
leave it be. But I see what you did there.
I'm just feeling it out over here too. Okay, so there's the messages.
Oil patch.
Surely the Ashton Kutcher rookies of the Grail. Listen, Eric's got a stack of those too.
What
He's
about
all
the
in that.
LeBron rookie?
It's crazy. It's craziness.
Mm-hmm.
So I think we're all cut up on the comments. I want to make sure. So let me go back to this Platinum Breaks one because I actually, like I said, I did check your video about this. So thank you, JW, for bringing it up. So, okay, long story short, I don't know. Most of you guys, I think, have probably heard of Platinum Breaks. They're a little bit infamous in terms of they've had their controversy. A lot of them, actually. But
Really?
specifically,
They
what I
made it
enjoyed.
sports card radio many
Well,
times.
many times, yeah. The owner specifically has been the one who's had a lot of trouble with it. Well, it might be the owner, whatever. The guy who named G, that guy. So anyway, he's the one who was caught there tearing a card in half because he was mad at somebody. Like there was an issue,
that
and then
dude.
so he was
the guy with the knife and
is the same one, same guy. And then, he starts talking all gangster and everything. He's like this tough guy and everything. Well, that's Platinum Bricks. So they've had a bunch of different little controversies over a period of time, many years now. So the most recent one is that apparently Blowout is suing them because they owe $1 million in unpaid bills.
oh,
That's hard.
Yeah, we're talking
who
bougie
gives
Eric money
that
here.
much credit out to those guys?
So that was Bobby.
I
that
was
the
going to be
point.
what I said.
Yeah, so that was the reason why I thought it was
Yeah,
actually a good
damn
topic.
it.
So thank you, JW, for bringing it up and reminding me, because remember, guys, we've had this conversation before, and in the conversation I said the model is, even if everything is on the up and up, even if you're really good at it, the model is a very tough model because you got to look at how much these boxes cost and then look at what the actual return is. You have to get really clever and creative with the way you make these breaks work to fill enough of them and to actually be able to make enough margin. You can make a ton of margin if you really are clever about it, but there's only so
they were
much money in the
clever.
system. Yeah, but the problem is it's a constant cash flow business. It's a business where you constantly have to throw out, because even if you're using distributors, even if you're doing it directly from the manufacturer, even if you got completely legitimate sources and all good, you're constantly throwing out cash. By the time you barely got the money from this last product and you're already having to buy for 4 more products, and all the products are expensive and the cases are expensive. And it's just one thing we talked about last night, Ingrained. And Brad was talking about opening a couple boxes of Ingrained. The thing is, he's in a position where he's able to do that. That is not a cheap product. That's $500 a box. That's a lot of money.
Not much
So-
return.
He doesn't want to hear that again.
Yeah, but the thing is, imagine though, $500 a box, and then another product that's like Platinum was like $300 a box, and then the Cup is like $1,200 a box, and you get this procession of products one after another after another. None of them are cheap. All of them are expensive. So, but you keep adding it. Well, as a breaker, you can't skip products. You got to be constantly on it, throwing out cash. So then you start getting a little bit of credit. But then what happens if not enough payments come in? What happens if you don't clear enough breaks? What happens if you're not making enough money on those breaks? And then the next bill is coming due, and the next bill is coming due, and the next bill is coming. You can get completely out of whack, even if you're being on the up and up, even if you're actually trying to do the business the way you're supposed. It's such a cash heavy business. One thing goes wrong and the whole house of cards falls apart. It all comes crashing down, all of it. And it's even if you were trying to stay on it and actually being legit. And again, he's got a history of being a little questionable, shady character at the best of times. But again, even somebody being legit, one product has to bomb for you. One product bombs and you're short on cash, and the next payment is required for the next product, whole thing falls apart real quick.
Mm-hmm.
So that's what I mean. Like I don't envy anybody in that business. I don't. Nobody.
Well, especially after all of them going to breaking school and getting all that information, and the high end white trash neighborhoods that they grew up in, and all that they learned how to do business properly. It's a really good regimen for them.
Tough times, Bobby. Tough times. You
It
can
is.
add that commentary to your Gone Show appearance. I think that'll really help.
I think I'd like to. Maybe it'll slip out.
Maybe it'll slip out. There you go. So JW is saying, Bobby, you're rooting for Ovechkin to break Gretzky's record, being a hockey historian. Different eras and styles of hockey. He's now at 4 to 6 weeks. So I want to add something to it, but all right. So Bobby, you first, and then we'll let Eric have his moment. But any thoughts on the? He's going to be out for 4 to 6 weeks apparently.
Yeah.
I've got my opinion on it, but any thoughts on that?
Yeah, that'll actually delay his record a little bit. His card has went up. Do I want to see him break the record? Yeah, it doesn't matter. If you break the record, you break the record. He's never going to be the greatest like Gretzky was, but he's playing in an actually different era. But his longevity and the amount of things that he's done, yeah, sure, give him prompts. A lot of people don't like him because he's Russian, I guess, because and that shouldn't even really come in the way of anything. It's just a matter of, hey, listen, you set a record. Doesn't matter how long it takes you. I actually take a little bit of something that took somebody who did play for 30 years in a league. Let's just say if they did. I give them prompts for that, for making it that far, but it kind of extends the record going, well, yeah, you're almost naturally going to break it with that many more years that you have on somebody. It's sort of like Bobby Orr only had 10 years in the league, and other players similar, Bossy, same, So those guys would have went on to be far greater, but unfortunately, they were limited by there, and Lemieux too. So Ovechkin breaking the record, go for it, enjoy. Be smart, sell your cards before he breaks the record.
Yeah. Now, one thing I'll add, because I want to make sure we include that as well, and this is something that I think is interesting, and I saw the graphic on it. I'll see if I can find the exact numbers. The thing is, at the pace he's gone, obviously, even at this stage where he's like 20 odd goals away, he's actually on pace where if he hadn't been interrupted for this, and again, he could still do it because it's number of
Would
games.
have been done.
He actually is on pace to score the record-breaking goal in less games than Gretzky. So he actually would be less games, which is actually
that people
impressive.
are feeding him now too.
Well, they are 100%. But
So.
that's so his actual style though plays well into it. Like I've been actually watching some of the games the last little while, and I was having this conversation with Lapper at the show, and I said, here's the thing: if you were just feeding him and to the detriment of your ability to set up your own goals, then I agree with you. But right now, their style of play with the current players they've got with him, it allows them to have an outlet. And if they get double teamed suddenly, they get it out to Ovechkin. If he gets double teamed,
Yes.
well, then they don't do it. He actually just passes it back to them, and they get the shot off. So the point is, they're getting their goals too, and the team is actually winning. So the team is winning. He's getting his. They're getting theirs. And in reality, his point totals are actually helped by the fact that the younger players are doing a good job. But they're also feeding him when he's got. And the thing is, he's taking good shots from high percentage positions, which allows him to score the goals. So it's actually good hockey that they're playing, and it's actually helping the team play better, which is good. Yeah. And I think the fact, if he's able to break the record, though, in less games than Gretzky, I think that's a little exclamation point on it for him, because that's impressive.
And I think that really helps the hobby, let alone the league or the watching viewing, because we really don't have much to look forward to. Yeah, you were talking about Bedard and all that stuff. That's fine. McDavid's going to keep doing McDavid stuff. Nothing's going to change there.
Sure.
But, having Ovechkin, and that gives us something to watch. We don't really have that sensational star that's kind of in the league right now at this time. We're
He's also a
for
player
the
who
next-
likes scoring. He for all it is like he's got a little bit of exuberance to him, even at this stage in the game. When he scores a goal, he's celebrating like he scored a goal, which is
well, every decade,
Something I like from Ovechkin, just like the passion.
a little personality is okay. It's okay to have a little bit of fire and be like, I actually enjoy scoring goals, so when I score one, I'm happy.
yeah.
That's okay. That's not a bad thing. So I think it actually helps. It's a fun side thing. To your point, I enjoy going into the Facebook groups and stuff because people are like, well, he's never going to be the greatest player. It's like, who said he's going to be the greatest player? He can score 1,500 goals. He's not going to be the greatest player.
No.
But he's one of the greatest goal scorers ever, which he is. Mathematically and by every metric, he's one of the greatest goal scorers of all time.
He scored some incredible goals that I've seen.
Yes.
On It's like, wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
And I think Eric, I want to get you in on this one. I think if we're being fair about this, I think the fact that he is one of the greatest goal scorers, I don't think that's in dispute given the volume, and also again, he is actually in a position where it's still mathematically possible for him to score more goals than Gretzky in less games than Gretzky. So it isn't
Okay.
like he played 3,000 games to break the record. It's like, no, actually, you guys are fairly level. I think it's pretty fair.
It'll be next
What
season
about
when he breaks it. So I think.
what about we ranking on like maybe the ball? First of all, he'll be the greatest scorer out of Russia. That's one thing. And then
Well, he already accomplished that. That happened
Yeah.
a while ago.
so that's already one claim he can have. Then what? Is he the best Russian player, or we gotta go back to? So Eric, who's the best Russian player? I see you like already shaking your head there.
Igor Larionov.
Okay.
Oh, okay. Igor. Sure.
Igor Larionov.
Everybody knows it's Trechak.
Great. So the greatest Russian player of all time, if you don't count Wayne Gretzky, because for trivia, Wayne Gretzky's Russian. That's his heritage.
Part
His
of it.
parents came to Canada. So if Bobby's Scottish, then Wayne Gretzky's Russian.
I think he's Ukrainian actually.
Okay, this 23andMe is driving me crazy. Okay, fuck it.
Well, his grandparents came over, so
Who
it's
cares?
like
He's Canadian. Enough said. End
enough
story.
said. Okay.
Listen. I think the disrespect from Eric from Sergei Samsonov is disturbing. I find it
No,
disturbing.
Sergei Samsonov can suck it too.
See, Eric literally. So can we get back to Eric hating the Boston Bruins? He literally hates Boston Bruins legends.
So it
Yeah.
seems.
First Joe Thornton and now Sergei Samsonov. How
So-
dare you, sir?
All right. So anyway, the greatest Russian player of all time is Igor Larionov, and if he played his entire career in the NHL, it's a good. Some believe, including Wayne Gretzky, he would have all the records.
What about
He didn't
what about
come.
McGillney?
No,
Who?
not the greatest of all time. No,
McGillney.
I love
No.
Miguel. He was an amazing player.
he was amazing. He scored
What?
26 goals in a season or something one time. I mean, he was phenomenal. If he wasn't didn't have a phobia about flying, he probably would have had a little bit better of a career. But his nerves were shot every time he had
Can
to
I
get
ask,
on.
can I ask a serious question for Eric's assertion here? So Igor Larionov is what you went with. Igor Larionov?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
Whatever.
so some think if he had started, he would have set the records for what?
Just about a lot of
Eric's favorite player.
no, a lot of people believe that he was better than Gretzky during the 80s, and he
There's
didn't.
a lot of people. How many?
So anyway,
Can I finish
so real
this? Up?
quick,
Five?
Can I finish?
just so we're all on the same page, I want to make sure we're on the same page here. So Igor started in the NHL. His first season in the NHL, he was 29.
Wow.
So he played his entire 30s. He played 921 games. I want to make sure we're not talking about like he played 100 games.
Mhm.
He played 921 games. That's
Almost
still a fair number of
1,000.
games. That's a lot. He won the Stanley Cup 3 times. Excellent. Very good. He had 169 goals and 644 points in 921 games. He wasn't even a point a game player, and he played his entire 30s. We're not acting like he didn't show up in North America and play at age 40.
Al
He
Gill
came
had
at age 29.
Yeah.
So he's the greatest
Al
at what?
Gill had a better average.
Not
And Hal
points,
Gill's
not
Russian.
goals, and what?
So
So he's a Hall of Fame player. That part I have no issue with. But I'm not buying what you're selling here on being the greatest Russian player.
Yeah, what do you got to say to defend yourself?
I'm
what
not.
is that?
I'm not going to try. Every time I try talking, you three yell at me.
No, we're not yelling.
Well, we're yelling at you because we're using actual stats and facts. And he's a hockey historian. He's the Burrell in the Garage of Knowledge. Overruled.
Mm-hmm. It's in the app.
And I'm the
It's in
Quebec.
the app. All right, Brendan Ryan says, I'm all for anti-hype products, but I think instead of anticipating championships, I'd rather spec on how bad they disappoint me and they never pan out. I enjoy routine. Josh Rosen. The chosen Rosen. Yes. Goat. Josh here has Bure. As a pure goal scorer, Bure is very good.
You're right.
Yeah.
Amazing. Yeah.
Yeah. Jeff here's got Larionov over Fedorov. Fedorov, I think, it would be an excellent choice. I like Fedorov in this one.
Yeah.
What about Barry? Pavel.
Well, that's the one that
We
Josh
just
went
said that.
Oh,
Yeah.
sorry, I wasn't listening. Sorry, my bad.
What show are you on? You watching Phil?
He's on Gong Show right now. Yannick beat you to Gong Show. He was
I'm
there first.
recapping right now. I got a lot of catching up to do. So.
There you go. So I like the Fedorov is a good one because he did play a long time. He actually had a full length career, which is really good. I like the fact that he played a very sound game in a lot of the elements that he did, and he was able to have he was a Hart Trophy winner, Stanley Cups. So he had a lot going for him. I like that.
Well, a lot of people said in '72 when Karlamov came over that he was like the best player they've ever seen. And he died early. He died in a car accident, I think, in 1980 or something like that. But there was a guy who was his autograph is like if you get his autograph, it's like $1,500, $2,000. Amazing, yeah, for a Russian. Go figure.
I think one of those things like we always have to separate whenever somebody does like what's the greatest. A lot of times sometimes somebody with a short career has the advantage of unrealized potential, so we try to project stuff that didn't happen. There's certain ones where I'm comfortable doing it. Like if you want to
Greatest
say
of their
Bossy,
time is probably best, right?
I think that's
Of
fair.
their time.
But if you want to say Bossy was the greatest pure goal scorer, I think there's a valid argument to be made for it. Just the sheer fact, his consistency through that time period, like just the fact he did it year. Now Ovi has that too because he was able to develop that long term consistency as well, and that's why I said like a feather in his cap, a bonus point to him right now where he's at, regardless how many more goals he adds. I like the fact that he actually, again, with Gretzky in the 80s and everything that happened, the explosion of goals and offense and all that, he still has at least a shot of doing it in as many or fewer games. To me, that's a very big thing. I think that's a feather in his cap saying on the goal scoring side. But he's either better overall probably no. Crosby is the better overall player, even from that rookie class. Crosby is the better overall player. But as a pure goal scorer, Ovi is in that elite category. He's at the top of the food chain with those guys.
Yeah. Certain. For certain.
I'm curious right now looking at Malkin's.
He's done very well. Malkin's put up some really good numbers as well. I think
Probably
he's over 500
better
goals.
than Larionov.
Yeah, so Paul here says, we're saying all time, going Karlamov is skill player, but goalie is Tretiak. That's fair. I'm with you. Oh, yeah, here we go. Sergei Makarov, the oldest Calder winner. Yes, he is the reason Medano didn't win the Calder Trophy. Makarov was that one for that particular year.
Evgeny Malkin's got 1,166 game plays at 1,315 points. So he's over a point a game.
Yeah, which is fantastic. Over 1,100 games and over a point a game is phenomenal. That's fantastic. It's really good. So it's one of those things where like there's some really good players. So, but for me, Ovechkin, I just look at the goal scoring and I'm extremely impressed by it. I don't try to claim he's a better overall player than anybody necessarily. I like this physical game though. I like Ovi in his prime could also throw his body around and push some guys around. I like that. That's the main reason though. I pick Lemieux over Gretzky for me. I like the fact that Lemieux could push people around as well. He had the skill, but he also used his size. He would actually push some guys around if he needed to make himself some space. So he could get to you a couple of different ways. I like that. Gretzky had the skill. He had the anticipation. He was out there scheming and game planning, and he put on these amazing passes. But he can't push you around. He's not going to shove you out of the way. He needs some help in that regard. But can he sneak past you? Can he find ways to find some room in the ice? Yeah, he totally can. Different kind of players, though. Completely different players.
And McSorley.
He helps too, yes. Let's see here. Choosing Larionov as the best Russian player is like choosing Jacques Lemaire as the best player from Quebec. Robert, I like this. I like the controversies. I like it. I like it. I like the comps, bros. I like the comps. Yager too. So Yager is not Russian. So Yager is Czech.
Yeah.
But Yager is a top all-time player as well. But he's not Russian, so he won't count in this particular discussion.
He's the Yager is the European Gordy, longevity, or not necessarily hitting.
He played forever. Yeah, he was still playing. I think up until this past year, so it's just completely wacky. Malkin never gets enough credit playing Crosby's shadow. Yeah, that's always going to hurt him a little bit.
100%.
But he performed well. Scoring wingers are much different than scoring centermen. Imagine tracking the mileage required by centermen who have to play a full 200-foot game versus wingers who play half the rink. I get you. That's fine. That's why I said we're talking about overall player versus specifically goal scoring. We're just talking goal scoring here. But I get you. Ham says, I'm over a point a day at work. I also have a GOAT award. Look at you, Ham. Look at you. Eric appreciates your GOAT.
Eric is employee of the month every month.
Ooh, I think that's good. I think you should, Eric. You should award yourself Employee of the Month in the sports world and see if anybody notices.
I ask Phil every day if I've earned Employee of the Day. It's kind of a running joke.
I think the employee of the month though thing you could probably get done. I'm just saying, just throwing it out there. Yeah, but that was good. So yeah, since we kind of got lost in the sauce there, I will mention. So yeah, Bobby will be on the Gong Show. We've had a lot of fun at it. Mostly Bobby though. Bobby's the one who kind of slanders Gong Show the most. I'm just throwing it out there. I think he's been kind of mean about it to those boys, but he is going to come on the show and do a segment. So we'll see. We'll see how it works. And this should be interesting. I'll check it out for sure. We'll definitely listen. I do listen to some segments because there is sometimes some interesting stuff in there. And I think there is a place. So all jokes aside, I think there is a place in the hobby for a show that does cover the current product, does a little recap and review of it. So I think there is something there to be said about it. The other stuff, I can take or leave, segment by segment. It depends. We'll see. So I don't know. Let's see. So Ham says, yep, he's the only employee. Doesn't count. How many employees does the sports world have anyway?
12.
Yeah, I was going to say, it has to be a decent amount with the size of the shop and stuff. Yeah, I'll pass it along to Bobby here when it comes back on the screen. Yeah, no, that's fine. But Rage, we were only talking about Russians. We weren't talking all time in general anyway. But Yager is definitely in the conversation of an all time player, and he also played forever, which I think is kind of interesting. Let me think here.
Like 90. I think 1990 was his first year.
90 was his rookie year. Yeah. 90 was his rookie year.
Stanley Cup right away too.
Yeah. Okay, no, I get you, Rage. Now I get where you're coming with. Okay, I got you.
We compared.
Yeah. So not the best Russian, but that deserves a mention. He had some really good dekes. He had some highlight reel goals. Skill level was definitely right
he retired as a Red Wings yesterday. 1-day contract or something.
Oh, did he do that? Yeah, one of those 1-day contract deals. Okay, that's cool. I like that. Let's see here. Just want to check something out. Eric, is there anybody left? Is there anybody that would do the 1-day contract that you're going to retire as a Bruin? Is there anyone that qualified for that? Did Bork do the 1-day retirement, or did he retire just as an Avalanche?
No, he retired as a Bruin.
I figured he would have done that.
Yeah,
it would have made sense.
I don't. Chara did it last. Chara retired as a Bruin.
Okay.
I don't think
anybody else that qualifies that should have. Joe Thornton, Sergei Samsonov, obviously.
No,
those are easy ones. Anybody else?
There's nobody playing in the league right now that I think.
What about Phil Kessel?
Phil Kessel, I don't think wants to be known as a Bruin. He'd probably, if anything, be go to Pittsburgh or something.
He did have success. He did have success there.
There's a lot of people that still want him to play, but he said he didn't play last year, and he's not playing this year. But I don't think he's officially retired. And
he's
Phil's the kind of guy that if he's not training every day, he's probably getting a little big.
Was he training every day when he was playing? I'm not completely convinced about this.
He had to go to practice at least and play games.
I was going to say that sounds.
He had to burn calories doing that. So
yeah, I was gonna say. So anyway, so Rage has your back there, Eric. So he's got that. The mass hole's got to stick together. There you go. He's got that going for him. Paul says Rick Nash in relation to the Boston Bruins one.
That was amazing. The worst add-on for a playoff run in history.
I'm noticing a reoccurring pattern here, Eric. You just don't seem to appreciate anybody who played for the Bruins.
Yager could have retired as a Bruins.
Yager, was on the 2013. I think it was the 2013 Stanley Cup team that lost to Chicago, I think. And then he was gone the next year. But I wouldn't think I think you will see Yager retire as a Penguin.
I think that'd probably be most appropriate. I think most people would be very comfortable with that.
Well, he's played for every single team, right?
Basically, yeah.
Except for the new expansion teams. So maybe he'll come back and just get them all in because
I would almost be inclined if I was Yager to be like, can we just sign 1-day deals with like every team that you're missing?
Yeah.
Can we just fill it out? Like do all of them. Get them all.
Yeah, it's crazy that he has played for absolutely everybody.
I like it. I'm a fan. Ham here
Charles.
says the buff. Go ahead.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead. Go finish.
Yeah, I'll
Finish
just
your.
finish reading a couple here. Phil Kessel likes hot dogs, like Eric. He does like his hot dogs.
No
That is
pepper.
true. Rage here says Cam Neely needs to get a 1-day retirement. Maybe that'll help the organization. I don't know. Would it?
Something has to change.
Tyler Sagan. There you go. He started as a Bruin.
No, we don't want him either.
Wow, you're just an angry Boston Bruins fan. Just bitter about everything. Good Lord.
I am right now.
You do know they've lost more Stanley Cups than everybody else. Shouldn't you be like bitter as a Boston Bruin fan all the time? Like there's no time. There's really, Eric. Let me ask a rhetorical, philosophical question.
Oh,
Is there any scenario in which the Boston Bruins could ever give you any joy? Because really, their sheer quantity of failure outweighs any success they could ever have ever.
winning? Winning makes me happy.
So there's no happiness ever.
No.
Well, if
Interesting.
what you're saying about 2011 didn't really happen, then no.
Yeah, well, 2011 definitely didn't happen. I can 100% guarantee you there is
you
no
all know
living
why I'm
soul that will
always-
ever agree.
Now you know why I'm always miserable and grouchy.
Wow. Sounds to me like you should have stuck with the Red Sox. But anyway, moving on.
Screw them.
So go ahead, Yannick. You were saying?
I heard some news this week. Actually, I thought of bringing it up because
Go ahead.
a Babe Ruth card showed up in Danvers this week. Unknown that the guy
Ooh.
even was sitting on it. It's a 1916 Morehouse baking card.
So
Oh, it's
somebody
a
was
new
sitting
rookie
on
card.
it.
It's a new
That's
rookie card.
that's what I was gonna say. Now is this the newest Babe Ruth rookie card because it's already addressed and such as Babe Ruth rookie card.
Yeah.
Extremely
So-
rare.
And he's
You
found
gotta
out a yard.
understand, as Babe Ruth rookie cards go, they are very similar to the Spartacus thing.
Yes.
That's a
Very
rookie card. No, you're a rookie card. No, I'm the rookie card. You see, it just gets complex. It
Yeah.
just gets increasingly complex.
Where's Newberry? Newberry Port?
Newberry or Newburyport? They're two separate
Newberry
cities.
Port. Newberry Port.
You got two named, one Newberry and one Newberry Port.
Yeah, Newberry.
Only
And then
Whoa,
Newberry.
whoa. Pause.
Oh yes. Mm-hmm.
Eric was bitching and moaning about Rough Riders and saying, "Oh,
Yes.
you got two Rough Riders." Ooh.
Yes.
And then you got Newberry and Newburyport. Really? Go on, Mr. Bushy Man.
Yeah, they're not. Those aren't teams in the same league. They're cities. and
They're
they're not-
cities inside the same state.
but
You
they're not.
dumbass.
They're not the same.
Oh no, they're not the same.
Anyway,
No, they're named the same.
What would be
It's
funny
still
is if
that
Newberry is the one that what would be funny is if Newberry is the one with the actual port and Newburyport doesn't have a port.
Probably.
It's like a 20-minute drive north.
so it says he's from Newburyport, but he found the card in a garage sale in Danvers.
Right.
Hmm.
Yep.
Now, do you want to answer Josh's question here, Eric? This one's for you.
I thought Nathan Horton did a great job when he was here.
I like.
Wow. A Boston Bruin he actually likes. He hates everyone else. He thinks Ray Bork is trash. Honestly, the slander of Ray Bork was a bit much, but fine. Whatever you're going to do. Seems angry for no reason, but whatever. Robert says, yes, it's a rookie card Red Sox as far as regarding the Babe Ruth.
There you go.
Yep.
Just wasn't sure because I know they like throwing rookies. Like
There are a lot of rookies. Babe Ruth has a lot of rookies. He has rookies to this very day. Quite a number
Pocket
of them. It
Schedule's
seems.
a rookie, apparently.
Everything's a rookie, man. I don't know what to tell you. It's a lot of rookies. Just saying.
Baker's
so real
just
quick.
trying to catch up with all the new cards.
Amazing. So real quick, I wanted to share this since so we don't usually we do the odd thing. We'll share a couple of cards in here. So we were talking about the ingrained, and I was joking about it yesterday when I saw the one card that I'm still figuring out if I want to make an offer on it and what kind of offer I would actually end up making. I was able to win a card from the new ingrained. It wasn't the same one that I was looking at, but it was actually one that I kind of like. And the price on it was honestly much more reasonable. I was very happy with that. So let me see. Can I do the screen share in a way that actually works here? Let's try. See if this works. And let me do this.
Fancy animation again.
Yep.
Ah,
So there you go.
very
So that is the Remnants stick piece on there.
That's nice.
Looks pretty solid. This one was actually available at a fairly reasonable price. That's the key. For me, it was less, okay, the price on this is fair, and I made an offer on it, and we were able to come to a deal on it, so I was very happy about it. So just to put it into context, though, The price I paid for that card, you could buy 12 of those for one box of Ingrained. There are 6 cards in a box of Ingrained. So
Oh,
mathematically, I am actually ahead on a per card basis. That was actually cheaper than the average of 6 cards in a box of Ingrained.
wow.
I just want you to think about that.
Insane.
Just think about it.
Thought about it. Done.
Yeah. That should tell you all you need to know. Because that is a game used piece. That's a game used piece of a Hall of Fame player. And I bought it for under the average price of a card if you take the box of Ingrained and divide it by 6. I paid less than that.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Which means that the price for me is reasonable. It works out fine for me.
Which
So,
means
like,
don't buy those boxes, Brad.
listen, I would never recommend it to anybody. You got to do what you got to do, but I got to be honest. Like as a as a player collector, that worked out great for me. You know, their loss is my gain in the situation.
Yeah.
I'll take it. So for me, I get the card for my collection. Cool. I like it. But nonetheless. Let's see here. Does Eric realize we have a St. John's and a St. John?
Well, that's
Wow.
different. That's New Brunswick and Newfoundland.
Oh, listen, Eric for Rough Riders and Rough Riders, they're in 2 different provinces, and Eric doesn't seem to understand the difference there either.
True enough.
No.
Right?
Can't have a sports league with 2 teams with the same name.
Well, one is hyphenated, one is not.
That is
Yeah, one literally has a space and the other one doesn't.
ridiculous.
Rough Riders Port and Rough Riders alone.
Yeah, I was about to say, if we add the word port to it, does it
No.
work for you?
That's ridiculous. That's ridiculous.
Yeah.
All right, fine. You get back to me when we talk about the Boston Leaf Bruins. They wish
Yeah.
Glenn Murray could come back. There you go.
Glenn
Ham here
Murray
saying,
is a solid player for the Boston Bruins.
Ham here says, thoughts on Eternal Cuts World Celebrities.
Junk.
So I know what those sequence of words mean. I have no idea what set you're talking about. Now, I assume it's a celebrity set, but my question, Ham, would be, who produces this set?
And what world are they talking about?
Just saying, world celebrities. It's important.
Come on. Mike, come
We
on.
need more information. We need more information.
He's from Florida. What do you expect?
Paul here says, speaking of boxes, watching flawless football breaks is hilarious. Cards aren't as good, patches look weird, and people are getting smoked, and I'm laughing at it all. Well, right now, on any of the high-end stuff, they're gonna get smoked. Actually, Paul, I think you'll appreciate this. Apparently, Panini is going to come out with a flawless WWE. That's going to be very interesting. And by interesting, I mean people are going to get demolished. There are going to be some cool cards in it, but the reoccurring theme with a lot of these sets right now is, as a singles buyer, there's some potentially fun cards that could be in there. So it's one of those things. As a single, I just use the Ingrained example. I like the card, and I'm happy to add it to my collection. The price I got it for, very reasonable in relative terms. So I'm cool, awesome, good to hear it. But if you bought the box, that Hall of Famer memorabilia piece can't yield you more than the average cost per card is not great. That's not a good thing. Very, very bad. Let's see here. Yeah, I've seen the Yannick is one of the rarest ones because it has the stamp from the company on the back of the card. Seen that Yannick, one of the rarest ones because of the stamp from the company on the back of the card. Not sure. Maybe you're on a different timing on that one. Not sure. You lost me on that one. Too complicated. Everybody's dead. There you go. So it is a flawless WBE. I don't know if you heard about this, Paul. I was very excited. I was very amused. I have no idea how much these boxes are going to be. Whatever it is going to be too high, and I'm going to laugh my head off. It's going to be fantastic.
Yeah.
It's going to be very, because they're doing the whole suitcase and the whole thing. So let's see here if I can get this to show up for me. Flawless. Panini Flawless. Here we go. Got it. Let's see if I can do a little share. See, this is what Eric's going to be investing. He's making room in his room so that he can actually invest. #invest.
That's the reason.
Yes, that's right. That's what he
You know,
wants.
it's something like that.
Here you go. So let me take this off the screen. So there it is. Panini Flawless. There's the case. You got a little green case inside. There it is. You got your Ultimate Warrior Flawless card. There's Roman Reigns. There's a Cody Rhodes, a little Undertaker there with a piece of shirt. Bret the Hitman Hart. If you look on the back, he's complaining about somebody. He writes a bunch of complaints on the back. That's how you know it's legit. But there you go. And it's going to cost a crap ton of money.
It's not very good on a white background on those cards, is it?
Well, that's basically Flawless does. Now, the good news is they're all on-card autographs, so the white space is good for the autograph. So it actually will come very clean. So for that, I think for the individual character collector, they'll be able to find a couple of cards in there that'll be nice, and the autograph will be on card. So it's not on a sticker or anything. So I'm good with that part. Again, that's for singles. If you're interested, I'd chase singles. Wait until somebody else opens the case. Go
Yeah,
see if
sure.
go see if Ken Golden can convince Drake to open up some Flawless cases.
Good
Maybe
luck.
that's the play. Other than that, though, I wouldn't touch it with a 50-foot pole. But nonetheless, another product in the can. So here we go. Newburyport is on the other side of Boston Dan versus close to Eric and Sportswell, I believe. Correct. North of North Shaw.
Yeah, that's
How
what I
many
said.
how many ports are there?
A few.
Mm,
Well, we're on the ocean, so
Actually, I think it'd be much funnier if you had a man-made lake and just put ports on 4 sides and had 4 different cities with a port, but the port is just to the lake.
yeah.
That'd be amazing. See, I got ideas, people. I can fix this for you. So does Babe Ruth have the same situation as Mantle as to the year card being the true rookie? The situation is that there was a couple ones that were traditionally accepted as the rookie, and then people just made stuff up. That's the situation with Babe
They
Ruth.
made stuff up for money.
Yeah. Whatever will sell well this week, that'll be the rookie
Yes,
card.
exactly.
Yeah. So, like I said,
And
for
it's
me, it's going to be
rookie
fun
every week.
because right now Panini is in the process of trying to get products out the door before their license turns over because
Yeah.
Panini's losing the WWE license and it's
Yep.
going to go over to Topps/Fanatics. So, in other words, they got to get their products out the door before the clock runs out and they can't. So they got to take advantage of it while they can and sell the product and get it out the door.
Yeah. Fanatics needs the money. They're 1.2 billion in debt right now. Actually, Moody's just downgraded them right down to the line of above penny stocks. So they're in trouble. They need to get some product out and licenses going. Otherwise, I think they overspent and they overpredicted, and I think their LCS's the requirements for those they went a little too high end. I think they bought in at the wrong time, and it happened. And I don't see them carrying too much more forward. I think they're going to try to go public and then dump it after that.
Well, they were always going to go public. That part was going to happen regardless.
Yeah, I think.
That
Well,
part.
they sold some stocks off. What's his name? Sold some stocks. So trying to generate some money so they can go public, and then we'll see where it goes. Because actually, there's not a lot of reason for them to be bought too much for anything. So at this point, because they're so heavy in debt, that's a lot of money. How much do they buy? How much do they pay for Topps? 500 million or something?
Yeah, give or take.
too
Yeah.
much.
Yeah. Well, there's half of their debt right there. In
500 million in the business world is nothing. That's like Eric's pocket change.
No,
Yeah,
I understand.
Yeah, like that. So the thing is, here's the thing. Topps should have been worth billions. They weren't
Yes.
because they mismanaged the company.
Yep.
So the reality was they bought Topps for pennies on the dollar. If it was just a matter of wanting money, they could literally sell Topps for more than they bought it for.
Okay, yeah, I
Easily.
understand that.
By
But going
multiples.
forward, is it going to really render them money as quickly as they think? I think not.
Well, like I said, I think there's two different things. You're talking about Fanatics debt. Remember, Fanatics is bigger than just the sports cards. Fanatics is also apparel and the other stuff.
Understood.
The licenses for the different ones, they have all these different licenses.
Sure.
But the thing is, like the NBA, for example, and a couple of the other licenses, that's like they literally made an equity company. So everybody keeps talking about like, well, they spent this much. It's like you don't know how much they spent on it. The Players Association and the league got a certain amount, but they also have the equity thing. So depending on how much equity they gave them, how big the company is, you can substitute equity for cash. Equity is not the same as cash. I can pretend BIC is worth $100 million and give people stock in BIC. Doesn't mean it's worth a damn thing.
No.
So instead of actually giving you money, I'm giving you equity in something that isn't worth anything.
Yeah.
So in reality, I'm not out of pocket a penny. So that doesn't actually hurt my debt at all. So it depends on what they actually spent the debt on. So you're right. But at the same time, my question would be what they spent the debt on. That's the part I'm more interested in. I actually think the licenses are expensive, but the reality is if it was just about expensive licenses, then you don't bother creating a corporation that the players are in. You would have just given them the check.
Yes.
There's two different things. because
Mhm.
with the equity part, you can cheat a little bit and actually cut down the amount of
Yeah,
cash.
yeah, exactly.
So it's a smarter way. It's a way of getting around it, offering them more while not actually giving them more money up front.
Yeah, it really depends where the hobby goes in the future. So they're hedging their bets on that, and
Mm-hmm.
as we see, it's in the downturn at this point for new product sales and what have you. So we'll see what happens in the next 2 to 3 years, because
Eternal
they have to
Cuts.
bring that debt out of there, because otherwise, going public is not going to look good for them having that much debt. The EBITDA is really killing um, their outlook. So
Well, yeah, for going public, yes. Ham saying Eternal Cuts is like a product developed out of China for historical people. They cut up handwritten, personalized letters and put them in the cards. I've actually heard a number of these different products. So funny enough, obviously we'll talk about it maybe next week. Amanda does, I think it's a bi-weekly podcast with the gentleman from England that she does, and they do
Mhm.
non-sports. And the thing is, there's a bunch of Chinese different manufacturers that produce different non-sports cards.
Mhm.
And one of the ones that they showcased a couple of weeks ago was Matrix cards for the Matrix movie.
Oh
And they're
wow,
actually nice looking cards. And the thing is, they were $25 a box.
wow,
But they're nice looking cards inside. Like it's basically these little packets and you get these
kind of like
cards.
retro. It's nice.
Yeah.
Unless they're
And
going
the
to
thing
bring out
is,
another movie to updo
yeah.
that.
Yeah.
Is one
And the thing
slaughtered?
is, and the thing is, the foil and they used on it actually was nice looking foil, nice looking cards. For again, that we can't now because it's a Chinese company. It's like how many cards are in the checklist? No idea. How many? But I will say the cards individually themselves actually look pretty good. So, and again, at $25 a box, do you really care? You get a couple of cool
No,
looking
at
cards
that
and move on with
no,
your day. Like it's
no.
fine.
And that's the fun about the hobby, is that if you're spending $25, it's nothing to worry about, going
Yeah,
forward.
yeah.
But these $600 boxes, that's a little bit of something.
It's exactly a different issue. Yeah. Excuse my language. I met Ken Nader 3 times. Once as a kid, twice as an adult. As my dad worked in his car many times growing up. He was the biggest douchebag I ever encountered, hands down.
Wow.
There you go.
Hmm.
I've only met him once, and he was very nice.
So he only punched you in the face once?
No, he reached out and said, "Hi, Cam. Nice to meet you."
Oh
And we
my
sat
God, he's blind. He missed your face.
and
This is
Mm.
very sad.
and
This is terrible.
we talked for about 10 minutes about everything except hockey, and off he went.
Hmm. He was a great
Amazing.
player, that's for sure.
Absolutely.
Yeah. But
Well, at least we found a
Vancouver,
Boston Bruins
really?
player Eric actually likes. He seems to hate all of them.
Um,
Paul here says Eric pays less than 100 million per episode in like button fees. I call bullshit. Dang.
Mm.
I heard Rick Martel's perfume pumper relic is going to be there. Listen, that'd be amazing. Arrogance. It was awesome. The Rick Martel thing, the model Rick Martel, was such a stupid gimmick, but I just enjoyed the fact he literally had a prop. It was so dumb. I love the fact he had a prop though. That kind of made my day. It was fantastic. Pieces of the past are nice. Okay, there you go. We're getting some new commenters today. I like it.
Yeah.
So we got here. So we got Sync. Good evening. Where can the hobby go in the future? What do you want the hobby to look like? The age-old classic philosophical question. Where can the hobby... So there's two questions. Where can the hobby go in the future? And what do you want the hobby to look like? I'm
Big
going
question.
to be 5% more mature in my answer, but I want you guys to go first. By all means, Mark, please.
Me? Where do I want the hobby to go in the future? I want the licensing to open up to many different companies, and have different products put out there, so that they can feed the future of the hobby going forward, not just through LCSs or just where you can purchase cards. It should be on the back of cereal boxes or any other product, what have you. And that exposes everybody to either cards or collecting cards, or the fact that there are cards made that people collect, which a lot of kids nowadays don't even look at. And that generation is kind of lost in apps and digesting how many times they flip through their phone. I think they lost that generation, but I think there's another generation that can come back and get back into it. And Carlos, you just talked about $25 boxes. That's great. Bringing back something old or retro, or maybe even something from The early 2000s or mid 2000s, to get those kids back into saying, hey, these cards are nice, and maybe they'll just look at something else and it'd be a little retro for them. If you don't retroize something, if you look 10, 15 years into the future and you look back at your past and all you did was be online and you did you fed yourself through scrolling, then you have no relationship to collecting cards in the future. But if it was on your cereal box, you might have seen them, or it was on the ho-hos or whatever, lash on cakes that you bought. Much the same as a lot of things were when we were kids, and that kind of fed us forward. Even if we didn't collect cards, we still were exposed to the card industry, whereas most people won't be exposed at that time. So the carrying forward will be I'm the last of the baby boomers, so the X Gen, they're going to be carrying it forward, and they'll be 60 in another 10 years, and 60 to 70 at that point. You're going to have to rely on the generation behind you. And if you don't feed that generation, you're going to have nothing for the future.
I think that's fair. I think the biggest problem that you're going to run into with this, and Eric, we talked about this the other day, I think on the podcast episode. We were talking about Brian Gray's interview with the CEO of Pinnacle. So that was the Jerry Meyer, I think it was. I always get the name mixed up, but I think it's Jerry Meyer. So anyway, I enjoyed his discussion because he brought in his perspective. He was looking at it as a perspective of somebody who ran a business and was able to have some successes in the 90s and was able to do some innovative things and all that. But even in the 90s, he felt like the licensing fees were too high. And for him, that was a sticking point that even at that point, he said, this doesn't make any sense. This is not a sustainable business model. This is in the 90s. And that's the reason why he wanted to get out. So when he basically got out of it, the relationships were the key for that. And when he got out, basically they immediately, according to his retelling, they lost their license in short order. And once they lost their license, that was it. Basically, Pinnacle was done. They were bankrupt and they went out the door. And if down the road we get a chance to talk to Jeff Morris, he can obviously give his perspective on it from the other side. And that's something we're working on. So just to let you guys know, we're going to work on it and see if we can manage that. And if we can, we'll have that discussion down the road. The point, though, where I think it's interesting, what he said, was that even in that perfect world where you want to open it up, everybody always throws in the idea of open up the license. Well, kind of what I threw at Eric and what I think is whatever the license is today, if you think Fanatics overpaid for the license, great. Whatever you think the license is, if they went back to the old model and they said, okay, we're just going to do a cash thing, whatever the license is, this is how much it is. Whatever they would charge one licensee, let's say it's $200 million a year, whatever, just throwing a number out there. So what they would do is, okay, it's one licensee, $200 million a year. Well, we want more licensees. Okay. Well, what that does, and this was Jerry Meyer's point, he said the problem was, in his opinion, was that in the 90s, you had a bunch of these companies who wanted a license, but they didn't understand how to run a business. So they just handed out a bunch of licenses to companies that had no idea what the hell they were doing. So the end result is you would get a bunch of garbage. But the league didn't care. They were getting money, license money from all these people. So what the league would do today is they would say, okay, fine. We really don't want multiple licensees. But if you insist, then here's what we're going to do. It was $200 million for one. Okay, we're going to make it $100 million. Oh, great. There's four of you. We're actually making $400 million.
Yeah.
Now the
It's
problem is
not
in order for you to get your $100 million out of it, you got to make 30 products. And now I've split it up in four ways, and each of you have to make 30 products. So now I went from Fanatics making 40 products to four different manufacturers making 30 products each. So in reality, now I've got 120 products, and the market is completely flooded. There's a bunch of junk all over the place, and you're in an even worse spot than you are today. And by the way, the box prices didn't go down because they still got to make their money back. We have the worst of all worlds. We've actually created an even bigger monster than we've already got, because now you've got more manufacturers making more junk that you don't want, and it's still priced high, and the consumer is still screwed over. And for the cereal guys that you're talking about, oh, so you want it for cereal boxes only? Cool. It'll be $30 million for you. And they're like, we're not doing that. We're not paying you $30 million to put a couple of cards in some cereal boxes. Screw you. We're out. So you were offered. You still had the chance. First right of refusal. But Post Cereal said no. Kellogg's Cereal said no. They're like, no, thanks. We don't need that. Thanks.
No, I understand that. That would be way beyond, for sure.
Yeah, they're
But
like, no, thanks.
you have to feed your future. If you do not, you are left with people who will not know your cards, who never went into an LCS as a kid, and they will not recapture the youth, because the youth won't cover any exposure to any form of cards. And that is the losing deal 10 years down the road. There's no recapturing anything at that point. If you do not seed, you do not benefit later on. and they're not seeding. They're keeping it very exclusive. And all those card collectors, the card collectors now, where are they going to be in 10 years? They'll be collecting cards. Where are the non-collectors, which are the lion's share of the population? Nowhere. Why would they get into an industry later down the road? To speculate, gamble? That's it. No other reason. They might
Yeah.
enjoy sports, but why would they get into cards? I don't see it. I don't see any exposure to it. What's that? Why are those cards worth so much money? I don't know. You know?
No, I agree. I see the thing.
So
I agree.
you
I agree with your
uneducate
entire.
the class of people. And if you have uneducated people going forward, then how do you expand a marketplace? You do not. You do not expand the marketplace. We're going to get 10x. Yeah, okay, we'll get away from that 10x, but you have the 10x to expose people to it. If you're not exposing to it people beyond the card issues that you issue and not getting it out to the general public, then you are lost at that point. In your next 10 years, you're lost. Looking forward, your speculations are poor because you're just going to rely on people coming in and collecting cards, and that's it. That's fine. Where are you going to
No, I
be?
agree.
Good luck.
So
Luck
the
in
thing
10
is,
years.
I don't disagree with anything you said. My
Okay.
point is that whenever I'm looking at these, I have no problem disagreeing with things you say, but in this case, I
I
don't
know.
disagree.
That's okay.
But the thing is, in this case, you're talking about folks that working at these companies that don't care about 10 years down the road. They're looking at the next quarter. So when the long term view is the next 3 months, the next 3 to 6 months, your decision making is going to be very different. It's going to be very short
Understood.
sighted. It's only going to be about maximizing profit for the next 3 months, the next 6 months, the next 1 year, not 10. So when the Players Association and the league are saying, yeah, that's all great
Well,
and good, we want max dollars today. 10 years down the road, we'll worry about that in 10 years. We're not worrying about that now.
well, I can't really agree with that. I have to say that they acquired the licensing for how long? What was it, in perpetuity or something? Whatever it was.
Yeah, like
So
20. But Bobby, that decision is literally proving my point. They don't give a crap about. Here's the thing: they could make it in perpetuity, but if Fanatics goes under tomorrow, they'll give the next one the thing licensed to perpetuity. They don't want multiple licensees. They don't even want to deal with it. They're saying like if you can last,
but
that's
that
awesome.
doesn't suit the NHL going forward at all.
Well, that's why the NHL is with Upper Deck.
That's why they go, see ya. Yeah, exactly. Upper Deck.
Yeah,
Yeah. Well,
but the thing is, the reality though is if they don't like what Upper Deck's doing, they can ditch them tomorrow. So they
true.
have that option. So for now, the NHL is fine with what Upper Deck's doing. They're cool with it. But again,
Yeah.
in hockey, we also have a monopoly. It's
Yeah.
still only one licensee. It's still the same idea.
The end result was what my opinion was as the future, what it looks like forward. And I don't see it looking that good down the road if they do not seed. Without seeding, you don't have anything down the road. You have exclusivity and you get less and less people involved. You get not more, you get less.
Yeah.
It's inevitable. It has to be. If there's no exposure, then why would you get into it? Why would you pay $20,000 for that card? Ooh,
I like that background sound. Yeah, I was going to say
great.
that was a monster in Yannick's place.
I think
What I was going to say though is that no,
Upstairs.
the thing is that's why I don't have necessarily a lot of optimism for the long term prospects. I
Yeah.
don't. Now, also kind of on my side of it, I don't really care. It doesn't bother me one way or the other. I'm only really again in the same. I'm going to borrow the same philosophy as the other one. I'm only looking selfishly out at my collecting lifetime, because for me, my collecting serves my needs and my purposes.
True. Of
I'm
course.
not worried about the 25 years from now. That's not going to be my concern. So that's going to be somebody else's problem, most likely. I may already be out of the game by that point, or at least participating in a very niche category. We'll see. But that's why I think it's interesting. So Ham here's saying, I feel like license will be challenged in the next couple of years. So Ham is obviously in
Yes.
the BG camp. And the thing is, so here's the thing. We'll see what happens down the road. I don't disagree with the concept. Again, BG didn't have the guts to push the red button. He kept talking about the red button. He didn't push it. So I don't care what it is. I will say though, speaking generally, do not be shocked if they challenge the license. License are challenged. Do not forget that the courts, and this is not a political statement, it's a statement of the current state. The courts and all those things are leaning more and more business heavy in terms of siding with the business. Well, if the licenses, if somebody can just make cards for whatever, and they want to use all these excuses, the work uniform, all the stuff that BG was talking about with his little case law thing, he goes, oh, well, it worked for Pacific in the 90s. Yeah, the 90s was 30 years ago. Today, the same court is going to be like, I get what you're saying, but if the licenses aren't worth anything and the intellectual property isn't worth anything and the leagues can't license their stuff, then what's the point of them having anything? Then the leagues and players association are going to go, all right, fine. You want to play that game? We're not signing any of your shit. Or we're going to charge you $1 billion
There you
for
go.
anybody to sign any. You want our
Exactly.
jerseys? That'll be $100,000 for the fourth line center.
Yeah.
We're going to do everything in our power. Like, again, I actually think legally they will be able to stop them this time around because the courts are going to become more sympathetic to business, bigger business, not the small business, the bigger business.
Of course.
And even if they don't, then the leagues, they're going to be like, okay, fine. Oh, but we can sign individual players. Well, we're telling the individual players not to sign shit for you unless you add a couple more zeros to it.
We go
You
back
want
to
to
the
sign some rando, it'll be $1 million.
Yep.
So you don't got any game used, you don't got any autographs unless you just steal them off another card and like
Exactly.
glue them onto your card.
Yeah.
It,
Brian Gray it. Yeah.
there are ways for the even if in legal court you can fight it and go like, well, we should be able to make cards. Fine, make your damn cards. Well, they're not going to be very appealing if you don't have anything you can attach to them that the other ones can't.
See, when I actually got, sort of back heavy into the hobby in 95-ish, I would say that I was looking at a never-ending future for the hobby. At this point, now it's 25, 30 years later. It's a different scenario because things have changed dramatically since 2000, 2005, 10. After 10 or 12, then things really got a lot different. And that's when the licensing kind of really kicked in more as a sense of what products they're limiting and taking out and giving licensing to, with companies and what have you. So we've seen less and less and less and less. And now we're at this point of just cards. Anybody who's not into cards is not going to care in 15 years what cards are. Honestly, if they were on
probably.
a cereal box, maybe. If they were in this or advertised here, or I know we have them at Tim Hortons, but like you said, Carlos, all the time, it's like Tim Hortons is not a kid's place.
No,
so you're not feeding the kids, you're feeding
product.
the 30-year-olds, 20,
You can
30
you can do it, but it's not the same. It's the McDonald's is a different thing. It worked better.
Yeah, that was a good thing. So
yeah,
and that's another thing that you could, Wendy's or whatever fast food joint that's still around. Hey, yeah, let them.
Well, the thing though is for hockey, it's Upper Deck's choice. Upper Deck does have the ability because the thing is, there's nothing preventing them saying, hey, yeah, let's work something out. For me, McDonald's was really good combination, and McDonald's worked with Pinnacle, they worked with Upper Deck, and they worked with Pacific. They worked with 3 different manufacturers with that license, and they were able to make something work. And then they just kind of gave up on it and moved on. It's like, okay.
It was kind of funny back in the 60s when you go back to Parkers and Tops, Sheriff Coins. They were allowed to issue cards. Now they were allowed to issue it on the Parker side of Toronto, Montreal, Detroit, but they weren't allowed to issue under the American teams later on down the road. So it really got exclusive, and then it kind of turned again in the later 60s. So that's basically when it all started, when all that competition started and the gates opened. And it hasn't stopped until, 2005, something like that. And then now we're into a different world. And like I said, it's not like they fed it; it just allowed it to happen, and it was great to have that licensing. But now going forward, if you want to exclusify the licensing, then your detriment is your next 5 years down the road, I think, or 10 years actually, more so, because most people look back 10 years and then they realize, if you're old enough to be 20, so about 30 years old is when you sort of kind of look back and remember when you were 20 and go, wow, it was 10 years ago. Yeah, and it comes upon you pretty quick.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll see what happens.
So Rage here is saying with the most licensed company competition creates motivation and innovation.
Yes.
Also, companies that went out of business. All the companies that were part of it went out of business and got consolidated into bigger and bigger companies until you wound up with today. The reason why Pinnacle still exists, the old brands exist, is because they got bought out and then they got bought out again. Pinnacle's CEO, I referenced that interview. He flat out said, in his opinion, at the time that he got out, he wanted to get out of the business because he was like, this isn't going to work. And at that time, the licenses were much cheaper than they are today.
Oh, yes.
And he was like, flat out, this isn't going to work. Our margins are shrinking. We're not going to do that. It's not going to happen. So he got out of it, and then that company went under. Their assets were bought and shipped over to somebody else. And then slowly it got smaller and smaller and smaller, and it went to less and less hands and less manufacturers. A lot of the printing shops that did a lot of the technology don't do it anymore. They're either out of the business or they do other stuff. Today, on one of the recent podcasts, they were talking about the PMGs. And they actually had, because they brought Jean McLeod and Arena Designs back into the fold. Jean McLeod told them in that interview, she said, a lot of the stuff she wanted to do, they didn't have access to printers that could do it. So even the ideas she had from recent stuff, this is most recent. They're like, well, we don't have printers that can do that. Oh, well, can't do that, can't do that, can't do that. Okay, so, and
Well,
she
it
had to
makes
give them.
sense. They were on the edge of technology at that time, right? So it was the innovation issue, and going back and redoing stuff. Why don't you just keep going forward?
Well, the thing is, there is no forward. A lot of that technology
Well,
was a
forward
lot of
is
those.
what you can do. It's not
Yeah,
opposed to what you want to do and bring back what we
yeah,
used to do. Let's go
yeah,
forward and do something else. And then
yeah.
maybe they hit a stagnant point of non-creativity. I don't know.
Yeah, I think they just ran out of gas with a lot of the stuff. A lot of the stuff they wanted to do
Yeah.
was because even some of the designs she wanted to do, there are licensing fees with. She wanted to use backgrounds of actual places. Well, those places
Oh
today
yeah.
would actually charge you something for it, whereas before they would let you use it. It didn't matter. Well, that's changed. That environment's changed. The actual cost of the printing has changed. It's gone up. So
Mhm.
now the manufacturer's going like, yeah, we can't actually afford to include that in the product. Can't do it. We can't afford to include that in the. So you're actually making choices based on budgets, not based on the idea. So the idea is there. It's on the cutting room floor. We can't afford it, and we're not doing it.
Yeah.
And the idea is always like, creates innovation competition. Okay, cool. So when the competitor comes into space, they add these fancy things, and you don't buy any additional packs because in reality you don't feel enough value has been added to it, and they still go out of business. Then what's your plan?
At least they issued.
Sure, but that's the thing. A lot of
And,
them,
and
a lot
somebody
of them
else
over and
comes
over.
along. Somebody always comes along, or another issue comes along. So
Well, the thing is, the last decade or so, people haven't been coming along.
no,
That's
not
that's why they've been
that's
stuck.
different.
Everybody's
Yeah.
looking and going, I'm not buying into that. No, thank you. I'm out. They're
So
looking at those licensing fees and go, that's too expensive. It's going to cost us a fortune to get in on this game. That's why Fanatics bought Tops instead of just coming up with their own manufacturer from scratch. They bought somebody who at least had something already, and they didn't have to create their own. You buy
and then
in. You don't create your own at this point.
yeah, and then 10 years down the road, then what do you say, right?
Exactly. Exactly.
Yep. So
Yeah. So I
that's
almost.
our
So,
forecast, my forecast for the future at that point. Um, I think vintage cards will still be there. I think there'll be more of a sense of historics, opposed to newer stuff that's available at that time. Just saying. I don't think it'll be as strong, but it should maintain itself, especially pre-war. That'll always be strong, and certain other issues through the 50s and 60s. But for the most part, yeah, it'll fall to that X generation. No, it would be the millennials, I guess.
well,
The
so there was Generation X, and then you
X,
go Millennials after that.
yeah, millennials. So yeah,
Yeah.
and the millennials have so many things to choose from. So, and a lot of it was online. So
Pretty much. That's what I say. Like
video
from that generation.
games, online, yeah,
Well, look, we had this conversation. Like right now, we've got
sure,
we've got basically we've got all those generations we just talked about covered. You've got the baby boomers covered. Eric is
yep,
Generation X. I'm at the very beginning of the
yeah,
millennial generation.
millennials.
So I'm right because because there's basically a crossover. It's actually funny they had to come up with like a little kind of because the problem is everybody always looks at generations and they do like a hard cutoff. And it's like that doesn't work that way. It wasn't like you were born on one day and you're
Kind
one
of
and
does, but kind of doesn't. I'm
but
at the
that doesn't.
last end of the baby boomers, so I'm
That's what I'm getting at.
3 months
When
before
you're
the baby boomers get that
yeah,
cut. So
from a
I'm
cultural
X gen
standpoint.
baby boomer. I'm in between, like you are
Yeah, but that's
millennial
what I'm
X
saying.
gen. Yeah,
When you're in that little cutoff when you're one generation is about to end and the other generation is about to start, the folks that are right inside that line,
yep.
basically you're kind of borrowing from
A
both
little bit of
sides
both.
culturally. Yeah.
Sure.
So I think what they came up with is I'm trying to remember. I think they call it like exennial. They came up with like a middle
Oh my
ground
god, they came up with a name for it. Oh my god.
because the thing is there is a phenomenon in the middle. It doesn't work. The millennial at the end of the run is a different character in terms of what they've been exposed to, as
So I'm
opposed to
a
the beginning of the run.
boomer X.
Fuck
Something like
that.
that. I don't know.
Next.
Or you're an ex-boomer. I don't know. You're
Oh
somewhere in
hey,
there.
hey ho. I wouldn't
You're somewhere
mind.
in there.
Then I'd
Yeah.
be younger. No.
Well, the reason though that's a real thing is that being at the beginning of the millennial generation, right at that cutoff line, I was there before the internet. But somebody at the end of the
Yes.
run was born after the internet. So you don't. So like it's the two. Our experiences are going to be wholly holistically
Totally.
different, even
Big
though we're
difference.
inside the same generation line. We don't.
That's
It's going to change the game in terms of I lived with pre-internet, then the beginning of internet, and then today.
yes.
That one was born and internet was already online.
Yeah. And I was born with Pong, and then we went into video games. So it's that general. So what do we have after that? We have who's it after millennials? What is it called?
So after millennials, I can't remember the name. There was
It
there
was
was there,
it's a funny name. So those people going forward, kids, I don't know what they have to look forward to. What are they doing right now? I can see a lot of them being into Pokemon.
oh, that's gonna be, yeah, for sure. That one's gonna be
I think
some.
I think the future of Pokemon is great. Is really great. I
So
think.
it's just it's Generation Z. It's like Z
Oh, it's
generation.
just
Z.
Generation Z. Yeah.
Yeah.
So
So
Funko Pops will turn into the Beanie Babies of the 80s or 90s. So we're gonna have those shifts and change. It'll be interesting going forward seeing how the Z generation does, and what they're gonna collect or if they're gonna collect.
yeah. So
We'll
the
see.
thing is, so put in perspective, the millennial generation, depending again on the number you want to go with,
Sure,
millennials considered somewhere between 81 and 96. So
that's a big switch.
if you're
That's
born in 19, so I'm born in 83. My existence in 1983, by the time the end of the generation kicks in, I'm in high school.
yeah.
We're operating in completely different things. Like
Oh, yeah.
we're not the same. But we're inside the same generation time period, but it's we're bookending it. We're two completely different sides of the equation.
Yeah, you're a teenager and you're hearing dial up.
Yeah. Well, actually, for me, it was even before that because I had dial up in '94. So
Yeah.
so the reality is though, and again, in that scenario, the end of that generation isn't even born yet. 2 more years before they're
No,
even born.
exactly.
Forget about the rest of it. So we're already again, but we're inside
And
the same
then put them
generation.
7 years into advance on that, and then they're at a point where they can do stuff, and they're already
Yep.
full into it. Yeah.
By that point, it's the early 2000s. We're a completely different thing. It's already changing as we
Yes.
speak. It's changing.
Yeah.
So that's what I mean. Like it's the generation gap is actually getting tighter because the changes are happening faster. So it's
Yes.
like
Yes.
so the beginning and end of a generation, you may as well be operating in two different worlds. It continuously changes.
Basically, yeah.
Yeah. It's called a cusp and yes, exennial. Yeah, I thought so. There was something in there. So yeah, so my generation would be considered that. So I've made this point before though. I said if I hadn't started collecting when I did, today I wouldn't bother with it. Because I wouldn't bother with it. Because why?
Would
I
you?
can watch the games and do all that. I wouldn't. No. I've got other things that are honestly interesting. I do it kind of now. Here's the thing. I do it
Would you
now
do it for
today.
investment? This is the different
Not
part of
really.
the
No. It's a shitty investment compared to other things that I could be doing.
what. But would you know any better? So you can't predict exactly what you'd be doing, but you might look at it as saying, "Hey, I wouldn't mind making a few extra bucks. I do like sports. I do think this guy's going to do well, and take it from there."
Well, the thing though is that the reason why I'm making the statement is that I also was interested in stocks and those things in my early teens. So the reality is, if I wasn't even paying attention to sports cards and I just focused on that, I'd probably stick with that. It's just more interesting to
Understood.
me. It's a
Yeah.
more it's I can still get that dynamic market aspect of it and still operate with it. And honestly, probably I would have been better off buying some of that stuff. To be honest,
Maybe.
probably would have been better off to just speaking for myself. To each their
Yeah,
own.
but understand a hobby is different than an investment hobby that you take forward. There's more reward. It's more rewarding being in a hobby than it is being an investor.
Yeah,
And
I think for sure.
the appreciation is there. A little sense of history is there. If you just want to go forward, which most people do until they hit about 40, and then they start realizing a little bit of history because they can look back 20 years, then things start to change. But only until that time will they change. Not any time, usually before.
Yep.
Historically.
So Ben here is saying Pokemon is still huge. Oh, 100%. Pokemon's big time. Like, listen, outside
Yeah.
of the Diddy cards, Eric has basically got one of the biggest stockpiles of Pokemon in this world.
He might.
He's got all the Charizards. Just saying.
What's the Charizard worth now?
It's probably still a pretty penny, to be honest.
Sasha Charizard?
What's
Huh?
that?
Sashatee's Charizard?
Yes.
Just in general. We're talking in general the Charizard.
But we use
so
him
like
as
the
a
PSA
reference
10.
point.
Yeah, so let me see if I can grab it here.
Because it was at 450,000 last
Well, it's not going to be that much for sure.
spoke. Why not? It was the best investment ever.
Yeah, well, per Sasha T. Let's see. First edition hollow.
Mm-hmm.
First edition hollow. The last one sold for $208,950.
Man, and I respected Sasha T.
Sasha T is still around, by the way.
It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
He
Here's the
wasn't
thing, though.
around when he was around. It didn't matter to me.
Well, the thing is, though, that does. I get your point,
I
but the
couldn't get
reality
over the
is,
voice. I'm sorry.
yeah. But the thing is, he still is out there like moving cards around. He actually just left the social media side of it.
Yeah, I get it. And that's
But it was
probably
funny.
best
It was funny to
because,
me because a lot of people were asking, like, "Oh, Sasha T's gone." It's like, no, he's still at those shows. He's literally
yeah,
still there.
it was
He just
better that
doesn't do
he
the social
actually
media side
went
of it.
underground and did what he did, because you can't stay out there and do the business you want to do, and tape and videotape everything that you're doing.
Yeah. From
It's
that
hard.
degree, though, you got to. But from that degree, though, it was kind of smart. He actually like, you know what? Never mind. It actually works better if I just operate here in the background and do my own thing and move cards around.
He was
Because
a
that's all
time
it
and a
was.
place. That's all. The pandemic was a time and a place. That's all.
Okay. So
Nobody
let's
could
see.
do no wrong in the pandemic at that point.
Yeah. Sean was
Nobody.
saying. Yeah. Well, that's all we can do. So, Sean, we're all playing the what if game. Everybody else has been doing the what if game this whole time this conversation has been going on. Well, what if we had more licensees? Well, the thing is, we've already seen more licensees. It actually already happened. Do we actually have a background for that? We have a history for it. And if you want to find out what it looks like when a generation doesn't give a crap about cards, we were seeing it right now. The kids that are doing it now are doing it because they got their Pelican cases and they want to trade stock and inventory.
Yes.
Otherwise,
It's a
they
way to
don't
make
care.
money. I understand.
Yeah, they don't care.
Everything's about making money now. It's not about collecting and humbly living your life. It's about, I got to make bank, basically. Because that's the only way you get famous, right? Because everybody
Which
wants
is
to be famous, right?
yeah, which is fine.
YouTube, million views. That's it. That's my life. Kind of shallow, but hey, sorry. World's
Well, the
big.
thing though is that you can't legislate to people what they're going to be interested in.
Not at all.
So, and I'm not going to. For me,
But you
if
can
that's what they're
influence
into,
them. You can influence them a little bit.
ooh, we got to be influencers. Eric, hashtag influencer.
I know. Yes.
I don't want to be one of those either.
Dang. All right. So here, Robert's saying, in my opinion, Gen X should go to until those born in '88. That would be like the longest generation ever. Like literally the longest generation of all time. It just continues forever.
I
Never
want to
ended.
live in that time period.
Yeah,
Shit.
it never ended.
Yeah.
I think Robert should go back to 1914. I think we should go all the way back to the beginning of the World War.
And
Gen
the
X
World War.
never
And the
ended.
first.
Gen X never ended.
Nope.
Yeah. So here, Rage is saying, where in the world, when you can print 3D printed handgun, you tell me you can't make beautiful, innovative cars like they did back then? They can't. It's not that you can't do it. It's that the
It's a
paper and the
licensing.
stock, the paper and even if we get past the licensing though, the paper and the stock costs more now than it did in 1995. A lot of materials cost more than they did in 1995. That's just in general.
So
The other
this
part of it, next,
vegetable.
yeah, the next part is so the materials cost more, and to recreate the materials actually increase the cost as well. So a lot of those foils and stuff, the foils you're looking at are basic from the same swatch of foils that everybody's using. All the manufacturers use the same swatches. The Kaboom is inside of a booklet, and the booklet is called Kaboom, and that's why they called it that. That's the only reason it's called Kaboom. It's not very creative. They just took the pattern, and Upper Deck has access to that pattern. Panini has access to that pattern. Topps has access to that pattern. Everybody can hire it. So it's coming out of the same stuff. So whatever.
Those cards suck.
Eric's favorite cards in the world.
No,
Favorite
they
cards in the
suck.
hobby.
They're so stupid. They are
Amazing.
so stupid.
Amazing.
Kaboom, kaboom.
He literally can't get enough. 2 of my worst mistakes in collecting: taking all the stickers off my full first series Garbage Patch Kids cards and sticking them in my bedroom wall and seeing Pokemon and thinking it was nothing. Dang. Shame. See here. What if BTC goes to the moon? What does Gen X want? Like I said, I have some Bitcoin. I don't mind having it, but it's not. It can go to $100 million. Whatever, it's fine. That's the problem. That's cheap and want to cut costs at every corner. And this is what we get. Look at all the tools in the world. There's a reason why people buy Snap on before anyone else. It's cutting costs, yes, but the reality is that the actual base cost went up. So even if they wanted to maintain, the cost would go up. You can't have it both ways. If the cost goes up and
Have it your
you
way.
are okay with the boxes going up, which they have been anyway, so you're going to have the boxes go up even more. So if they're cutting costs and the box prices are going up, what do you think is going to happen if you don't cut costs? Are the box prices going to stay the same or go down? Eric, does that math work out? Are we can we calculate some maths over there?
No
Well, I
math.
don't like math. All I know is this: is that once a company realizes people will pay X price for their product, you're never going to see the price go down. Not significantly, anyway.
Well,
It's like
but I'll forward a different question though. What if I take the same product and I increase the cost to you to manufacture it? Is the price going to go up or down? Are you going to increase the price or decrease the price? I'm increasing your cost to manufacture.
item is good.
Ooh, see? His internet crapped out. He needed to increase the price.
The
Go ahead, Eric.
price is obviously go up if you
Yeah.
increase the manufacturing costs because the manufacturer is not going to eat that. He's going to pass
Yeah,
it
they're
on.
going to pass it along to the consumer. Yeah. Your box prices, which are already ridiculously high, are only going to go up. It's going to go up again.
And I think if the trend of having expensive wax continues to grow, I think you're going to see a lot of people giving up on it and saying, screw this. Because the the return is no good. I see it every day. People opening $300, $400, $500 boxes, and in their opinion, everything in the box is junk. So what do? Instead of saying, "Well, I learned my lesson," no, they turn around, grab another box off the shelf, hand us their credit card, and start opening again. And guess what? That box, in their opinion, was also all filled with junk. So now they're $1,000 or $900 or $800 in, and some of them still don't learn, and they'll turn around and grab another box.
All I'm
And
hearing, Yannick, is that Eric is handing them the wrong boxes. That's what I'm hearing.
yeah,
Pretty sad when you think about it.
Yeah,
well,
like I wish Eric would finally hand them the good box for once.
no, we
That'd be
see
nice.
scan them all and keep the good ones for us.
Dang. You can all clip that.
Eric's keeping all the kabooms to himself.
Yeah, he's
Yeah,
keeping it all for himself. That's what's going on. I get
all
it.
the kabooms. But
He's-
seriously, it can't continue in this trend. We're paying more and more all the time to get the products. The markup is getting smaller and smaller because if we're paying $200 for a box, we're marking it up what 240, so we're making $40 on the box. I
Well,
mean,
you're lucky if you're making 40 on a box.
yeah,
I've seen some boxes
whatever.
where it's not even 40.
Yeah. I mean, I'm just kind of making up a small number. I mean, it's really bad. It's not going in the right direction, and it can't continue this way. It's not sustainable. Um,
Well, that they're forced to take other boxes that they really can't sell is the other part.
So that goes back. So Bobby, that goes back to kind of the thing with platinum. I talk about with platinum, he's got a history of shadiness, but that's why I kept qualifying it. I said even if you're trying to operate a business on the up and up, to do the best you can, to actually operate as honestly as is possible within the space. I'm including the caveat. It's a cash business. You're still throwing a ton of cash with no guarantee of return. And if you don't fill the brakes, if you don't find a way to make it profitable consistently, because you constantly need more cash, it's the only business where you can never be allowed a moment's peace to breathe, because if your distribution dries up, you can't get the product. If you can't get the product, you have nothing to sell. If you got nothing to sell, the game ends. It's a wheel that you have to keep spinning, even though it doesn't make any sense to keep it spinning.
So it's a perpetual scamming job that you need to do, and then you're going to see so much more of it because they have to do that in order to stay above their bills, I guess. Right?
That's what I've literally been saying, for like the last couple of years that we've been talking about.
We're going to get a lot of breakers who are doing a lot of shit. So,
but that has always been the entire. So we use the pun, the House of Cards. The entire House of Cards is built upon this. This is it's a business model that doesn't make any sense. Even Eric's inability to math, but even if you knew how to math, it doesn't math. It doesn't actually work. It makes no sense. There's no calculator I can find you that makes it work.
So at this point, do we say that when the breakers have taken over the hobby or supported more the hobby than the people buying packs, is it at that demise of that going forward? Because where do you go from there? Like, what's the
Oh, you
next
can
up?
you can go from there. Don't even worry about that.
Yeah,
There's
I know
always
they can
enough.
go from there, but
Look, I built Eric. How much effort have I put into trying to convey and trying to really promote rule number one, to convey to everyone that will listen. There is no limit. The only force, the most powerful force in the universe is not love. It is human stupidity. It is limitless. If we could
There's
ever
the
harness it, we'd power everything.
should we add another
infinity
rule?
sign at the end.
It is infinite. It never ends.
We need to add another rule.
Ooh, he wants to add another rule. This is serious
I
business.
think so.
How many
What do you got?
rules we have now? 8?
I think we're at
8.
7 or 8. Are we 7 or 8?
8. I think 8.
Oh, get the pad out, Eric.
It's time to get the official pad. It's important.
You cannot win without cheating.
Ooh. Well, so do you want to go phrase it that way, or do you want to say
No,
if you're not
we
cheating,
can-
you're not trying? If you're not cheating, you're
Yeah,
not trying.
maybe that's better.
That's a good. That's an Eddie Guerrero quote. That's a good one. That's
We
a
can go-
classic.
Oh, is it somebody else's quote? Shit.
Yeah, that's Eddie Guerrero. If you're not cheating, you're not trying.
Okay, we can use his. That's fine.
It's a solid quote.
It is. I actually like that better than mine.
It sounds a lot like number 3.
What's number
Corruption
3?
is rife. Corruption is rife in those.
Oh no. That's corruption in every regard. This is going
Yeah, it's just
forward.
general
Yes.
corruption.
Yeah.
We're speaking very specifically.
Yes, we
So
are.
how many
We're
rules
getting
do we
more
have, though? Are we
specific as
7 or
rules
8?
get higher.
Is it 7 or 8?
8. 8.
We're 8 officially. All right.
So this would be 9, or is this 8?
This would be number 9 if we add one more.
Number 9.
Number 9.
Number 9. Beatles. Everyone knows it.
Spin the record backwards. Number 9.
Yes, you do know it. See, and that's history that you shouldn't know, but you do know. Do you
I
see
know
how?
things.
Yeah, I know you know things, but most people wouldn't know that. And what album was that from?
I actually used to know the answer to that. I don't remember
It was.
anymore.
It was a color.
Oh shoot!
Blue.
Was it the White Album?
Yellow.
Yes, the White Album. Yes,
It was a White Album. Okay, yeah.
yeah, it was. Yeah.
Yeah, I used to know the answer to that. The thing is, after history major. So after a while, you remember a lot. We actually had a music history course, actually, at the University of Guelph. That was one of the ones that, and I took it because honestly, it was a lot of fun. And history and film was also very good. History and film was a fun one.
And I got 55 in history. Go figure.
Happens, man. But yeah, the point is that there are a lot of these. I think there's always a different way that you could twist it, because there's a lot of we talk about the hobby because we know it. We talk about the hobby because we're exposed to it constantly. I think I'll go back to talking the early 90s. Let me go back in time for a moment. Let's step into the Wayback Machine for just a minute. Exactly. Thank you, Bobby. We'll work on getting the effects on the show mainly, but
Yeah.
you guys get the general idea. You get the general idea. I want to do it for a second.
Console. Yeah.
I want to go back to that era, and Eric remembers this
Put
one.
it
as well.
on the flux capacitor.
Yeah, let's get the flux capacitor. Let's go in the Wayback Machine. Let's do the whole thing. Okay, back to the early 90s. Back then, people were talking about, and I was there. I remember having these conversations. Again, I was a kid, but I was listening to the people having this conversation again back then. And they were talking about these cars. Oh, this is a rare card and whatever. And it was junk wax stuff. It was available in abundance. This was pre-internet era. The reason why people were able to convince themselves of this is because they're only looking at their local area. Their reality was the local area. If it's not available in your local area, or it's tough to find in your local area, therefore it's rare. That has that has no bearing on reality. That wasn't the way it worked. The social media era, all it really did, and now let me fast forward, not all the way to present. Let me fast forward only to about 1995, 1996. Only about 5 or 6 years. I'm not going all the way to the present. eBay. Well, the thing with eBay in the early days of eBay is that all of a sudden it was a global market. Stuff became available that was always available. It was always there. It's just now you can access it. So now, good news, bad news. Good news is some legitimately rare stuff did sell in those early days because people just looked for an opportunity to move it. They're like, hey, get it out there. Other people would be like, oh my God, that's actually a really cool item. Let me buy that. And they would do that. But other stuff would be like, well, actually, it turns out there are a lot of 1988 Donruss cards. There are a lot of these things and there's millions and millions of them, and they're actually not that rare at all. So even though pick your thing that you wanted, turns out it's not that rare at all. And all of a sudden you had a global market. So all that changed was that you became aware. I forget the name of the story, but it's the story about the cave. and it's the people that stayed in the cave and then the people that went out, and the reality is the sun was there the whole time. And all that happened was you were absolved of your ignorance. That's all that happened. You just became aware of what was there the whole time. It
That's
didn't
right.
change. So the point, though, is that at that point, that was our first indicator publicly. Oh, by the way, some of this stuff is not as rare as you think. And
But
then the next,
ignorance was there too. There was a lot of ignorance, even though the internet was there. There was not, people didn't know what to
there will
buy.
always be, Bobby.
Point.
There is nothing you can do that will ever eliminate ignorance. My point, though, is that I'm saying there are phases to it. There is
Sure.
complete and total. We're all in the dark, and then there is all right. Some people are accessing now. They're seeing there is a sun out there, and then over time there's a little bit more of that. But all that happened was we just kept going through these phases of it. Then the internet expanded and it grew. Well, today, when stuff happens, we got social media. We get all this information presented to us. We get constantly bombarded with it. So now, because we're bombarded with it, we're convinced that this is what happens every single day. It's like, well, actually,
No.
in the relative terms of it, it actually was going on the same amount as before. The only difference is now you can see it every day. You can see it in front of your face. Instead of it happening in Massachusetts and I don't give a crap because I can't see that. It's just Eric doing some shady business.
Yes,
Now I know he's doing shady business because I've got 500 social media accounts that will tell me.
that's
They
right.
will tell me about all his moves. So I can literally know every single thing. And I can also know what's going on over there. And I can also know what's going on. So all of a sudden you're like, oh my God, it must be more rampant in the hobby than ever before. It's like, well, actually, no. It's about the same. The only difference is now you can see it any day that you want. Just open up your little machine, fire it up, and you can find out every single thing that's going on all at once.
Yep. And everybody is more educated now. Then again, they are less educated because of the, I guess, pump and dump, fake news, whatever
you,
you
Ben.
want to call it. So you are at both ends of the spectrum, really. We're learning more, but we're learning less, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, it's gone to compensate for actually taking the additional depth.
It
We've
is.
got this access to the knowledge, but in reality, it's much more surface area and not as deep.
It is. It's not deep, no.
So it's wide and not deep. So that's the key. And by the way, Ben, thank you for that one. I was looking for that. Socrates. So Socrates and allegory. Thank you. That's what I was looking
Socrates.
for.
Yeah.
Yeah, good old Socrates. I also was a philosophy minor, so it's been years, and I'm
I watched
enjoying my
Bill
beer.
and Ted. That's why.
Yeah. Hey, listen, it works however it works, Bobby. So the thing, Eric, I think this is the first time I've gotten to use both my history degree and my philosophy minor at the same time.
Phew.
From
It's a red
Guelph.
letter day, man.
You should let your
Little did
parents
you all know.
that their money wasn't wasted.
I know, right? Exactly. Little did you all know. Occasionally, for those of you that tune in regularly, say, guys, I was a history major and a philosophy minor. Both useless degrees that basically mean your poverty is basically what it means. Poverty. That's what it means.
Yeah.
The thing though is that it's all true, and all that happened with social media is that it just put it in your face all the time. So now you think it's common. It's like, well, it's not more common than it was before. It isn't. It's just now it's more available. You can see it all the time, and it's obvious to you. Whereas before it was obvious if you'd been paying attention. My point of that entire dissertation that I just gave was that we existed in that entire time period, and we were convinced that we knew what was going on. The collective we. Well, the thing is, if you'd been paying attention, you would have realized that there is a reason why when you go in the baseball card magazine or you check it out, you can buy 100 card lots of these rare rookies. The signs were there. All you had to do was look at what was in front of your face. It was right there. How come these dealers can do it? How come these dealers can give you a 100 card lot of these rookies if they're rare? The two words don't make sense. 100 card lot and
He's
rare.
a dealer.
But that's my
You
point,
have to
Bobby.
respect your dealers.
Yeah. But the thing is, Bobby, that means the information was there. We can't act like it was. We can't act like they literally told you without telling you. They gave you the information that should have you put two and two together, and all of a sudden you're like, wait a minute, actually that must be a damn common card.
Yep.
It has to be, because otherwise we can't. How could you get your hands on so many? That's crazy.
Yeah.
So because people were sat there, and all of a sudden, and then they got surprised later. I can't believe they made that many. Really? You
Yeah,
can't believe?
right.
Shocking. So going back to what you were talking about, I'll circle it all the way back around. No, there's another gimmick. There's another way we can do it. If it's not breakers the way they're doing it right now, we'll just adjust it. We'll call it something else. We'll adjust it in a different way. We'll do it in this other manner. We'll fractionalize it further. We'll come up with a bunch of different ways. There's a million ways we could extend that into infinity.
True.
We can come up with another one. It's just come up with another gimmick. People will buy it. People will fall for it. Doesn't take much.
No, true enough. We'll see what goes
Like,
forward.
Today, if you really did, all you'd have to do is spend 5 seconds with your calculator and you realize the math doesn't make sense now. It didn't make sense 5 years ago. It didn't make sense 10 years ago. It didn't make sense.
Well, I think in 10 years, the group just here, right now, maybe even some of the chat, we're in it for the long haul. We're in it for the long haul. So we're going to support the hobby going forward. Are we going to support the new cards? The odd person, you and Medano maybe, and
I'll get singles. Look, Billy keeps making singles. I'll get some
I know,
bananas here.
and Eric was new Lemonins. They're going to come.
Yeah, and he's getting 23, 24 SP game use CHL cards there. That Sync's got it. That's right.
Yeah, and
Eric's all for that.
So we still have that force going forward. I'm at the back end of the deal, but you guys are more at the front end of the deal. So that's good. So that means there's another 10, 15 years of a lot of existing people that are going to, pull the hobby going forward. It's just the new people that'll add after you start dropping off. When you start hitting 70 or, whatever age, you're going to sell out or have enough of the hobby. I don't think I'll ever have enough of the hobby. To a certain degree, it'll always be with me, whatever I do. I find it thrilling, regardless of if I find some new information. It's more thrilling to me that I can share it with other people, and some people appreciate it, and less will appreciate it more as you go down the road. The odd person, not a new person, might enjoy history and might jump into it. Like I see more people getting out of the hobby than I see getting into the hobby as we get older, and you have more people dying, which is a natural reaction to the hobby lessening. But you also have those people who hit about 70 years old, 75, they're selling off. They're getting rid of their stuff. And when is the right time? Who knows? So we do have that extra time. I'm 60 right now, so 75, I got another 15 years. So I think the hobby is good for the next 15 years in the vintage and somewhat modern. I don't know where the modern's going to go, and I think that's the thing we don't know where it's going forward. If it's already at breakers and it's all gambling, Mike Ham was on the other. Hey, if you're there, Mike, I watched your show the other night, and it was just like all about gambling. Yeah, I'm up on it's all about. That's all it is. It's not even about the players. It's about the players and watching what they do. But you're investing in the cards. You're not even kind of collecting. Like, why don't you just collect? Just grab a few cards, collect, and enjoy yourself. But no, it all has to surround around money. And if everything's about money, then unfortunately, it's not going to go much further than. I don't know where it's at in the next 5 years. I think, with just breakers and everybody. If it wasn't for the breakers supporting the business going forward, what is the next thing? Really beyond that, I guess, is the great thing. I guess we'll just all go to Bitcoin and be happy.
I was gonna say we'll just do NFTs. It'll be fine.
And
My
NFTs,
concern.
look what happened to those. Maybe they'll come back.
They'll come back. They'll come back, Bobby. They always come.
They'll
back.
try.
Look. My concern is that you're talking about modern, and my concern. I'll be honest.
Modern's a questionable word. I'm just ultra modern. Sorry.
No, fine. But all I'm saying is that my concern is that I actually think the biggest bubble in the hobby is 6970 hockey cards.
I think
I understand there's a robber baron out there.
God
there's a
damn.
robber baron out there who's like hoarding. He's basically trying to pump up the market and basically
who gets
try and
them
create.
signed is out of his fucking mind.
It's bizarre.
That
It's
and all the
bizarre.
codes.
Yeah, like he's stockpiling crap tons of that stuff, like absolute metric tons. He's getting it by the pallet. Is what's going on right now.
Yeah, you leave that shit to your kids, they're gonna have to pay somebody to take it.
It's absurd.
Like, I don't get it.
I didn't even realize. I think through the 60s, I thought we had consistent print runs, but it turns out 6970, there's like 100 trillion of each card printed.
Oh, they
least
were
100
printed
trillion.
by Tops later on. They did a second print run.
They're still
Yes,
printing them
they
to
did.
this day.
Card
Fanatics
Collector
is printing
Company.
6970 cards. It's crazy.
Yes. Woody Gelman.
Wild.
I can tell you the whole story behind it and how many
Woo.
they printed. Oh my gosh. It's horrible.
Oh my goodness. My goodness.
Yeah. And everyone thinks
So
they're rare.
So here's Ham saying, I collect more now, invest much less now. I'm very picky. Hashtag invest. Don't forget to
Yeah,
include
you
the
actually
hashtag.
did state that last night, but I mean, everybody else did not.
So you're saying Flippin' Steve was still flipping?
Oh, Flippin' Steve was. Oh, I'm up on my my gains, and I'm only down.
my gains.
Like, it's like whatever. Yeah, okay. You're not even a collector. Get out of here, Flip.
Wow. He's taking on Flippin' Steve. Ben
Who
is saying one of the
cares?
Paul
Like,
brothers
he doesn't
were
do
at,
anything for me. He does nothing for the hobby. It's just about Flippin' Steve.
Good
Got a lot
Lord.
of
Man has to
followers.
do
That's
something for
about
you.
it.
Jeez. Wow. Steve, go do something for the Brel. Jeez. See what happens? And then he got angry at the Gong Show guys, and all of a sudden they're like, please, Bobby, let us bring you in the show and make good. Fine, I'll do it.
I don't even think I've ever watched the show. Like, why would I?
Ben Wolpe says one of the Paul brothers wore a diamond encrusted Pokemon on his. Probably Logan. Logan, I think, is the one who has the Pokemon there. Robert here says it will be interesting to see if the young flippers today, if they give up some point to those in their 20s, will they return in their 40s and 50s? No, they if they're going to return, they will. Well,
No.
actually, so sorry. Let me correct myself. They're not going to return at all. They'll either stick around or they won't. Once they're done, they're done. There's no
I think
reason.
so. It's
Yeah,
what's next.
because,
We don't know
because
what's next in the future, right? So
yeah, the purpose
it's
of
hard
the
to
young flippers is to flip, and then when
Is it?
that's no longer viable or useful, then you move out of it and you go into something else.
Yeah.
You
And
just
I
do a
think
different
that
thing.
the world turns fast now. It doesn't turn slow like it did prior to the pandemic, prior to the internet. You know,
Yeah.
things went slow. Decades moved slow. Now it's like 2 years. Things change.
You
Dramatic.
blink.
Yeah,
I was
blink.
gonna say, damn right, Ham. You better tell him. Tell Steve to make a videos and make good for the Burrell. Otherwise, there's gonna be problems, consequences, and repercussions.
I
But
don't
the
care. He's a flipper. I don't care.
well,
It
that's
has
not what he's
nothing
saying,
to
but
do
he's
with me. He
It's in
doesn't
the
care about
name.
the history of the cards. He's just about flipping and making odds on his cards. That's what I got from his video last night.
yeah.
And I think I've seen him before too. But like I said, guys like him, I don't follow. Why would I? He's not about the hobby. He's about flipping, obviously, and making money. So that's fine. And that's the investor type of sort of collector, dealer, whatever he does. So that's fine. Steve has nothing to do with me.
Wow, wow. So
I
the
don't
other
know
thing I
what's
was gonna
wow about it. It's just it is what it is. Like
well, Bobby, here's the thing. He does collect some stuff. I wasn't watching the show last night, but I know he does
he
collect some
collects
stuff.
for
There,
investment. He doesn't collect for collecting.
no, he collects some random stuff that no one else would care about. I guarantee you, it's not for investment.
Okay.
Yeah, like he's got some stuff in there. He does
Okay.
flip other stuff, but there is
I
some stuff
changed
that he
my
collects
mind.
that no one else would care about. I
No, I
promise
don't care. I don't care.
you. Yeah,
You can't care about everybody in the hobby.
yeah, yeah. No, I know him. I know him. I was enjoying Bobby's rant. I didn't want to interrupt it, but yeah, I know Steve has some personal collection stuff that is separate from that. He
That's
he
fine.
collects. Yeah, it's pop culture stuff that he likes to collect. That's his stuff.
Oh, it's a little bit different. Okay, yeah. Well, pop
Yeah,
culture is pretty popular, anyways, right
yeah.
now.
He
It's all
enjoys his music cards. He enjoys his his celebrity cards and some of that. That's his collection. He's got a little bit of vintage baseball. He started to add into it, but that's his personal collection stuff, separate from the flipping stuff. Flipping
okay.
stuff is other stuff.
But
But
his
flipping
videos
is
are
his
all
thing.
about flipping, really,
Because his name is Flipping Steve. Yes,
obviously. Well,
that is
hey,
that,
listen,
that's the
okay,
brand.
honest.
That's literally what. That's probably what it should be on a Flipping Steve channel. I would think. It makes
Yeah,
sense.
I get it.
So anyway,
No problem. I don't have
what I was
anything
going to add
personal
was
against him. I'm just saying that's what I get from his videos. So why would I watch?
no, that's fair. So the thing I was going to add in there was that long term with a lot of these guys, yeah, if there's no reason for them to stick into it, while the flipping is good, they're going to do it. Like the kids that do the show circuit and all that stuff, that's fine. But the long term, like I said earlier, it wasn't a speculation. It wasn't a what if game. I know where my interest in the hobby lies, even today, even being in it as long as I am. A lot of it I just do because I like the little projects. That's interesting to me. Can I buy some cards and get it and do a little deals and make some money with them? Yes, I can. But does it interest me to do that on a full-time basis? It does not. Can I
No.
still do it here and there? Sure. But the majority of my collecting things, that's the reason I collect Josh Rosen cards. Josh Rosen cards are literal trash. There's no good reason to do it other than amusement. It amuses me. That is why I go get some of those cards. And the Medana one, I could quit the Medana collection now and it's fine. It's a very good collection. There's no reason to add any additional pieces other than, oh, I think that card looks cool. That's a criteria. Does that card look cool to me? Am I interested in it? Sure, I'll add it. But one more or less card isn't going to make any difference. It's the collection is what it is. I can't fundamentally change the collection now. It
But
is what it
that's
is.
but that's really where the hobby lies, and I think people separate themselves. They call themselves the hobby card show or whatever, whatever. It's really about investing, and that's what goes on. The true hobbyist lies in the person who kind of collects things just to have some fun, look forward to getting mail, add another thing to their collection, and enjoys it, without the monetary gain being the first priority, and that is real true hobby. And I watched that other video where those guys said, the hobby. Saying the hobby, it sounds cringe. And I went, fuck off. It sounds cringe. Like you're just making a video for making a video. These guys got to get out of here. They're trying to change the hobby in a certain way. So it's like, no, you're a card investor, and that's what you're doing going forward. Just call it what it is and leave the hobby alone. The hobby's always been the hobby. It will be the hobby until the end. So whatever the end is. Flipping Steve will always be Flipping Steve. Keep flipping. And I have no problems with him flipping, doing whatever he does. That's fine.
Hammer
But
will
if you
report
call
back its
yourself a
findings.
hobbyist, you're really not in that sense. If you look at the definition and kind of break it down that way. It's really about people who don't care about the monetary gain and just want to add to their sets and what have you and build something. Yes, there's monetary in it, but it doesn't become your main focus. I think if there was a fire and you were worried about losing your cards, you'd worry about the money first. As a hobbyist, you'd be worried about replacing them and how long you took to build them, and that's what your main concern would be. And I think that's the difference between a hobbyist and a card investor, or the
There you
card
go.
industry, so to speak.
So Robert here's saying, do you think some of those flippers will build a CC? Very small percentage. I think the and I want to make an important distinction. I'm not as hard line on this as Bobby is because I don't care if flippers only flip. I'm okay. I'm good with the entire ecosystem operating however it's gonna.
Do what
I
you
want
want.
people to
I'm
do.
saying, yeah.
Yeah, I want people to do whatever they're into it for. I don't care one way or the other. I know why I'm into it for. I understand what my objectives are. I'm basically here to collect silly cards that amuse me and make fun of Eric. That's literally all I'm here to do.
That's it. Yeah.
That's it. That's
You have
all
a
I'm in this
focus.
for.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah. So
most of it, all of it.
I got it keyed in. I pretty much have it locked in. At this point, I've been in it long enough. I pretty much have it locked into my niche. Go ahead, Yannick.
Guys, I gotta leave. I got a early and a long day tomorrow. So
Go ahead. Now make
Okay.
sure before
we're
you leave,
having
insult Eric one more time and then go.
I'll slap you as soon as I get there on Wednesday. You better
Do it. And don't forget to kick him in the nuts. Hans Moman. Remember Hans Moman.
True.
Mom put that tracker on you already. You don't know where.
Oh no. Oh no.
Excellent.
Soon as,
Excellent.
soon as this filthy Quebexican comes into my house, I'm going to punch him right in the mouth.
Okay, so for the record, before you go, Yannick, I understand for you two it's amusing. It's like it's really lazy. It's a lazy joke. I'm into like more.
Yeah.
It's not even classy. It's just like no, come up with something more creative. That's lazy. Sorry, get out. Have a good night, Yannick. Take it easy.
How do I sign out of this? There we go.
I know. We all have that.
I want to see if you can figure it out. Hold on, I'm kind of entertained now. Go ahead.
Just kind of go there.
Hang on.
Yeah. Hold on, he's got to figure it out. He's got to work it out. Nope. Keep going. Eric, we can
How do
pretty
I
much
get
hook
out
on-
of here?
I'll remove you from the scene. I'll do that for you, and you can figure out the rest of your one. I was kind of enjoying that. I'm not gonna lie. I was kind of enjoying that. All right. So anyway, what I was gonna say was that yeah, I think most of the flippers won't build PCs because it's not really interesting to them. The reason why I say that I don't mind, it doesn't bother me, is that if the game for you is the flipping of the cards, finding them and selling them and doing all that, then that's where you're engaging. That's cool, man. That's fine. But at the same time, there's no reason for them to be involved in it. I have my niche and my pocket and things that I enjoy and projects that I enjoy participating in. But other than that, why would I bother? Like the hobby in a lot of ways is very ridiculous. It's silly. And if you think about it, like why would you waste your time on this if you weren't already interested in it from the past? If there isn't a nostalgic tie to it, and it's like on a business transaction for you, maybe you find some little thing that maybe you're interested in. Likely not. I doubt it. For the flippers, no, it's just a money making venture for now, and then you move on with your life and do something else.
When Clubhouse was really a big deal, and and the money was moving, and we had all these different new people coming into the hobby. A lot of us were really shocked of just how open and arrogant some people came across, saying, "No, I don't care about any of this. I don't care about any of your feelings about it. I'm only here for the money. I haven't touched a hockey card, a baseball card, a football card in my life until like 3 weeks ago, and I'm only here for the money. And as soon as the money runs out, I'm gone." I mean, they were open and arrogant about it, and we'd have a lot of us collectors would have feedback about it, and they would just be like, "I don't care. I don't care about this. I don't care about this hobby. I don't care about cards. I'm here for the money, and once the money runs out, I'm gone." And they did, and that's exactly what happened. I mean, they weren't lying. I respect the fact that they were telling the truth to a bunch of people.
That was the point I was going to make. I like that because to me, it makes your mission statement clear. I'm good with it.
I mean, but that's when, if you remember, one of the debates that used to be pretty popular back then were, the new people versus the collectors, and the flippers versus the collectors, and these people don't care. No, they didn't. And when Clubhouse had 100+ people in it and needed a moderator to make sure everyone could speak, I mean, because it was so many people, they had no problem saying to 100 people, I don't care about you. I don't care about your hobby you've been in your whole life. I'm here to get as much money out of your pockets, and then I'm gone.
Indeed.
And
So let me
some
get caught
people,
up on the comments. Let me get caught up on the comments, and we'll come back to it. By the way, I wanted to highlight this. Average Joe Kirkler says, BIC drinking game. 1, when Eric references Clubhouse drink. Indeed. You got a couple there, guys. Make sure you get your drinks in. Real quick, I want to read a couple here. Hobby Champs, good evening. It's like, hello, fellow doctors, professors, and scholars. And Eric. Thank you, Hobby Champs. Appreciate you. Baz here. Baseball card curmudgeon is back. First time in a while. Long time no live pop in. Winter is here in Florida, so hope to be joining more often. Hope all is well. Keep up the good work. Appreciate you. Thanks for popping in. Ham wants you to watch some Flippin' Steve videos. I think you should watch it in 4X. I think you should watch it in 4X, Bobby. 4X. Maybe 5X. You're muted, by the way. And then Ben here says, you're all Canadian. See, Eric, I told you're Canadian.
There it is.
no,
Ben
no,
knows.
no,
Ben
not
knows.
You're honorary Canadian. That's fine.
No.
He's in a Canadian protectorate state.
no,
Well,
not.
then you can't deal with Canadian superstars, and you're out.
That's right, exactly. Leave the hockey players alone then. They're Canadian.
Thank you.
Fuck you.
Yep.
Mike says here, what's up, everyone? Good evening, Mike. Michael Ham says, Ruben brought in the athletes and showed them the value and desire and pumped them to market the high end or ultra rare. I love it.
Mm,
Ben also says, well said, Eric. He only said that because you're Canadian.
yes.
Robert says next. When the newbies came in during the pandemic, it was pure Dunning-Kruger. Oh, I love me a Dunning-Kruger effect comment.
Yes.
They thought they knew everything. Yes. Time usually sorts them out, Eric. Exactly. Yes.
It does.
Fancy. Love it.
And that's what happened. They're gone. The YouTube channels are gone. Their Discord channels are gone. Their Clubhouse has like 6 of us in there at a time now. Yeah, it's gone.
Well, and yet we're still stuck with the 6970 robber barons? This is fucked. Our hobby's screwed. This is lame. Oh my God. It's terrible. Wes here says, I got back in with a lot of people. Nothing but I collect is impacted by flippers. Fair enough, Wes. Here you go, Daz. I'm looking forward to Bobby's new spin-off show, Flippin' Bobby. Yes.
Oh, there we go.
Amazing.
I'll tune in.
So actually, Bobby, would you believe that almost 3 hours in, I actually have a couple of things that I didn't even get a chance to touch on. I actually have in my little notes here. Yeah, we had lots of mileage there, but we got to go back into philosophy and history. Like, it was pretty good. Like, I was kind of enjoying it. So I wasn't going to ruin the moment. Like, we were in a flow. We were
I
doing
dissed a
it.
few guys, but I don't think I dissed them. I just think it's a different perspective on what we think of what the hobby really is. If you want to call it the hobby, that's fine. It's not really a hobby if it's just card investing. So, and if Steve wants to collect the other things, that's fine too. Everybody has their purpose in the hobby. Nobody is any more in the hobby than the other person, unless they're just an investor. And then that's where all the people went from a Clubhouse. And that's why those forums are empty now, because all the guys came in because it was the hype. Everybody loves money. And that's what the main focus was money. And that's why they're not there now. The hobbyists are still left. And then the other people still who are ultra modern and speculating on cards, they're still part of it too, because they still make cards. Going forward, having your players play and collecting their cards is still kind of a cool thing. But, if it's just all about investment, then, you're going to end up later down the road, just like Clubhouse, just be an empty house.
I blame Eric. Wes says, actually, the stuff I collect, I get for pittance because flippers see no value in it. Zach Martin is my Reggie Lemon. That's right. What plate, sir?
You gotta have somebody, right?
Well, listen, I always like the niche. Look, I'm a player collector guy first and foremost. That's my main thing. That's what I'm into. But obviously, I collect other things. But I'm always going to have an affinity for the player collectors. And we had Wes on in one of the podcast episodes to talk about exactly that. And his Zach Martin collection is really good. Like, it's excellent. There's some really good stuff in it. I like the passion of somebody going to depth on a specific subject, because then it's like having a typeset. You're getting like this full spread of all kinds of different stuff, and you can build it however you want.
And they
Some
become
people
the
try to get
experts
them.
by default, right?
Exactly, because
Yeah,
you
it's
learn
kind
all
of
the
cool.
different series, you learn the sets, you learn the years, the nuances, and
Yes,
maybe there's some weird things that maybe only happened that one year, a very specific thing, and you learn about those things because you're deep. You're going super deep. We
that's
talked
right.
about being wide but shallow. A lot of folks
Yes,
are wide but shallow. Well, we're talking
yes.
about going super. We're talking about going Marianas Trench deep. Like
Mm.
it can go quite a ways.
Wow, that's it. 2.5
We're getting all
miles.
the references today, Bobby. We're getting all the references today.
I love it.
It's a new era, a new platform. We're going full hashtag scholarship here. We're doing it.
I'm there.
Serious business. Hobby Champ says the funniest part: a lot of people leave the hobby thinking it's going to take, it's going to like die and go away. No, we'll just be here, and the hobby will just be fine without those people. Yeah, you just keep rolling. I've gotten a chance. The advantage of being here consistently through the whole time, really without the interruption, is I've seen the waves of all the different era. Every single era, I promise you, I was in a card show where somebody said the hobby is dying. Every single one of them.
And we're not even lessening the time we're on.
Yeah.
It's like
So
4 hours. We used to do 7. Yeah, that was different. But I mean, still 4 hours is
well,
pretty much.
listen, you guys will have to go back to the old episodes to confirm, but I was pretty sure Eric was yodeling for 3 hours, so there was a lot of yodeling involved.
It was something like that. Yeah.
Yeah,
I was blacked out after hour 4, so there's no telling what I did.
yeah, there was a lot of yodeling, Eric, and not, all of us didn't have the heart to tell you. It was a disturbing time. We're glad we cut that out. We're glad we cut that out. It's for the best. It's for everyone's benefit.
After 4 hours, things get hazy.
Yep. So like I said, though, and I've said this before, I am probably, if I'm being completely honest, I'm probably having as much fun now doing this foolishness as at any other time because I find amusement in the absurdity. Even the absurdity just makes me more entertained. The things that don't make any sense and the break but it's also because, and I had this conversation with Lapper at the expo. We were having this long drawn out conversation. We were talking about these different things, but I told him at one point, and I just said to him, we were talking about grading specifically. We were focusing on that part of the conversation, but he was saying like, well, this doesn't make sense. And it would be better if it was this. And I just said to him, it's like, listen, man, I literally said, everything you're saying makes perfect sense. It is a very reasonable point, but I'm okay with the brokenness of it. And you're like, why? Well, because the reality of it is because I understand the rules we're working by, the brokenness can still work. If you
Yes.
understand the rules of engagement, the brokenness is not a problem. It's not. It actually works in your favor because then you have an edge. It
Yeah.
actually enhances your edge if it's not efficient, if it's broken. If you
Yeah.
correct all of it, then yeah, fine, great. It leaves the rank and file collector. It brings them back up to the baseline. But in reality, then you don't have the advantage anymore of having the knowledge of being able to get past the landmines. Knowing where the landmines are and being able to move around them and maneuver means that they're about to blow their leg off and you can just keep rolling along like it's nothing.
We're 3
There
hours
is an
in.
advantage to
The
that.
comments. Wow. Holy jeez.
Some good stuff. Listen,
Mhm.
I feel like people are into it today. We've been definitely getting some good stuff. I appreciate it.
I think I started something.
Sam says most high-end collectors are investors who like the word collector, but as an investment, at least when
No,
they
they're
display it.
investors. Yeah, you're exactly right. Yeah. And that's the truth.
I won't touch your hockey players, however, I'm interested because although new, compared, have a nostalgic tie, interest to cards across the board. I'll bring up the numismatics. I like the numismatics. Appreciate that.
Ooh.
We like the old numismatics. So Robert says, this is my analogy. The pandemic flippers thought they were really smart, like a person in a fast-moving river who thinks he's a fast swimmer. I like it. I think it's a reasonable analogy.
That's
It's all
right.
good. I appreciate it.
Sure enough. Where are those swimmers? They drowned.
Well,
Do
I'll
ya?
tell you, it was one thing for the people that came in and were flipping and spent and all this money was moving, and it was a part-time gig. But I know I can in my head I can think of 3 people right off the top of my head that left their jobs, good jobs, and said, "No, I don't need you anymore with your health insurance and your guaranteed paychecks and
Health insurance. What's
I,
that?
I am simply going to go. I'm going to quit and go sell cards from my dining room table and
It's all
become a."
about the vibes.
And they all had to go try to find jobs after everything crashed. I tried to tell people you don't want to go and quit your job and think that this is the way it's going to be for the next 20 years.
at that time, it seemed like it was. For a lot of people, they thought this was never ending. And that's the, rule number 1 and 2 kicking in there. It's
Yeah.
sort of like, this doesn't last forever. I've seen ups and downs in the last 35 years. It's been crazy. And it's really based on what's going on in the market. We went through the internet change, and I think that dramatically changed things, but we still had to learn along the way. But now we're at critical mass. We're at that point. Now breakers are really supporting the hobby. Where do we go from there? Interesting. I know there's a comment in there. Are NFTs going to be a future thing? It tried. I don't think so. I don't think that non-fungible. It's not a thing. I don't think it can be a thing. It's too vast. It's like the Grand Canyon throwing a brick in there. It just doesn't go.
Well, I want to
It's
make a quick distinction though, just so we're all on the same page. I want to make a
Sure.
quick distinction. NFTs, we need to separate out quote unquote collectible NFTs versus the underlying technology. The underlying technology
Well,
is something that you can,
that's
yeah,
like top
but,
now or something, right?
but I understand. Tops Now though is an application. What I'm
I
referring
understand.
to is, yeah, but it's like saying, it's like
Premise.
in 1990, it's like in 1985 saying computers don't work. Computers will never be a thing. Well, it's like, well, it depends on what you're doing with a computer. Like there's certain things that fell by the wayside that initially
Commodore
people thought,
64 worked fine.
yeah, but there were people that thought initially like, oh, we're never going to use it for anything. Well, it's like, well, or and then once you started making some application with businesses, they're like, oh, it's only for spreadsheets and stuff like that. It's like, well, no, you're using a very narrow use case on it. There is other stuff you can do with it, and then once people started using some of that other stuff, it became more useful. An NFT is just a concept. It's tying it to a collectible probably won't work. In the hobby, probably not. But the underlying technology,
Other place.
you can
Yes.
use a blockchain, you can use those things for other stuff where it might make perfect sense to use it.
I think there's a perfect application for it. We just haven't discovered exactly what that is. Or it
Exactly.
hasn't
That's why I say I'm
hit the market.
separating the technology from the collectible thing. For the
Yes.
hobby, probably not. But for
No.
the underlying technology, sure. Yeah.
Yeah,
Why not?
I think so. Yeah.
I
I don't
like
see any concern with that.
as a
No.
collector, which is who is buying, these things. I mean, there's people trying to make money off the collectors. That's it all. It all starts and ends with the collectors, right?
Yeah.
So I like as a collector coming into this office and my space and having my things on the wall and the things on the shelves and the things on the desks and the things in the boxes. If it was all on my computer screen, this room would be empty and it wouldn't be an enjoyable place for me to come and spend my time. But I could come on my computer and scan through all my cards that I paid exorbitant amounts of money for. But
Yeah,
I,
you lose that physical touch, that emotional
the room would be
contact
empty.
that you have with it. Yeah,
So what's that's why it didn't go anywhere.
that's right.
People want this. People want to hold and enjoy and put up. That's why they make stands for these things, and they and show your slabs for the that's on my wall to put the slabs in so you can display them and look at them.
Eric, they make stands for your tablet. You
They
can
do.
put it on your tablet and put it on a stand. You fool! You didn't even think of that.
Think of that now. I feel dumb.
It's terrible.
Yeah.
Awful.
But that physical contact of something is really something. It's more emotional than it ever will be online. It will
It is
never.
emotional. That's always going to be a portion of that. Exactly. I agree with that. But I was just saying,
Physical
most of the time when
contact. You can do whatever you want with porn online, but having a wife and a girlfriend or whatever is totally different. Just saying.
wow.
It's
So
different.
are you trying to knock Eric's Emmanuel in space? Is that what you're trying
Oh,
to do right now?
we didn't go there.
I was going to say, settle down, sir.
Yeah.
So Baz here is saying, most of the time when you collect to invest, I found you will lose money. When you collect to collect, your collection will grow and retain value, short term or long term. Yeah, if you stick with collecting for the sake of collecting, you'll probably be all right.
Well, I
At least
think
you'll
a
be
lot of
happier
people.
with the process.
I think a lot of people made money in the pandemic, and they, that invest collect kind of thing really worked for them. But then it ended soon and quick and hard.
Sure.
And then you have people sitting there going, "Now what do I do?" Uh, and you have to look at this going forward. How liquid is the Bobby Orr rookie card? A Mantle, Clemente. They're liquid today. How many of the new cards are liquid? Very few in comparison. Just saying. So the vintage part of the hobby is still there, and it's strong. A lot of the other common sets, maybe not so much, but the key rookies, they're still there. So we still have history behind us, and it's still supporting the hobby. If you have a PSA 1, um, I don't know, Bobby or rookie, you could put it on eBay and you'll have 50 bids in the first day. It's just that's the way it is. You will not; those things will stay liquid for the longest time. So we do have that history; will always carry forward, and that actually turns into somewhat investment type of collectible, because history, survived test time, and what have you. That's a very strong part of the hobby, and that is the anchoring part of the hobby is the vintage, as a lot of people might not think. It's certainly not Lamella Ball. It's certainly not, whatever. It is that, and that's the anchoring part of the hobby that's going to carry through. But we'll see what happens with the other commons from '69 or something. It's just going to be whatever. Just saying.
Well, these are facts.
Yes.
Can't deny this. It's just
Thank
facts.
You. Yeah, I like that. Yeah. It's just a perception. But
I had to Google.
Like if you look now, how many people are online doing anything that's relevant to anything? Like it's hard to find a good podcast other than this one.
Obviously.
Like really,
I know dozens and dozens of people. Eric will vouch for
here
this.
too. I'm being kind of serious. Sometimes you're looking for that content that you kind of miss that you could look at all the time, but there's just not the quality of shows that you're sort of looking for. You're looking for something new, and if it's bad news, yeah, we all want to watch it. We all want to see what's going on, but for the most part, there's nothing really that kind of comes on that's not investment based or what the top dollar of something went for. There's no other, very few podcasts that host the history or something. That's why I'm going to do something in the history part of it. It doesn't matter how many people it hits, as long as it hits a few. I'm happy that way, and that's what you have to think. You don't think about it; you just do it, and that's why I did the books. I just did it. They've been quite successful. Now the secondary market, geez, I wish I would have put some away. Now they're $200 each. What are you going to do? Obviously, there's a market still out there, and I think that market will sustain itself for some time, but we'll see how long.
Sure.
I think it's inevitable. It'll be, especially pre-war and stuff like that, stuff that's hard to get. You're always going to have those people for, collecting the old stuff or the key rookie cards. The other stuff, the new stuff, I don't know where it's going to go. I think the numbered stuff is going to really hit a point that, there's 15 years of one of 25s and of the same player. They're just going to sit there and go, whatever. This is probably the best one. I think going forward, if they limited the amount of production, they might get better desire. I like the Cup does. Always the Cup does well. Doesn't matter. So if you limit production and do like 15 sets and you only did 20,000 of each set, I think you'll be better off rather than production till the end of the days with a Connor Bedard and whatever. I think limiting that going forward, it might serve these companies well who produce cards. Just saying.
Well, I think so. So I'm going to touch on a couple of comments here, but one thing about that though is that that's been one of the things that I've thrown out of people as an alternative when they complain about the production. I say you do realize if you cut back on production, all that means is you just increase the box price because you're producing
that's
less.
fine too, though. That's fine because it'll sustain itself because of the rarity that it will hold, opposed to no rarity and never-ending production. Right?
No, I'm agree. I don't disagree with this. What I'm getting at though is that will maintain the value of the singles.
It will.
Time.
Yes.
But where the issue comes in is for the person the rank and file collector who's saying, but then what about me? And I want a box for $50 and like have 500 card base
and those
sets
sets will still be there anyways.
Well, that's the point though. Those ones are going to have to be printed in abundance to make it worthwhile. We understand. So they have to make a ton of them because that's part of the deal.
That it won't matter. But if you put a lot of the products more in the upper echelon of lesser production, then I think you'll do a little bit better. Like a $600 box, that should be like limited to a certain print run. And at that point, it'll remain rare for the next 10, 15, 20 years. Because anybody who really likes that will chase those and pay good money for the certain ones that are rare. But if you just keep printing the shit out of everything, then it's just like, it's a dumping bin.
Tough times. So Average Joe Calculator saying, do you guys remember Blaine Stoughton? I had to Google it because he literally retired. He literally retired the year I was born.
I think he played for St. Louis.
He played for Toronto. 1974.
He did play for Toronto for a couple of years. He never played for St. Louis.
All
He
right.
played for Hartford, Toronto.
Sorry.
Yeah, and he played in the WHA as well. He did play in the WHA.
Oh, he went there, right? Huh.
Yeah, so briefly, but
But
he only played in
75,
Toronto for a little bit.
76? Who'd he play
So
with?
he played in Toronto in 74, 75, and 75, 76. And then by 76, 77, the rookie year of Bobby Orr, by the way,
Yes.
he then went to the WHA. And for
What
the
team?
WHA, he played for the Cincinnati Stingers.
Oh, wow. Interesting. I didn't know he was there.
Yeah, he also played for the Indianapolis Racers.
Wow. That's neat.
So that was in 77, 78. And he also played for the Whalers. And then he played several years in Hartford as the Whalers. So he played in the New England Whalers of the WHA.
And then the
And then
NHL.
also played
yeah.
the Hartford Whalers. And then he played his last season for the Rangers.
Oh, wow. Rangers.
Yeah, so he retired at 30. So that's a very random name, Average Joe Card Collector. So no, I don't remember him because he retired in 83, 84, which was the same year as born.
I remember him very well being a Toronto Maple Leaf.
There you go. Well, you would have remembered him in 74, 75, and 75, 76, and that was the extent of his career.
I'm 10 years old, of course.
There you go. Perfect. So there you go. Bobby remembers him. Eric probably remembers him. Me, not so much.
I remember what his 74 card looks like. He's just standing there, and it's an upper body shot, and he's just kind of standing there. Interesting.
Ham adding in, porn is way less expensive. If we hadn't been having that conversation out of context, this would have been a very funny comment. As it is, it still makes sense because we were talking about it, but it's just funny out of context.
As compared to a wife or girlfriend, yes.
There you go. Justin says, evening all. Evening, Justin. Eric will always have his manual in his space. He'll be fine.
Yes.
I've never Googled it. I'm never going to Google it.
I think you should
You
Google.
should
I think,
Google it one time.
I think that's what the people want.
I'm
I think
convinced
so.
it's gonna corrupt my computer somehow, and that's what
I think you could make a podcast, and I think you would get 10,000 watchers.
Manual in space review.
Eric does a manual in space.
Amazing.
I would
No,
watch it.
I'm
I'd
not-
pay to watch it. I'd actually pay per view. We could do that.
I'm not
Bobby's
even.
offering to pay for content involving you, Eric.
Yes.
Nope.
Yes.
No, I'm afraid to even Google it. You guys want me to do it? Too bad. And I know it's going to end up destroying my phone and my computer.
Maybe. I don't think so.
I'm not even going to
Listen.
look into it.
Listen, you're the same man who's brought us a lot of horrors. You know, you were staring at Mike Tyson's ass for the longest time. You're telling me Emmanuel Space is a bridge too far for you? Get out of here.
Oh, come on.
Please, sir. Robert saying, Bobby, newer cards not numbered are liquid. They're too liquid. Yeah, a lot of cards do trade often. So it's using an example here. Topps percentage rookie, tons sell every day, but prices can only go so high because there's so many of them. So it is liquid by definition. Yes, that is true.
Yes.
So the new setup is a bit odd. I don't like it. Too bad for you. That's the way
When
it's
do you
gonna be.
think? When do you think the liquidity of Bobby Orr will end?
When Eric finally stops pumping
Other
the hell
than
out of him,
Eric
man.
finally.
God damn, Jesus. Just shameless.
I don't
Constant
see it
discussion
ending.
with this dude.
I don't ever see that ending.
No, they'll still be there. We talked about this before. When it comes to vintage, I make a distinction. When it comes to the GOATs and Bobby Orr, when it comes to those folks, there will still be people that'll be interested.
Always.
So like the key cards, the key players, the key cards, the key people. My point is, a lot of the commons will struggle because you need set collectors. You need set collectors for those to work. If you don't have that, now a 54 Topps Gordie Howe, absolutely, for sure.
Oh, yeah.
Why? No
I'll check.
problem.
Sure.
You know, a minor league rookie Bobby Orr, sure, no problem. Piece of cake. We love wood grain, all good.
Mm-hmm.
So key cards, yes. Key players, key cards, yes, sure, no problem. You know, a 74, 75 Topps common guy, not so much.
Like Blaine Stoughton.
Yeah, sure, exactly.
So yeah, and then he's going to reduce to a certain price that he's going. Hey, I might as well collect the set because I can get them for 25 cents each.
Well, that's been your point, but my point is like, okay, but at 25 cents, or I could spend 0 cents and not have to deal with a Blaine Stoughton because I don't want it.
Maybe you might want the set. Who knows?
No, I really don't.
It's a time and a place. It's a time and a place. If you're a leaf collector, maybe you'll collect just a leaf.
If you're a leaf collector, sure. if you've got specific
Or
use
a
case,
Boston
yes.
collector.
Why not? Yeah, if you've got a specific use case, I could buy that.
Or a Minnesota collector.
Yeah. So let's hear. Yeah, it was a 50 goal scorer with Hartford. Yes, he did have a 50. He actually led the league in scoring that year.
What?
In goal scoring. 56 goals in 79. 80.
Wow. Oh,
Yeah,
79,
56.
80. So he's with
79, 80. That he led the league
Whalers.
56 goals, and he actually got 100 points that year. 100
That's
points.
incredible, considering his 74 start was not really, he wasn't that good in 74. I can't even remember his goal score. Wow.
It was 23 goals in 74, 75.
There you go. Yeah, so he doubled up. Wow, amazing.
Yeah. So he had two really standout years here. He was 104 points, 52 goals, and 52 assists in
Wow,
76,
that's
77
amazing.
for the Cincinnati Stingers, for the Stingers in WJ.
And the Stingers did shit. Like, really?
Yeah.
Wow.
But the 100-point, 56 goal season was in the NHL. That was
Wait,
79-80 in Hartford.
And Hartford in 79-80, they just came in.
And he did actually have one other 50-goal season as well. He had a 50-goal season in 81-82.
So he was a late bloomer.
Yeah. A couple of good seasons there in his late 20s. So 56 goals in 79-80, 43 goals in 80-81, 52 goals in 81-82, 45 goals in 82-83. So he had a 4-year run of at least 40 goals.
So 8 years into his career, he's kicking it.
Yeah. And then he was retired by 30.
I get the Leaf shit.
Yeah, and he was retired by 30. So right after that, he was retired. He had one more full season after that, 83-84, and that was it.
Huh.
So I don't know if he got injured or whatever the case is. I don't know what the situation was. But having 4 straight 40-goal seasons in the NHL and then 28 goals in your last season, you retire. I don't know. I don't know if there's some deal with that. Seems a little odd.
Yeah.
So I'm just throwing it out there. It seems a little weird that you just randomly retire after 4 straight 40-goal seasons, and your last season was 28 goals, which isn't terrible, and then you're gone at age 30. So I don't know what the deal was. Somebody else will have to Google it. I don't know what happened there.
Yeah, it's weird.
That stat line just seems a little odd. It stands out. It's a little weird. So anyway, Will says, evening gents, Dr. Carlos, what is your PhD in? Love or trolling? Yes.
Both.
A love of trolling.
A love of trolling.
There you go.
I do it for the love of the game. Name here. Remember to hit the like button so I can pay for the new platform costs. Yes.
If trolling was a hobby, Carlos would be the top collector.
I'm a goat. The goat.
Oh, yes. A goat. Yes, of course.
Yeah. That's why they're called commons. That's right.
Name is coming for your title though. He's trying real hard.
Oh, I can do better, Eric. I'm not even at full power yet. Do not test me, Eric. Do not test me. Eric, see 2 goals, 1 cup. Hockey's greatest event. There you go. You can look that up. You can Google that too after Emmanuel in space.
I'm not Googling that either.
Oh.
At age 70, Eric will go to elementary schools and say, let me tell you about a guy named Bobby Orr.
Who?
Yeah, exactly. Well, the problem is when he goes to the elementary school, he might get distracted because he'll see a janitor and go, Peter Forsberg?
Yes.
Is that you?
And is that still you?
We meet again, Peter. It's been so long.
It was
Peter.
Peter. They're
Whatever
just
you say.
mad that I chose him over you, and I was late for dinner.
We don't care about Peter Forsberg. Even the real one, we don't really care about. But the janitor one, definitely not. Is Ovechkin passing the Gray One still inevitable? Yeah, probably.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
He
He's
will
going to keep playing. Number one, he's going to keep
higher.
playing to
If he
do it.
plays the next 5 years, he's going to try.
Yeah. And the thing is, he literally is leading the NHL in goals this year.
Isn't that crazy?
He was playing exceptionally well. He literally had 2 goals in the game he got hurt. Like he was playing very well. He was playing very well.
I think he'll end up doing it, and I think he will be fine. But there is, I mean, the guy is like 40 years old, and he just broke his leg playing hockey.
Yeah.
So it
could hamper his thing, but he'll play it out until
there is a chance that he could have some type of complications from this, and not.
Don't jinx him.
Yeah, I was going to say, stop trying to protect your boy Gretzky. He's fine.
Yeah.
He's got other records. He'll be okay.
Yeah.
So jokes aside, I've actually heard a bunch of people like trying to get into this defense. I've literally watched and people get in this defensive mode about Gretzky. Like, well, Gretzky's still the better player. I'm like, no one has said, literally no one is suggesting Ovechkin is a better hockey player.
Records are records.
Yeah. He is a better goal scorer, which he is. He's been much more efficient as a goal scorer throughout the entirety of his career. And he also played in a tougher era to score. And he has scored consistently, which is very impressive.
I would say.
Yeah, so it's 2 different things. Gretzky has 2,800 points. He'll be fine.
Yeah.
He'll be okay. That's why a lot of people are like, oh, Gretzky's so humble. Because Gretzky has like 48 other records. He's okay. He'll be fine.
And really, goals scored is kind of comparative to the era that you played in, too. There's a big
It
difference.
is, yeah.
If you look
Like,
back at, I'll give the nod to Joe Malone. Like 42 games, he got like 46 goals or something. Like here you go, a goal and a half per game. Like honestly, if you extrapolate that to 82 games, you're looking at 90 goals. Like
Well,
it's so
every
if you look at those old records and you kind of say, well, it's a different era. Yeah, it is a different era. So it's really hard to compare.
yeah.
But I think
And it's
Ovechkin's in an era when it's actually a lot harder to score goals than it was for Gretzky back in
it
that time.
was.
And Gretzky had a hell of a freaking team, and Ovechkin has a good team, but not a hell of a fucking team.
No, not like go back to the '80s
Not even
Oilers.
close.
That team was stacked. It was absurd what they had going on there.
And like the
There's a
Bruins, 70,
there's a
71.
reason Messier almost had 1,900 points.
Yes.
You had Yari Kerr was a
Even
600
John
goal
Anderson
scorer.
got a record amount of
Yeah,
points, and that was
yeah,
almost impossible because he was an
and,
ass.
yeah. And Paul Coffey was one of the all-time leading defensemen of all time in terms of scoring. So
Go
it's like,
figure.
guys,
How
you're
does that
stacked.
happen?
Your team's full.
Andy Moe, greatest goalie. What? Yeah.
statistically the greatest goal scorer in league history.
Who's that?
Mike
That's
Bossy.
bossy.
I can't see it. I thought it was Ovechkin. Anyways.
Yeah. There you go. Brilliant. Well played. So here. Listen, if Mike Bossy had been a real man, he would have played with a broken back and he would have rolled onto the ice. He would have had the goal by now. He would have had the record by now.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I know this one. Yeah. So Will gets excited about things like this. But yeah, records are meant to be broken. I think it's more exciting for the game to have somebody chase the record. I think it's a good thing to have somebody chase it. It's a good thing to have somebody break it. Especially, it's a good thing to have somebody break it that didn't play in the 80s. I think that brings it to another generation of folks. Because again, look,
Yes.
I'm stand by it. The 80s was a cheat code. I'll count the records for people that played in that era, but I really don't want to because honestly, nobody else got that advantage.
No.
It was like playing with a different style of ice. Like make the net bigger. Like level it out.
Really.
So it's like it wasn't right. Defense was outlawed and goaltenders were shot if they blocked a shot.
And
Robert
hockey
says
needs
Gretzky.
something now. Hockey needs something.
Yeah, it makes it fun. And by the way, if Austin
Crosby's
Matthews
on the
keeps
way
scoring,
out.
yeah, if Austin Matthews keeps scoring like he is, he can chase the Ovechkin record, and that'd be cool. I think that'd be a good thing.
I don't think he will. I think he's hurt again. So it's like, he keeps getting hurt. It's just
Well, that was the one thing Ovechkin had up until this point. He has barely gotten hurt. He has actually stayed very durable, which has been good for him. That's allowed him to do what he's been doing.
Yep.
But unfortunately for him, he lost years to lockout. They had a bunch
Yeah,
of them because otherwise, he lost years in his prime, which was a problem because he was scoring at a prodigious clip. He would have already surpassed the record by now.
Yeah, he would have broke it. Yeah.
Yeah, if he had just been allowed to play when he was in his prime. Now he's older and he's actually had a great season, which is good. But at the same time, like he would have broken that record years ago if he had just been allowed to play when he had his chances earlier.
Oh yeah, for sure. See, a lot of
There
things
you go.
depend on what happened in the league.
Yeah, it's just luck.
For
It's luck
eggs.
of the draw. It's luck of the draw.
Yeah.
That's why when I did that comparison, I used the games played because that's the most apples to apples we can do. It's the fairest
enough.
we can do.
Yep.
And I said I like the fact that it's not like Ovechkin has played 800 more games than Gretzky because that would change the context.
No, true. Yeah.
The fact that the games is actually pretty even and it's actually kind of fair. I think that's fair. So Simon here, good evening. This new chat format is so formal and classy, perhaps too classy. Listen, I don't know what to tell you, man. Tell StreamYard they bumped up the price, so we had to move it. We had to move upscale. We got to do what we got to do.
Yeah.
Don't hit the air. I hit the game. Yeah, it was Glenn Anderson. Thank you, Robert.
Yes. Glenn Anderson was a shitty player, but he was great with Edmonton. Go figure.
He was ridiculous with Edmonton at the time.
It was horrible, but he couldn't help but get an assist, or a goal at the odd time.
Hobby
He
Champ.
was horrible when he was in Toronto. So, anyways,
There you go. I was wondering. I figured there was an agenda there.
there had to be
So
something.
Hobby Champ says most goals created per game all time equals Mario. So we separate two things. In terms of goal scorers, Ovi is right there near the top for me, no doubt. But in terms of player, I prefer Mario's game. I preferred what he brought to the table. I like the fact he could be a little bit physical, push people
For
out
a
of the
big
way.
guy,
That's what I mean. I like the fact he had the skill, but he could also use his size a little bit. He literally could go through some guys, which was not something Gretzky was going to do. He couldn't do that. So Gretzky had but Mario had a lot of those weapons, and then added his size on top of it and was able to take advantage of it. He didn't get to play enough games though. I would love to have seen him play more games, and then we'll see. It would have been really interesting.
That's the what if game. So Gretzky was
Yeah.
the great anticipator, and he
Yeah.
forced the game, and
He was a strategist. He was a
he
strategist.
controlled the game, and I have to
Yeah.
give him more credit than almost anybody else I've seen ever play. He anticipated so many breakaways from people intimidating people, defensemen, to shoot it in an area that they think it's free, and he's just waiting for it. He was a very smart player, very very smart.
I
I
agree.
give Gretzky a lot of props.
We'll give him the hashtag scholarship seal of approval.
We can do that.
Some solid scholarship. Yes, we'll give him the scholarship seal of approval. I think that's fair. But yeah, so good stuff. We're all caught up on the comments. But yeah, appreciate you joining in, Simon. Good times. But yeah, I'm kind of enjoying. I'm still figuring out the little layout here, but it's been good. It's been good. We've actually managed tonight. It's been operating pretty good. I've been pretty happy with it. So let me see here. Did I want to? Okay. So finally, I can actually get to one of the things I didn't get a chance to do. I can have a little fun
We
with
also
this.
have the Piedmont to go over too.
Well, do you have anything specific you want to discuss with the Piedmont? We can. If you
Well,
want.
actually, I seen it, but I didn't look at it. I don't know if those are dated properly from the stamps or not. So I don't
Okay.
know if they really had the T206 hockey baseball cards in them, or they had movie stars.
Oh,
And
right,
I
right,
think
right.
that's the thing that's the biggest problem when we run into those. A lot of people say, "Hey, I want to get that pack because it's worth." They pay $500 for these packs, and I'm saying you could have had non-sports in it. You don't know until you do the tax stamp date research, and you find out the time period. You have to understand, like, honestly, if they played 42 games back in that time period, the cards probably came out for 2 months, and that was about it.
Mhm.
3 at the max, but you only have 42 games. You're only going to get so many months of sales of tobacco with those cards. They're not going to sell them afterwards. They're not going to sell it prior to. They're going to sell during that time period. So traditionally, most cards, like O-Pee-Chee, January 1st, and it's done by March. First series, second series in February 15th, and then finished by then. And that's traditionally the course for O-Pee-Chee, going back even back to the 30s. So if we go back to even the 10s, we look at 2 months maybe. So if you can get that down to a 2-month period, maybe in February, January and February, and maybe even a bit of March, that's about it. That's all you got for the Piedmonts, and that's where they should be allocated. And for baseball, it would be, I think it would be March, if not April, and into May, and June would be a possibility, but I highly doubt it. Unless they came out a little later and they needed time to get the pictures done and the printing and the stamping and whatever they had to do. So it could even advance to May, June, somewhere in there. So you really have to allocate those to be properly aligned. Otherwise, you're just buying a Piedmont pack, whatever. It doesn't really mean much. It's
Mhm.
of period, but is it of that period exactly? And
Sure.
there's so many across that board. So
Makes sense.
if you're going to pay $500, make sure it is of that time month period that you can get it, and you can get it with the tax stamp down to it. And I didn't see the tax stamps on them, so I can't really say.
So one thing, so I do remember a discussion in the Net 54 forums about a lot about those tax stamps and such.
Yep.
I'm of the opinion if you're going to spend $500 for anything, you should probably look into it a little bit. That's just my general advice. Regardless, like if you're going to spend money, at least do a little digging, ask around, see if you can find some sources that maybe will give you some information before you jump in and try to do something with it.
The
Just,
guy
just
bought one
general
at the
advice.
show. He comes over after everybody comes to me after they buy something. He goes, "Oh, Bobby, I bought this. It's from the T206." And I said, "Well, is the tax stamp data?" He paid $800 for it. I just went, man, I don't know. And that's rule number one. Just some guy just sold him, said, "Yeah, you could have got the Honus Wagner out of this one." Yeah, okay, whatever, sure. And if you do have those months, if it is let's say May or June, you're probably right in there for the T206s.
Sure.
July would be a push, and April would be a push too. So if it was April, May, June, or July, you might call it there. Anytime after, anytime before, nah. Don't pay more than $100, $50, whatever, because they're everywhere at that point.
Sure.
Just saying.
So let me throw something in here that I think would be a little bit fun, since I'll probably do
We're gonna
a
have
full.
fun now.
Oh, we are. Listen, we've only been warming up the fun up to this point, Bobby. We've only been warming it up.
I don't want to have any fun.
I
You
think
haven't
Eric
been
needs to have
having
some little
much
fun.
fun, Eric.
I
don't
think
want
Eric needs this.
fun. Nah, I don't want to.
Eric loads fun, but we're gonna have some fun anyway. All right.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna do. I'm gonna probably do a full length video on it, but I want to introduce it a little bit because this was brought to my attention. This was brought to my attention by Doctor Exclusive, and he actually passed this along to me. So I had the chance to read through it a little bit. I'll share some high level stuff with you, but I'll maybe go into a little more depth with it and maybe do a video on it because I've got a couple of references that maybe have some use that can add into this as well, and we can talk about it a little more depth. But let me share at least a little bit of it with you so that we can start on that. So give me one
Please do.
second here. So I'm going to add this to the scene. Still working out the kinks here. There we go. I'll make it bigger. Okay. So this is actually an article from a website called penguinchronicles.com. And what they were interested in is they were looking into a 2009-2010, the Cup, Mario Lemieux. It was called the Sidney Crosby Tribute because the card itself is based on that design from Sidney Crosby and Ovechkin, that Cup. So so they basically took veteran players and used the design from that year. So that's why it was called the tribute. So here's a Mario Lemieux, numbered to 10. It's an autograph patch piece. Now, the reason why they wrote a whole article about it, go ahead, Bobby.
No, it's the tribute.
Oh, the tribute, of course. Thank you. So the thing is that, oh, by the way, one feature I like about this is that I can actually see Bobby, even though you guys can't see him. So I can
I
actually see his
can't.
hands.
Yeah, I couldn't see. I was surprised you said that. So
I've got the ability on my end to see you guys, so I can still see hand signals. So
I don't like that.
Hey, I'm just saying.
Too
But
much
anyway,
power
so
in one hand.
Eric's obscene gestures will be ignored. But the point is that so this card is actually a really nice card from the Cup. So this is 0910. I've got a Medano like this as well, and there's a bunch of other players that are included, and it's nice. But the thing is, and the reason why they were interested, and I'll give you some background on this. This website is one that likes to specialize in looking into different game use, focusing on the Pittsburgh Penguins. So what they were looking at is they were looking at the patch piece in particular, and they had some questions. It brought up some flags for them because this is supposed to be used in an official NHL game. So that's actually written on the back of the card,
I
which you can
see
see on
that.
the right side. And what they were looking is like, wait, so which game, which jersey? So what they actually did, and I'll skim through it, but I'll show you guys, they actually went into the different types of jerseys, the different materials they use, and started looking AirNet, Ultrafill, and Mesh. And they started looking through different eras, going era by era of Lemieux, all the way from rookie, looking through all the different versions, all the different varieties, and comparing the
That's
different.
cool. Wow.
So they're trying to place it and trying to figure out where along the way what set of jerseys would fall. And you can see here, set number 1, set number 2, CCM in 1990, 91, 89, 90. And they're going into this. So most places won't go into this kind of depth, going all the way through the mid 90s and
Awesome.
checking that out. And what they're trying to figure out basically is they're trying to go, okay, so what era makes the most sense here? What era could this jersey be from if it's going to be a Lemieux piece? And comparing it to some other ones here. So obviously I just skimmed through it. I'll leave a link in the description for you guys. You can read this article yourself, but I'll just read you the end here. After careful review of the entirety of Mario Lemieux's career and jerseys that he wore, I can conclusively say that Mario Lemieux never wore a jersey in an official NHL game as a card attest at any point during his entire playing career. So he doesn't believe that that the jersey piece matches up with anything they were able to compare it to.
Oh wow. But they say
Scandalous.
it's game used, but is it game used officially from him though? Is the question.
So the wording on the card is, let me get it here. The
Yeah,
memorabilia has been certified to us as being used in an official NHL game, and the autograph is signed in the presence of a company representative.
That
So it
doesn't fit.
says used in an official NHL game, which could be you're out.
Could
But
be
the
anybody.
implication was always supposed to be the player, especially with the Cup. Remember, the Cup is one where they always try to link it more directly. So I agree. That could be you're out. It could be.
It is.
So what they did, though, is they tried to basically eliminate Lemieux from this piece.
Oh god damn. So there you go. As much as it is official, it's official by who? Official by, is it Lemieux? But it was official game, but by which player is the
Yeah.
question.
So
And
what this
that is
so the,
that is sad when they do that because that's misrepresentation indirectly, right?
Yeah. Now, one other thing here, as part of the wording as well. So that was the second sentence. The first sentence was, congratulations, you have received a trading card with a game-used hockey memorabilia and an autograph of Mario Lemieux. So again, it's the spacing of the wording.
Well, the
It's
Mary
implied.
Lou autograph is there. Yeah,
That's
I
what I'm
get
getting at. It's the spacing of the wording. The wording
Holy
can give you an
cow.
out if you really want to play that.
it.
So the point though is, and this is the reason why I'm going to do a separate video about it.
That's
I
good.
want to
Yeah.
go into it a little more depth, talk through the pieces a little bit more, all the way through, take a little more time. I skimmed, but I wanted to take a little more time here on the video. I'll do that. The other thing though that I want to play for you guys when I do that video, and it's in the archive. I had a conversation, two conversations with Carvin Chung that were very lengthy, but I specifically had some timestamps where I talked about the aesthetics of a card and game used versus player worn. And Carvin gave his opinion on that. And to paraphrase, he was talking a lot about the aesthetic. For him, it's more about the aesthetic of the card, et cetera, et cetera. Because for him, it's when the person is looking at it, he goes, "So are you collecting it for the game used, or are you collecting it for the aesthetic of the card?" And that was
No,
the question
game
he kind of
use.
posed.
I think game use comes first.
I
Always.
agree, but the thing that was the conversation we were having. It was the back and
Yes.
forth. I posed the question to him, and he just offered his opinion. So that's why I want to play it for you. The point that I was making is that if I take Panini and I take Immaculate and I take those are not worn by any specific player, event, or whatever. So when you're getting that card, it says flat out, it could be whatever. It could be something you pulled off the rack, and literally we just took a jersey, a patch piece, and
Watch
slapped
them.
it on here.
Yeah.
Yeah. So the thing though is the market has already told us it doesn't necessarily have to be anything other than the package. It doesn't have to be game used because cards sell without that all the time for good money.
That's a personal thing. I don't think it's a general thing.
Well, the thing
hobby
though is
has told us, but I
the
think
thing
a lot
is
of
it
the
is a general
collectors-
thing because those other cards that clearly are not game used sell for tremendous money anyway. And it's worded very clearly. They basically said it's not game used.
Yeah.
And the market doesn't seem to care.
Really.
It's when it's selling for thousands of dollars or tens of thousands of dollars, clearly the market doesn't care. Because it can't be any more clear cut. The wording on this is more vague. The wording on the Panini one is very explicit.
I think, yeah, but those people spending exorbitant amount of money on those maybe do not understand that because they are investors at that point. I don't think they're collectors. I think it matters to the collector opposed to the investor. I think that's the big difference. Because I don't think I'd want somebody else's game used thing on a card. It makes no sense. It actually takes the edge off. It's like having a Gordie Howe card, and they did that, and it's not his jersey. The colors match, but why would you want it? But if it was Gordie Howe's, that's the thing that the collector likes, I think. And I think the investor doesn't give a shit because I think we go with market values and whatever from there. So I think that's the wrong way to really have a collectible. I don't even know why they put it out there like that. It's silly. And I guess your talk with Carvin will determine that. It's like we're trying to make the card look good, or we're trying to make the card look be real game use from that player. And
so I can tell you from
that
conversation we had years ago. It was from the channel.
Yes.
It's already been on the channel.
Sure.
And it was like, no, flat out. He said a lot of those cards, some of them, the way they're phrased is because it's for the aesthetic. Strictly,
Yeah.
it's for the look. It's not about game use.
Yeah, that's wrong.
Also for the money.
In my
because
books, just my thing.
It costs Upper Deck or Panini or whoever lots of money to buy these game used jerseys. Bigger the star, more the money. And collectors want jersey cards and autograph cards, and so it's a way to save money. So you get the look of what you like at a lesser cost to Upper Deck, or whoever, because they just went to Dick's Sporting Goods and bought one off the rack and cut it up. And instead of paying $10,000+ for a Hall of Famer's game used jersey, Dick's Sporting Goods is down the street.
So that was the reason why I originally brought up the question when we were talking about it, is that so the reason I phrased it the way that I did when I was talking to Carvin originally, I understand Bobby's point, but the market is not agreeing with that because the investor, yes, doesn't care, but at some point, the investors can sell to investors, but at a certain phase, at a certain point, if there's an end user, if there's never an end user, then it doesn't matter, whatever. Then they can spend whatever they're going to spend on it. But if eventually there is a collector who buys it and pays that money and doesn't care, the market proves it out. Because if you're saying it has to be game used or the collector won't care, well, then who is buying all the ones that are not? Because Panini Immaculate and a lot of those products are not game used. A lot of the ones from the Cup, The rookie year one is not game used. It's
You know,
not.
I understand sometimes when they're not game used or even event worn and they're just off the rack of dicks, if there's an auto to it, so it's made to look nice, but you get the player's auto. What I
That
don't
that so that Eric has been the tactic for a long time with the RPAs. It's a
Right.
rookie patch auto, so you can put the auto in there. It's the same. I use that example with that card from Panini, where National Treasures, where they put that medallion of the cup on the side. It's an on-card autograph on an acetate card. The medallion is just a piece of metal they glued onto it. That's
Right.
all it is. It's a piece of metal. It's not a real piece of the cup. It's not silver. It's literally a hunk of metal. They glued onto it. It's an on-card autograph with the bottom on acetate. It's a nice looking card. The aesthetic. It's a beautiful looking card. But because it has a medallion of the cup inside of it, and it's in a high-end brand, the I think the last Medano was like somebody was asking $1,000 for it. It was an
Mhm.
on-card auto with a punk of metal glued onto it.
Right.
It's a single auto. I can get an auto any day of the week for much less, on card or not. So what's the difference? It's aesthetic. It's just, well, we put a medallion of the cup on the side of it. It's a cool looking card. That's the entire justification. It's a cool looking card. So
Right.
then adding game worn material doesn't really matter one way or the other. That's what made it interesting. So that's kind of that was kind of the thing that made it very odd. So that's why I say like it. The reason why I thought the article was fun is that they went into the depth to actually research it and determined from their perspective that they believe it's not game, associated to Lemieux, which is good. Okay, I'm glad they did the research. I appreciate it.
So that
So then
must
the question,
matter in a sense, right?
what's that? Sorry.
That must matter in a sense.
It should, but I'd be curious about the Lemieux collectors because some of them may be like, as you said, they may not be aware of it. Other ones are like, yeah, but I
Yes.
want it as part of my collection, so I don't care.
Yeah, I guess so. And sometimes it's the influence of the market that will adjust that feeling that they have that they need that card. I think that without it being game used by that player, I think that takes everything away from it. It's just a card. It's not nothing to do with why have that there. It's almost a false sense of reality. It doesn't make any sense. Like to me as a collector, why would I get something with somebody else's game used jersey on it? Why? And an autograph. You can get, like you said, Carlos. I can get that autograph anytime. Like, so what makes that card special? Nothing other than the autograph, and that
Yeah.
it's limited. And then people get caught up in that thing, and I think that's not for me. Just saying.
Yeah, but some people literally will pay for that. That's why I use that specific example where there's literally nothing to it other than an autograph and a little metal medallion, and suddenly you made $1,000 card out of a $50 card.
Well, yeah, exactly, and I think that is the influencers bringing that in. I think it's more, hey, you need that card, and the demand is rule number one is everybody's stupid and just says, okay, yeah, okay, well, it doesn't matter if it's game user, like it does, it should, but it obviously doesn't. So is that a market, a false market? Is it? I don't know. Interesting. Um, it's like getting something that's signed by Gordie Howe that wasn't really signed by Gordie Howe, but it has Gordie Howe's kind of. I don't know. It just takes away from it for me. Because we want to keep things to the player. Why buy something that's not of the player? It doesn't make any sense. Why would it have value at that sense? In other than its rarity within the set, I get it. I get
Yeah.
that part of it.
If
But I don't
somebody is
get that part.
collecting that specific set, then they don't care. They just want to complete the set, so they'll grab the singles. For them, it's a single.
But
It's a
at
set.
that price,
That's the thing, though.
that's
If
tough.
there's enough other people that are willing to throw the money at it, that's really what it comes down to. How badly do you want to finish the set? There's ones right now
The
where it
one
could be
works
game
so
used or
well.
not, and I
Yes.
still don't see the justification for the price either way.
I do not. No, and each to their own. I get it. I can't see it. Being a collector, everything is based on that, on rarity, on original, jersey or whatever it is. It just doesn't make any sense. And we already go through that right now with all the auction houses who have, it's photo match to this player or what have you. Everything's based on that, and sometimes they're wrong.
Well, that's the
Sometimes
reason I like this particular one, because if they hadn't so the wording kept it kind of vague, which
it
allowed
was
for a little bit
it
of
was
room.
well worded.
But
Whoever did that did a good job.
but here's my question. For that particular card, they went through the exercise to do the research. Obviously, looking at the rest of the site, I actually checked out the rest of the site a
I
little bit.
really appreciate the time they spent doing that,
Yeah.
because really that's what you should be doing is research, 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 and you'll find out your answer, and or the best answer you can come up with. And I think that was well done by those people. Very well
Yeah.
done.
Well, I think what allowed them to do it though is that website, they specialize in the Pittsburgh Penguins and they do a lot of research on game worn
Sure.
jerseys.
They know.
So for them, it's like it's in our wheelhouse. We're gonna do go the extra mile and do the extra digging because they've got images and things with different jerseys throughout the Pittsburgh Penguins history, all the way from the beginning to present day. So they've got those nuances that the average person is not going to necessarily have because we're not paying that close attention to Pittsburgh Penguins. So they're able to do that, which is great.
Yeah.
But if nobody had done that exercise, the entire universe, everyone that owns that card, because it's out of 10, so all 10 owners or whatever amount of owners there are could live in permanent ignorance because how would they know any different? The
They
average
would.
person is not going to take the time to look into that. They're
No.
not going to know. They're not going to care necessarily to look into that deep. They're just going to go like, I guess, yeah, it probably is or isn't. I don't know. Maybe.
So at that point, you're right. It doesn't matter,
Yeah.
but it does matter. It should matter. Sorry, it should matter.
That's
But
why I
it
think the story was interesting. So when Dr. Exclusive presented it to me, the way he presented it to me was that they did this. This was really interesting. I don't think too many other people are talking about it. And a lot of the people that are involved with a lot of the cards aren't saying anything. And I said, yeah, I'll take it. That's why I said, yeah, I'll take it. Sure.
it's kind of quiet. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. But here's the thing. I don't have a stake in it. I don't care one way or the other. I'm happy to discuss it. Sure. I will present it and share it with you guys. And then I'll also make a video about it, go into a little bit more. And then to each their own. Do with it as you will. I'll just
Yeah.
present it for you.
And I just have my opinion of it. That's all.
Yeah. Yeah. So I think it was worthwhile. I wanted to make sure I did touch on it briefly, just so that I could give you guys a little background. And I will leave a link in the description to the article for you guys if you want to take a look. I would recommend take the time to sit there and read. I will probably get to a video at some point. I will take some time and do it, but you can read it without me. I will leave the link for you, and you can check it out. And they took some time. They took photos, did some research. It's some decent stuff in there. Scan it. I just gave you the conclusion and skimmed through it a little bit, but there's some research done there. Give them credit where it's due. That's why I'm offering the link for you guys.
True. Yeah, I give that credit. Yeah. Eric, you had a nice pickup this week.
I did. What did I pick up this week?
You know what you picked up.
A cup?
Yes. Oh, it's kind of right there conveniently.
How convenient.
No, that's a very tough cup. Actually, the condition of that is phenomenal because a lot of that wears off so easily. The black stays on, but it seems like the colors don't stay very well. So that's a Bobby Orr cup from 1970, 74, 73-4, I think it is, from Papa Gino's. Oh, there's another one. Who's that?
Dallas Smith.
Dallas Smith.
Andre Savard.
Mr. Savad.
Bobby Schmatz.
Mr. Schmahatz.
And Carol Vadnais.
Mm-hmm. So those are very tough cups. It's surprising how tough those cups really are, considering it was Boston and Papagino's was out of Boston. I honestly think that they were part of I was just doing the write-up for it. I was trying to determine, see, when we don't really know, I try to determine a way that they were most likely distributed. Because it is Boston, those cups should be freaking everywhere. They're not. There was 50 Papagino's locations. You know, delivery was one thing, but mostly it was in-house restaurants. So I'm thinking it's part of a coupon book, because I did find a coupon book, not of that time period, but very close. And I figured maybe it was with a coupon you could pay for it, and that's why it was limited in the sense that it was. So you'd have to give the coupon, and that would entitle you to a free cup and a cup of, Pepsi or Coke, whatever it was, with that coupon. Otherwise, if everybody ordered one at there and got that free cup, then there would be hundreds of them around. So if it is limited for a certain degree, it would be something like that. And that's what I've sort of determined. Am I right or wrong? I have no idea. But I think most likely we try to eliminate, through, how many is out there. Like, honestly, like Bobby Orr for that year. And the year prior, they did them too as well. Eric, those ones are so tough. I've only found 2 cups. So that means it's very limited. Something happened there where it was exclusive, and I have no idea. But
I'll be
anyways,
keeping my
a
eyes
very
out.
good pickup. Sorry.
Said I'll be keeping my eyes out for more of them.
Yeah, yeah. The year prior is they're very similar, but definitely different. Very hard to find, and even Phil doesn't even know much about them. I even asked you a few years ago about them, and then you went, I don't know how many's in the set. I think I've documented 13 players so far.
Okay.
Very
Yeah,
good. I
so
like
there's
it.
got to be 14 because nobody ends at 13, right?
Right.
The only one missing is Johnny Busick, and why he's not there, he must be in there. And to not have a Johnny Busick, I can't find one on the internet nowhere. Nobody else has one. That
Yeah,
means very exclusive, very exclusive.
Mm.
So, premium booklet thing, that's probably where it is. And that's the thing that I've been doing over the time. You kind of look at things differently and go, okay, that must have been issued this way. It has to be issued this way. So this is my determination that it was through a coupon booklet. And you would have to purchase the coupon booklet. So it would give you like $5 in savings, and you would pay 70 cents for the coupon book. So you could, go there 1 month or, do that kind of thing. And a lot of people would buy them, but not use them through that time. Oh, I forgot the coupon book at home. We sat down, had dinner, or whatever, so you don't get the cup. Oh, well, no big deal. Sorry. Just saying. That's how we break things down in the history department in the Bobby Burrell vintage hockey, app, what have you.
Listen, I already told you, if we ever do the podcast thing and go fully forward, we can go straight for the Garage of Knowledge. I think we've already got the branding already figured out. The Garage of Knowledge is already set, ready to go. We've established the canon. We've at least got a background for it. Robert here has got a comment. Carlos, what you're talking about is like having a fake Picasso hanging on the wall. If no one ever figures it's fake, then it makes no difference. How do you think Eric has gotten away with the lemon thing for so long?
Mm-hmm.
Think about it.
And an autograph or a pack that's confirmed that maybe isn't. How do we ever know? It's going to stay in your collection. You're not going to open it.
So the reason why I wanted to bring up that one is because first it was brought to me. I thought it was interesting, so I thought I would present it and share it with folks to check it out. So I found a little window there so we can at least talk about it for a couple minutes. And it is interesting that there is a whole segment of it. And the broader, I'm giving you a heads up on this. My intention with when I go and do a video about it is just going to be to present it open-ended. You guys can come to your own conclusion, whatever you want on it. My thought, though, is going to be how many of these things where it isn't explicitly. That's why I said in Panini, in a lot of cases with the not any specific event or whatever, they're very clear cut. Like it can be whatever, guys. It could be coming from wherever in the world. Because of that, so open ended, then you really have no weird illusions about it. They're not really misrepresenting it because the guys, it could be from wherever. Who knows? But when it's left a little bit more vague, ignorance is bliss in a lot of cases. That's why the Picasso analogy, I liked it from Robert, is that no, there is a bit of ignorance and bliss. A lot of people there have produced these cards, and a lot of people collect these cards, and some of them simply don't want to know. They don't want to know how the sausage is made. They just want to eat it.
Yes.
So don't tell them how the sausage is made. Just let them live with it, and they'll eat it and move on with their day.
I want to eat the burger. I don't want to meet the cow.
Don't want to know. So Baz is saying great cups. So thank you, Baz. I like Justin's random comment. I've been reading the Justin's random comments of the night. I got to give the Canadians a shout out. The Band is one of the best bands ever. Do you think he had a stroke, Eric? The Band, in exclamation point, is one of the best bands ever.
Have you ever heard of the band? The band?
The band.
I have not heard of the band. The Band.
The band is a band. Yeah, it's a classic rock band.
Well, they're kind of folk more than rock. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
All right. Well, apparently appreciates the band. There you go. Baz says you got a cup if you ordered a mayonnaise pizza. I like where Baz went with this.
That's just gross.
Listen, Baz is back for the first time in a long time, and he came in with it. I don't know what to tell you, man. I don't know what to tell you.
Luke, my dog.
Mm-hmm. I like how the Garage of Knowledge has a treadmill. That's the band? I said I like how the Garage of Knowledge has a treadmill.
It does, right over here. I use it 3 times a week.
Nice. Bob Boozle, good evening, Bob. Carlos has very noble intentions. I do not. I only have noble intentions sometimes.
Easy.
Sometimes. Easy. Look, Bobby, sometimes. We'll have moments of clarity. We'll have moments.
I'm sorry, I just had a little giggle there.
They're interspersed over the course of many episodes.
Yes, they are.
We spaced them out.
Yes.
Up on Cripple Creek. There you go.
Up on Cripple Creek. Yep, that's the band.
Hey, Justin working his way as a panelist is only a matter of time. Listen, I've been sending him I told Eric to send him the link every single week for like years.
I told Yannick.
Mm.
It was Yannick's job.
And Yannick probably told Peter Forsberg. So he's still sweeping floors. Oh, that's why I never got to him. Oh, that's
Janitor
sad.
status again.
Oh, that's unfortunate. It's okay. We will get the band to sing a song about your plate.
Yep.
As long as we get the band to sing about it, so it'll be fine. It'll be fine. Now, let me quickly grab. There's one more thing I wanted to touch on as well, since we actually got through that other one. That was good. Made me happy.
Yeah.
And I'll do, like I said, I'll do a follow-up video, but you guys can check out the article if you'd like and just read it yourself, and you'll get a lot out of it, I think. So
I
talk
like
about
that.
the Cup. Yeah, I thought that was a good one. I thought that'd be a fun one to include in there, just so people have something to chew on.
It's actually what I go through when I'm trying to document something. And as I give you the example with the cups and stuff like that, it's, it's nice to see that people are taking the time to, really go into the cards. And that shows a little bit of passion. And I like that. And passion is really a major part of the hobby and the essence of the hobby. And if you have that, it really serves you well, I think, as you go down. There's a lot of people I contact that, maybe they're better at beehives or other things, and they become experts by default. And I have to refer to them. I say, hey, what do you think about this? And okay, I take their opinions and I disperse it in my information that I give. And I really appreciate when other people do that, because I'm not the only guy doing it out there, for a penny an hour.
I think it's fair.
Penny an hour. Oh,
Honestly,
boy.
if I make that, I'd be happy.
So I'm actually going to touch on, not directly about the penny an hour thing, but I'm going to touch on something. I mentioned it to Bobby, so I actually wanted to get that in there. So you guys will understand what I'm saying in a second. Justin here says, you got to love how the American knows the band over Mr. Carlo. I hope you're not talking about Eric. Eric is in a Canadian protectorate state. Eric bathes in maple syrup.
He does.
Unironically, it's very strange.
I think Yannick is bringing some up. Hey, maple syrup.
Oh, that'll be great. They can have a maple syrup party.
Probably.
It's going to be awesome.
Oh, yeah.
It's going to be great. So one other thing I wanted to touch on as well, and by the way, it's been really good chat tonight. You guys have been bringing it. Good job.
Active.
Good job, folks. Good job. I like it. I'm appreciating it.
And
You guys
just
music?
No, that's Hodge. I just bought that one.
Oh, I got hot. Oh, you did. That's a nice one too.
Look at that.
Because the black stays, but the colors seem to fade. Like, don't sleeve them together. If you're going to sleeve them together, put a little Kleenex in between each one. Then they won't wear down. Because it seems like that stuff just rubs off the red and the facial color. Gone. So put a little Kleenex in between each one.
Okay.
Nothing on the Kleenex, please.
Oh, there you go.
Yes.
You can use the Reggie cards for that. That's fine. So anyway, what I was going to say was that I'll include a link to a video I like to watch. I was telling Bobby before we started, I like to watch other YouTube channels that cover other trading cards. Not just sports cards necessarily, although this one is a sport. I like to watch some of them because sometimes it's fun to get different perspectives on different niches inside the hobby. And specifically, this one is for a UFC channel. And what they were talking about was actually something that is kind of relevant. We've talked about it before. It's a recurring theme. But talking about, like, looking at the overall popularity of UFC cards or Facebook groups talking about UFC or cards, and basically how a lot of the channels are struggling to get a lot of traction because it's a niche. It's a niche inside a niche, right? And we always talk about the niches inside a niche. And it's tough.
The USC is pretty popular.
It is, but that was kind of his point. That was his overall point, was like, there is popularity. People are into it, clearly. They're willing to passionately talk about it on these Facebook groups, clearly. So if you've got 30,000 people in this Facebook group and they're passionately talking about this constantly and there's all this activity, why are you not supporting some of these creators that are talking about the collectibles or the cards or these things as well? Because in relative terms, it's very small. They're looking at the biggest creators in that niche, and they're microscopically tiny compared to what, in theory, is this big mass of people that are interested in the subject. And then the people inside of it go like, well, we want to see the box breaks. And then it's like, well, box breaks are expensive, and there isn't really a lot of money in this, so you're not getting the views.
UFC? Are they
UFC was a Panini licensee, so they have immaculate some of that stuff, so it's expensive. It's very expensive.
Yeah.
So the reality is it's not cheap. So if you're buying it, even if it was like $200 or $300 a box, which is low end for Panini stuff, Prism and that is very expensive as well. They're spending all this money on it. Yes, it's entertaining, but at the same time, the support isn't there. The
How
interactivity
is
is
the
there.
marketplace for the cards though?
For some of the players, it's actually quite good. Like when
Okay.
McGregor was at his apex, some of those
Oh yeah.
McGregor cards were going for crazy amounts. Amanda Nunez was red hot for a bit because she was obviously winning multiple championships and doing all that stuff. So she was very popular on the female
Yep.
side. So there is stuff there. There is stuff there, but it varies. There is because
It's not
UFC
long
careers
lasting.
kind of
It's
short.
not like they have 20-year careers, so I understand
That's
that.
it's just it. Even the greatest of all time, a lot of them eventually lose.
Yep.
So you can be great. You can be on top of Anderson Silva was almost unbeatable, like
Yep.
for the longest time. And then eventually, he started winding down his career and,
And then
he
you have
started
the
getting beat.
JSP coming in, and yeah,
Yeah. Yeah. And GSP was lucky in the sense though, that he was at least, he retired on his own terms
he
and
did.
he was able to walk away.
Yes.
And he hasn't come
Smart.
back since, which was actually kind of smart because he got to kind of retire.
He was
He
going to
avenged his
come back,
losses.
wasn't
He talked about it many times.
And then
But
he didn't. Yeah.
he avenged his losses. He avenged his losses
Yes,
and
he
then
did.
left.
Yeah.
He wasn't undefeated, but he avenged his losses and he goes, we're
And then
done.
he
I'm out of
retired.
here.
Yes. Yeah. And that's actually the way to go. You want to go up on the top.
His
Smart.
legacy is solid. His legacy is secured.
Oh yes, and he's like, Geo. He's a goat. Yeah.
Yeah. And that's how you stay in that conversation by like you leave at the right time, then people have nothing but
That-
fond memories of you. And they can always go, well, it would have been cool if he had fought this person. One more fight would have been cool. It's
He
better
did all
off
the
leaving
big
people
fights.
wanting more. It's
he
better
did
off
all
leaving
the
people
big
wanting
fights.
more.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then we had different eras because honestly, these guys stay in for 5 to 7 years. That's about it, if you're lucky, and that's not a long career. So you have a constant changing of the guard, right? Of players who come in and they're hot, and then they get beat one time, and then they're out and they can't come back, and there's so many. So that's the problem with UFC, I guess, would be the inconsistency of the players or the fighters who can't keep going on with the title for such a long time, or being your record fights really don't mean anything. It's like when you won the last 2 or 3 fights, and then after that you're downhill if you lost the last one. So yeah.
Mm-hmm. I think that's fair. Justin is angling for he's going to have to come back on to save the hobby one day. Well, if you can ever figure out where Yannick left the link, I don't know. You got to fight for it, man. You got to find it out there. It's out there somewhere.
Yeah.
Baz was saying here, a big discussion item around MLB nowadays is the possibility of the league assuming all local TV revenues and sharing amongst teams evenly. Will really hurt the Yankees and big market cable teams. Go from 48% revenue sharing to 100. So that would be interesting. Well, the irony is you're right. It would hurt the Yankees and some of those big market teams. But you know who's been able to successfully leverage this? The NFL. They did it by accident, but by accident they did something that actually allowed all the teams to get a piece of that pie. And as a result of it, it means that all the teams are strong. They all make money from that television deal. It's a massive deal. The other advantage of it is that now I don't think necessarily, I don't remember if the NFL does this with it. I think they might still have blackouts. But one thing that I think some of them are starting to look at, if you're doing a paid package, you should be able to get it without blackouts, sorry. Because if you're paying for that, like, no, if I'm paying money, I should get all the teams, all the games. Don't restrict me. Let me see all the things, because I'm literally paying you for the privilege. So let me see the whole package. The NHL should also take memo on this. Like, if you're getting the streaming package, I should be able to see every goddamn game from top to bottom. Why should I be restricted if I'm
You can only
paying you
watch
extra
one
money?
at a time.
With some, you can do the multi-screen.
Well, okay, yeah, you could.
Yeah, if it's your favorite team, then you focus in on more keenly. But if it's just a general, you got it on the other window and you're just a night, and I like having a couple of games on. It's fun.
Sure. Yeah.
So it depends. It just depends on how keen you are and keyed in on the game.
True enough.
There you go. Bob Wilson says, I watched Gladiator 2 today. I'm ready to fight for this hobby. Yes. Excellent. I like it.
It always depends on Bob.
Yep. I miss the, Baz here says, I miss the old Justin on the panel day. So does Eric. He loved it. I always push for more Justin, especially if 6 brown pops. Now, conversely, Eric loved it, but he also realized that Justin was starting to take over his publicity, and Eric is like, you know what? Fuck that guy.
Oh, yeah. Yep, that was the reason.
You can't finish second. No.
Nope. If you're not first, you're last.
Basically.
I heard a great man once said that.
Mm-hmm.
Who was that?
The Ballad of Ricky Bobby. Khabib got out undefeated.
Mm-hmm.
That's right. Bob Ozel here says UFC needs to tap into WWE showmanship to figure out how to extend, broaden the careers of those fighters beyond the fights. Well, the only way you can extend it is you got to fix the fights.
Yeah,
then
basically. Yeah, that's
then you're
it.
stuck in the boxing thing. The reason why UFC was able to work the way it was is because, well, yeah, these goats would lose.
They're structured. Yeah.
Yeah, it means that it helped because it just meant that the game would pass them by. That's what happened with a bunch of them. Royce Gracie was dominant in the early days of UFC, but he was the only one who knew Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu.
That's
And
right.
then the other guys started to learn that, and then they got better. And early days, there were only a few guys who could compete with him. Ken Shamrock gave him a little bit of trouble. Dan the Beast Severn was a guy who could give him some trouble because he was a wrestler. So he had the wrestling background. But what
Then
happened
some
was he
boxers
didn't.
came in,
Yeah.
and that
And with
changed
Dan the
it.
Beast Severn, he was able to compete, but because he had the wrestling background. But what he didn't have was he didn't have anything related
the
to
ground game.
yeah. So it looks like the broadcast is about to end. So it's a 4-hour cap, I think.
Oh, really?
Well, it looks like it is. We'll see. If it knocks us out, we'll know in a minute here. But I think I'll double check. But it might be a cap on it. So we'll see. If I'm still online, I'm not touching it, but we'll see if it does anything.
Well, it's over 4 minutes, 4
Yeah,
hours.
so
and,
I just noticed a little thing in the corner, so I just want to see basically if anything happens. But I'll keep going in the meantime since it still says it's going. So we'll see. If everybody disappears, then we'll know why. I'll
Is
blame
that what
Eric.
it's scheduled for? Like you have to
See, the thing is, I don't actually set any schedule. That's why I thought it was weird that I saw it there. Like it shouldn't have any cap on it at all. Maybe it self records or something. I don't know. I haven't encountered any issue with it. Obviously, this is still a new platform for me, so I don't know.
Yep.
The guy with the one boxing glove had potential. There you go. I like that. Bazier says, in the recent McMahon Netflix show, we did watch that. Interesting WWE turned down buying UFC cheap. That is true. In hindsight, it was a big mistake. Yes. Well, the irony of them not buying UFC is eventually UFC was bought and got funneled into TKO, and then TKO bought WWE. So it was reversed. So the company that had UFC eventually bought WWE. It could have been the other way around. WWE could have owned UFC. Here you go. Bob Ozel says, Eric should totally watch Emmanuel in space to prepare for the alien invasion. Yes.
Oh, the government's still talking about the alien invasion. Oh my gosh. Wow. Aliens still out there.
Well, Emmanuel in space could save us.
I think.
Name says, Eric is being charged extra right now. After 4 hours is double the cost. Facts.
Oh, yes.
I like it. Here you go. Wes says, Shane McMahon came out of the dock looking really good. Yes. Yes. In retro, mind you, his dad is a lunatic. So in comparison, yes. Almost everybody would have come out looking good. Because Vince is nuts. Completely out of his gourd. Like, it's incredible.
Best
but
eyebrows
yeah.
of all time, though.
What, Vince?
Yeah, you see the bad dye job on his eyebrows and hair and stuff,
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
I mean, oh god,
Everybody's eyes, right?
But you did see Vince after he kind of retired the first time. All of a sudden, he's got like this creepy mustache. And like, Vince, you never had the mustache. Like, what are you doing, sir? Like,
yeah, the black pencil,
Changing it up.
and then
there is no justification for that. There is no planet on which that was a good idea. If you own a mirror, it's a bad idea.
yeah, well,
I'm just saying, if you own a mirror, I'm throwing that in there.
yeah, no, he just looked ridiculous.
Yeah.
It's unbelievable. Unbelievable. All right, so we'll do a couple of comments here, and then we'll wind her down. That's usually around the time we like to do it. So I think but like I said, I want to credit you guys. Credit to you. Credit where it's due. Tip of the cap, so to speak. Good chat tonight. It's been good, active chat. Been a lot of back and forth with you guys. That's what we want. It makes it better. It makes it a lot easier to chat. Like I said, we only touched on a couple of those topics I had at the beginning of it, right at the end, because we had plenty to talk about all night. So that was good.
So it seems.
Sebastian says, did you guys already discuss the firing of the Boston coach? Eric, you like it or no like it?
I know Likey. I think Montgomery is a really good coach, and I don't think.
But isn't the management though?
I don't think you should fire the cook because the manager of the restaurant bought rotten vegetables.
That's it. True enough. That's a good way of
Says
putting
El
it.
Vince. That's right.
We don't want to talk about food.
There you go. Wes says, Vince would also show up to those interviews at 11 p.m. or later and make them wait. Yeah. Like I said, Vince is weird. Even if I'm being nice, dude's bizarre. He's a weird dude, top to bottom.
He's got too much money and he doesn't know what to do with his stuff. So what are you going to do, right?
Even all, did I miss the greased chickens? And Eric.
And Eric,
I like it, Paul. I like it.
you did miss the
Oh.
greased chickens. Yes.
There was a lot there, yeah.
You're never going to live that down, greased chickens. Yeah. I did watch
That was an
the podcast
analogy you
that
gave.
mentioned that.
That was an analogy you gave. That was a thing.
I don't know how greased chickens got, cooking them in grease maybe, but I mean,
Try catching one.
they're not greased though.
If someone,
Eric, shouldn't you be more concerned about the fact that someone has greased chickens and that you are chasing them unironically? What scenario? Okay, can we ask? Let me ask a valid. Let's ask a scholarly question, since tonight has been the night of scholarliness. So, Eric, there are chickens and there are grease. And what scenario are you ending up in a situation where you are required, for some reason that is unknown, I assume aliens, to chase a greased chicken? Why did the chicken get greased? And then why are you chasing it? Why do you need to catch the chicken that for some reason has been greased that you haven't explained?
maybe he got into a barrel of grease because chickens like to roam and get into things.
In grease.
Who has barrels of grease?
And
is that a Boston
Eric,
thing?
what do you got going on in that backyard of yours? What are you doing over there?
Yes.
You got barrels of grease?
I think so.
you never know. And then you gotta catch the chicken and either put it back in the hen house, or you gotta,
So you're going to put a greased chicken in the hen house to grease up other chickens?
whatever.
Guilty by association? Or greasy by association?
Are you trying
Bobby,
to catch
the lore? Bobby, the lore on this is going deep. This is
I'm
going
having a
into
hard
a
time
very.
comprehending it. Actually, it's just greased chickens. Okay.
I don't know if early Saturday is the time that we need to be contemplating these kind of philosophical things. This is very strange place we've ended up in.
I think so.
You know what? I think out of respect, I am going to stop the AMG ticker. I apologize to AMG. I do thank them for their support, as always. Do thank AMG for their support, but I will not allow AMG to be party to this greased chickenness.
No.
It's
They're
wrong.
East Coast. They're more into pigs.
Yeah. Eric admits that he greases his own chicken, so to speak. I think that's a valid point, Baz.
I've heard of greasing a pig, but not a chicken.
Now, do you grease the chicken while watching Emmanuel in Space?
Ooh, that's sick.
I'm only asking questions, Bobby. I am merely asking
don't
questions.
know what that is, and I'm not googling it.
Greased chickens. It's a chicken with grease. That's what we were just talking about. Were you not listening to our very conversation? What are you doing?
It started out nice. Okay.
No, it was never nice. The greased chicken thing just never made any sense. There was no time in which it was nice, Bobby. We never got there. We didn't even have to say we left. We just never got there. Nope. What do you have to say for yourself, Eric? You take us down a dark path. You can't blame Brandon for this either. The hell, man. You can't blame him for that. He had nothing to do with this.
Not this time. No.
Eric gets his grease and mayo delivered to New Buryport. Facts.
Oh yes, of course.
My God. Don't you have something else to do? Don't you have?
Name those.
He has some greased kids around the house. He has to run around and catch.
Again with the grease. Again with the grease.
I don't know. He's got like 40 kids. Why don't you just go
40 now?
Or something.
Dang.
Go find something else to do.
That's why he's cutting up apples for hours at a time.
Hobby Champs, I've heard of a mayonnaise up chicken, not greased.
Actually, I had mayonnaise with my chicken wrap for dinner. Yeah.
Did you?
All
right.
Oh yeah.
How was that?
Cheddar and mayonnaise. Yeah.
Solid? Was it good?
Yes, it was nice.
Good. Bob Jackson, Eric Mayo is his own chicken. Bob Wilson, I've never touched a chicken while watching the show. I can't say that for steamy thrillers on Netflix. That's fair.
Bob.
I
It happens, man.
I don't like the direction in which things are heading.
It is going in that direction. Yes.
It's gotten there. We're truly at BIC After Dark.
We're there and back, actually.
Oh, we got there. Yeah, we got there. Look, so I got to be honest. I blame Eric and his greased chicken ways. And between that and the card of the week, which he took down an even darker path, and he blames Brandon for it, which is very unfortunate. This poor Santa Claus man in Virginia
Until Monday.
is getting blamed for this nonsense, this foolishness.
Monday, I'm going to win again.
Well, we're going to see. Look, here's the thing, guys. I may have a recording that I may have planned for Monday, so I'll talk with you all, and we'll figure it out. I will allow. I do want to make sure you get in your card of the week. So one way or the other, we're going to make sure that we get that done. But we may have to work out some scheduling things. We'll figure it out. We'll figure it out. Here we go. Wes says, "I need to head out to mayo my chicken."
Somebody has to.
The euphemisms just it goes off. It's crazy.
Hmm.
Bob Jackson asking the valid question here: does he have mayo when he watches Emmanuel in Space?
I
Dang.
don't. I do neither.
You
Bubbles
might
says, "Don't feed
watch
me or
it.
Gizmo after midnight." Fair. Baz, after midnight, things get steamy for Eric in his chicken coop.
Hey,
This is Baz, man. He's back. He's back from a visit. He was over in IRP land for the longest time. He came over and he should rejoin us. Thank you, Baz. But like, there's a lot of questions back here, Eric. I don't know what to tell you, man. You can't say I'm directing these people. I'm not. I'm just sitting here being a man of peace.
Yeah, you're not encouraging this at all.
I would never even dream of it. Bobby, as a man in the garage of knowledge, do I struck you as a man who is trying to encourage this incorrigible behavior?
I would think not.
Mm-mm.
Mm.
And, you know, as a fellow hobby goat, you understand we take our integrity very seriously.
Somebody's got to be the goats.
Yeah, we cannot lower ourselves to this. As people,
No.
you know, that were acknowledged in a hobby periodical,
Oh yes, one of the best.
that we have to hold ourselves to a certain standard.
Page 93 and 94.
Yeah, we have to hold ourselves to a certain standard and a certain bar. So, Eric, I don't appreciate your implication that we would do anything other than the highbrow entertainment that we provide on the show.
Highbrow.
No doubt.
I don't know what's worse, calling it highbrow or entertainment, because I don't think it's either.
I think it's both
highbrow
those.
entertainment. It's both.
I think it's both those things, you peasant. Silence.
Yes.
Bob Jackson
Oh my
says,
God.
Eric, are the rumors true? Are you buying 55-gallon drums of mayo from Amazon? True.
Man of peace.
Man of peace. And Bob Jackson, much like Carlos, I too am a man of peace. Bob Jackson, no doubt you are. 100%. Bobby, this is the best interaction we've ever had at the
Piece
end
of
of the live
chicken.
stream. It's been fantastic. Carlos, man of peace. Eric, a man of a piece of chicken.
Yes.
With the chicken emoji. With a chicken emoji.
Oh, on top of that, yes, I did.
The
see
chicken
it.
emoji. That's the bonus. That's a moi. Piece de resistance. Baz, you're in rare form tonight. I'm appreciating it.
Ah,
Eric can't have mayo after midnight. Turns into grandma. Name is on this. Man.
Oh, God.
Dang.
Mogwai. Mogwai.
Even Justin's turning on you, man. Eric is being a baby tonight. Dang.
Oh, Justin.
Justin was like your biggest supporter, Eric. Good Lord. They're turning on you so fast. Tom,
Man.
that's right. This is bad,
We're going-
Bobby. This is
We're going
rough.
hard and heavy at the end.
You remember,
This is rough
you
time.
know, you're talking to a guy whose own mother doesn't like him. You think I care about anybody in the chat not liking me?
I think secretly deep down
The
inside you do.
people in my own house don't
Their
like me.
approval is really all that matters to you in life.
No.
I think it is.
I've gone 50 years with no one liking me. I'm used to it by now.
Bob
If
Jackson.
Eric were a gremlin,
Mogwai.
what would his name be?
Mogwai is the name of the gremlins. We'll call
Mm.
Eric Mogwai Wade.
Wow.
Oh, God.
I like it. I like it. So we're gonna let Sleepy Eric go and grease his chicken or whatever. Lord knows what he's gonna do. We don't even know. Like I'd rather not ask. Don't ask, don't tell. So we're gonna leave it. We're gonna leave it at that. But it has been a pleasure, folks. I will leave a link in the description to, like I said, that article, so you guys can check it out. It was good research. I actually did appreciate it. Obviously, it was later on in the show, but I still think it was worthwhile. If you got some time, you check it on replay. Check out the link. There's some good stuff in there if you're interested, if you're curious. And then also I'll leave a link to that UFC video. Again, it's a reoccurring problem. It's just my opinion that unfortunately that's a niche of a niche. It's always going to be an issue where there's a niche. It's unfortunate, but I get it. I do understand it. There's nothing we can do about it. But I will say this. Look, here's what I'll throw at you at the end. Two things. We tease and make fun of it. But go check out the Gong Show where Bobby's going to be in it. Support. Where there's content you like, support it. Support it just means this. You don't have to do anything other than
Is he gonna be
share
on?
it if you think it's worthwhile. Share it if you think it's worthwhile. Hit the like button for it. If you want to leave a comment, do that. Engage with it in some way. It basically helps in that regard. But then, yeah, if you think it's good, share it with somebody. Hey, I checked out this thing. You might be interested. Here's the link. That's enough. Just doing that. If enough people do that, it helps. It helps raise the profile of it. And that's why I always include links to the stuff when we're talking about it. I include links in the description to it. I try to give credit where it's due, but I also think if I think this article is worthwhile, go read the article.
Mm-hmm.
Go read the article, go watch the video or whatever, and if it's worthwhile, then you can do that.
Sounds
What?
fun.
And we'll go.
When are you going to be on the show so people can watch it?
It'll come on Thursday, but I'll be doing it on the Tuesday, so it'll be pre-recorded. To that degree.
So
So,
next Thursday on Thanksgiving, American Thanksgiving.
oh, is that Thanksgiving? Oh, shoot. Okay,
Next Thursday?
shoot. Never thought about that. No wonder they put me on Thanksgiving. The bastards.
Dang, they're trying to restrain you. I like it.
Lucky
Sway
if I get
mayonnaise.
4 views.
I like it. I see what's going on. So
Yeah.
Eric, as we go off air, what are you thankful for?
Not much.
Wow. Not much gratitude for American Thanksgiving. Dang.
Yeah, no, I'm not thankful for much.
Mm.
And then Yannick's going to be here, and that's going to be horrible. And
So did you
Yeah,
invite Yannick
it's
for Thanksgiving
just-
dinner?
They did. Well, Michelle did.
it's yeah, thank you. Yeah, that's really what it came down to.
I know.
Yeah, she likes him. She likes you guys. I don't know why,
I have no
Because
idea.
we're awesome and you suck.
and she doesn't
That's
like.
that's a really easy like that. I could not be an easier. That could
So
not be an easier.
doesn't
Yeah.
like me, and she thought a way to show me how much she doesn't like me would be to have him here.
Well,
I think that's valid.
thoughtfulness. That is thoughtful.
That's an exclamation point. Yeah.
Yeah. So
All right. So we got a couple of good comments here at the end. Hobby Champ says we are thankful for Eric. There you go.
We are.
Baz is asking an important question. Wait, does Eric grease his Thanksgiving turkey? We need to know.
Oh,
We know what you're doing with the chicken. What happens to the Thanksgiving turkey, Eric?
we oil
With
it.
your tractor trailers full of grease. What's happening?
We slap vegetable oil all over it. It does get a little slippery.
Do you deep fry it in beef tallow?
No, we don't deep fry it. No, we put it in the oven.
Oh, damn. Deep
I like
fried
this.
is good.
Oven roasted.
Bob Jackson. # Sanderson to May or nays.
Screw you, Bob.
Yes.
I appreciate it.
Yes.
In hashtag form. Come on. You got to appreciate it. Gong show in Atlanta. We can't say Bobby doesn't change. There you go. It's all about changes. All about changes. Hashtag scholarship. All right. That'll be the last word, Bob Jackson. Last word is hashtag scholarship. I think that's perfect. I think that is the perfect conclusion that we're going
Ultimate.
Folks, it has been a pleasure tonight. It has been a lot of fun, a lot of good engagement. Feel free to come back for future episodes because we're going to have some fun here, especially towards the tail end of the year. There's a lot more mocking of Eric that we can do. And don't forget to hit the like button because I'm going to charge Eric so much money in December.
Doesn't
There's
have
so much
to.
money on the table. Oh my God. You don't even understand. Eric doesn't even understand how many zeros are going to be involved in that invoice.
Eric has the poorness.
Well, you're gonna have to sell some of the goddamn grease. You can't be greasing chickens all day. You got to sell some of that grease off, get some money, and pay
Sell a
your
couple
fucking
barrels.
invoices.
Yeah.
All right. So, folks, those of you in the East Coast, it is already your Saturday. Enjoy the rest of your weekend. Those of you in the West Coast, you got a little time left. Enjoy the rest of your Friday. We're heading into Saturday. We're gonna have some fun. And back with regular episodes, longest running episodic, whatever this is. I'll figure out the AI background. Maybe I'll play around with it a little bit and come up with something else. But this works for tonight. It worked for tonight.
Yep.
Man, fight for it. All right, folks. Have yourself a good one. Take it easy. We'll catch you in the next one.